And we're going live with Schmokey and The Hair. All right, woohoo! Cool. All right, we're live here. It's Schmokey and The Hair, episode 2. Special guest, my Uncle Raghib, aka the Rocket Ismail, in the house. Super glad to have you here, Uncle Raghib.
Man, let me tell you something. All right, so I'm going to take these off now. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I was sharing with you, man, I'm so excited that you chose to do a podcast because I was telling you, and this isn't morbid, but it kind of might sound like it's a little morbid. Every time a relative passes away, and I think, man, I didn't ask this question. I wish I would have gotten this information or gotten this recipe or said how did they find their talent or gift, whatever. Mm-hmm. It makes me think like, man, I wish I had some kind of historical something, even something as simple as what did they look like when they were 50? Or what did they look like when they were in their 30s? Or even if I don't have that kind of documentation, like what do they remember about just certain events? So when I saw you step into the podcast arena, I was like, man, Khalil is really, like, I love that you're this young and tapping into an interest, a gift. Like when I saw you with the comedy, and I, at a young age, realized that the most powerful people in a society, outside of just like the, you know, whoever has all the money or whoever has all the connections back behind the deal making rooms, are the people who can communicate a thought or an idea and communicate it in a way that is pleasant to the ear. And for the most part, anytime, if you want to just look in pop culture, anytime they want to introduce some kind of idea, whatever it is, they'll always use comedy as the vehicle, especially if it's to the masses, because it's harmless in that way. It seems it's presented in a harmless way, but it's presented in a harmless but potent way. And comedians have that ability, especially comedians who understand the importance of what they do, who work on their craft, who have all these ideas. So you could have any idea, any thought, any type of, I wonder if, why is whatever it happens to be, if you can communicate it properly, and as you get older, you'll be, and you have more life experience, you'll have more ability to communicate it in advanced ways where people can get it, but then they'll, instead of bristling or responding just it's like you can communicate in a way where it can get right past that, and then they at least have a chance to digest it a little bit, meditate on it, and then say, okay, I can consider it, or I'm still not going to consider it. But it's just a powerful medium that you have here, man, and I'm just happy that you're able to use this. And as one of your old uncles, to be able to share that with you, to me, is a very powerful thing, and I just want to be a part of it, you know. And so anyway, I'm proud of you off top, nephew, and so thank you for letting me be a part of this, and on with the show.
Well, thank you so much for doing this. And I'm absolutely having a blast and grateful to have you here, blessed to have you here. And it's not, you know, and it's not often that we get a chance to really sit down and do something like this.
Right. And I know oftentimes we think about it in spurts, probably, but it's very important to get information. It's like I would be fascinated when I would find out about certain things about, say, on my father's side of the family, and I would find out certain things about, say, my great-grandfather. And so the name Ismail.
Right.
Like, where the name Ismail come from?
Right.
And so watch this. I didn't know. I just thought Ismail, my father became a Muslim when he was, he took a job overseas at El Azhar University in Cairo and became a Muslim, and I just thought, okay, that's how Ismail came on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
Found out at my grandmother's funeral in 2000, and I think it was 2001. Mm-hmm. And this is Nina, who was the reason why we got to Wilkes-Barre.
Right.
So when she passed away, we go to the funeral. So it's in Buck Swamp, Georgia, or Brunswick, Georgia, and at the funeral was that's like the home site of my father's side of the family in Georgia, and everybody's talking, and then they just start pulling out pictures, and they pull out this picture of this light-skinned guy, and they said, "You know where your name came from, right?" I was like, and these are so Skinner,
right,
would have been my last name,
right,
and would have been your last name, and however, the picture was a slave.
I'm gonna trade you real quick. I'm gonna give you this. This is it'll help. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
The picture was a slave that came from Cuba,
mm-hmm.
and that, like, I didn't even know, historically speaking, I didn't know that the transatlantic slave trade
mm-hmm.
came down West Coast, Caribbean, up, and it was like it would just be this circle that would be completed: Caribbean, then Southern,
right, like Cuba,
East
Jamaica,
Coast,
all those places, yeah,
and then even South America.
Mm-hmm.
And so, anyway, the picture was a guy named Ismail, who was one of the earliest descendants that we had pictures of and information about, and that was something that my father and his father and them knew when they were younger.
mm-hmm.
And so it was just like, hey, this is you're one of your oldest ancestors, and we could trace him back as far as Cuba.
Yeah, I have goosebumps. That's crazy.
So
yeah.
When I heard that, I was like, Cuba. So now, my father, my grandmother,
mm-hmm.
Laura Balknight, who her name was Bailey.
Mm-hmm.
Her last name was Bailey. The name Bailey wasn't even her last name. The plantation that my great-grandfather was from was a plantation, and the owners of the plantation, their last name was Higginbotham.
Okay.
So it would have been hilarious if my last name was Higginbotham.
Yeah, Raghib.
Man,
I can't even say it.
Raghib.
Coming to the field is Rocket Higginbotham.
Higginbotham up in the house. Man, who would have?
I don't know if it would have rang the same.
Man, no. It would have. All things work together for the good.
Yeah.
So watch this. So Higginbotham was the slave master of the plantation that my grandfather grew up on. My great-grandfather was the byproduct of, I call him Old Man Higginbotham, the slave, whoever ran the master of the plantation, yeah, and one of the slaves. So, boom, he had him. Great-grandfather is in the house. And so, from that point, he now grows up, and and this is like towards the tail end of, whenever slavery was about to end.
So like the late 1800s.
Yes, and then they took the slaves and they gave them the swampland in Brunswick, Georgia,
mm-hmm.
and it was a place called Buck Swamp, and so the son Higginbotham married Sophia, which was my great-grandmother.
So the master's son.
The master's son is my great-grandfather.
That's crazy.
Is
okay.
your great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah. All right.
And the They married Sophia. He marries.
You can pull off a little bit. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see right there. See if it goes.
Oh, so if I'm not
you want in the green. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm doing really good then.
Yeah,
right here.
Yeah, right there. You're chilling.
Okay, so they marry, and when he gets of age or where he's like, okay, I'm free now. I don't want the name Higginbotham. I don't want a slave name.
Right.
So, and I found this out from your dad when he made a pilgrimage down to Buck Swamp to speak with one of our oldest relatives that still lives on the original property.
That was like what, last year or 2 years ago?
Last year.
Yeah.
And he bought the name Bailey.
He just bought it.
That was like a respectable
yeah,
name.
It's
for
an Irish
black
name.
people.
Yeah,
like,
interesting.
Like, hey, so he bought Bailey. My father is now born. My father's mother, Laura Balknight. She was born. She was born Laura Bailey. She married Abraham Skinner.
Mm-hmm.
My father's birth name was Lawrence Skinner.
Okay.
And this is where I say, like, this stuff was interesting to me because in the realm of genetics and just the environment called epigenetics, which affects people like you don't even realize. My father didn't like the name Lawrence Skinner because he was like, well, wait, that's a slave name too, in one way or another. It's not something that you're born with originally. So at the time they were hardcore Christians, and his upbringing in America at that time was like, hey, they preach the good talk on Sunday and all the gospel truth and love your neighbor as yourself. But as soon as the church is over, man, it's like, let's go find some niggas to hang. So that whole societal, environmental influence weighed heavy on my father. So he now decides he's going to become a Muslim. He goes to Africa and teaches English at El Azhar University
in Cairo.
And when he had it was like when he was looking for a spiritual connection, he was like, well, okay, as much as he could understand, El Islam was the closest that he could get to, which, at the time sounded good until I did some research and I was like, man, them Arabs, and that's a generality when you say Arabs,
right?
But man, they were huge in the slave trade in Africa, man. So it's like no matter where we go, whether we was over there, over here, we still getting it. And but his mindset was, okay, so I'm going to change my name. And he changed his name from Lawrence, his first name. He changed his name from Lawrence. His dad's name was Abraham.
Right.
So Abraham is the Hebrew pronunciation of Ibrahim.
Yeah.
So he just changed his name to Ibrahim. And he went from Ibrahim, and then he took, and how we got on this subject was the slave from Cuba.
Right.
The only name they had for him was Ishmael.
Right.
And I just assumed that because he was light-skinned, he was probably the byproduct of a slave master and a slave when they were when they came from the Cuba route. So he just took his name. He took Ishmael, took the Arabic pronunciation, Ismail, and now you have Ibrahim Ismail.
Right.
And then now I'm born. I'm the first son from my dad and my mom's union, and so now I'm Raghib Ismail, which my mother told me my dad was heavily. Now this is crazy, just because we talked about even with my name was Higginbotham. My mom Umi was like, Abuya really wanted to name you Samir.
Ooh.
I could have been Samir easy, but my mother, he said, okay, here's 3 names. This is the name I like, but here's the other name, and Raghib was one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, no, I like Raghib. And so I ended up...
Do you know what the third name was?
I do not offhand. I just remember hearing Samir, and it was like, ooh.
That's an interesting name.
Now watch this.
Yeah.
So now here's it's interesting. It's I know a lot of, like in Dallas, there's a lot of from Pakistan and from India,
Mm-hmm. Southeast Asians.
A lot of Southeast Asians that live in Dallas, and a lot of Muslims from Pakistan, they have the name Samir.
Mm-hmm.
So, that I always am reminded of that. One of the guys, and this is, let me finish the thought first. So
yeah,
that name wise, that could have been the route that I went down. So it was just like, all that started with, okay, a name. And then when you talk about historically, genetically, and so forth, I always thought it was interesting that the mindset of my great-grandfather was he didn't want a slave name, and then that was my father was like the same way, and then because of that, now I'm Raghib Ismail.
Right.
He's like, hey, I want to pick my own name,
mm-hmm.
And so I always understood, and then later in life I understood that names are significant because it's just like the frequency that's connected to a name and the meaning. It's like every time somebody's making that declaration, every time somebody's calling you,
mm-hmm.
whatever that is, they're calling you that,
mm-hmm.
and that it's like on a scientific level, it's like that vibration is always being sent your way, or it's always being carried with you. And I remember at Notre Dame we had to take a theology class as a requirement and for freshman year, and you know how somebody says in the name of whatever.
Yeah.
So some people just think it's the but it's the meaning of the name.
Mm-hmm.
So a name embodies the nature and the character and the authority that the nature and character embodies.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever the name happens to be, the nature and the character of whatever is named is being declared, and then there's authority that comes with that.
Sure.
Or there's authority you're leaving on the table because your name means something crazy.
So I'll give you an example from my personal life.
Okay.
There are a few different factions of people in my life, right? There's like my family, obviously, mm-hmm. friends, college friends that are different from like my hometown friends. And in community college here in Santa Monica, there came a time where, right, everyone up until a certain point called me Khalil, mm-hmm. right? That's my name, right? That's what you call me. Hate when people mispronounce it. I don't like when you misspell it. I think Khalil is my name.
Right.
But there came a point where my gym partner, one of my friends, started calling me Q.
Okay.
Right? And so my social interactions started to change when more and more people started calling me Q instead. It became not necessarily a persona, but it was those people tended to be more like my like party friends or things like that, or the more casual.
Okay, casual, yep.
It was more casual. Like, oh, what's up, cute? No, you're good. Yeah, no, it's cool. So when I go places or when I interact with certain people, how I introduce myself is often how I expect that group or that that kind of those people to be. Are you the people who call me Khalil, right? Like my close friends, right. Or am I Q to you? And like some of my closer friends now will just use it because it's quick,
okay.
Which is different.
Right.
But if I'm in a class, for example, in college, I did this a lot, where I know people are going to mispronounce my name, or some people not being respectful enough to practice.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So those are the people where I'm like, Q is fine because this is nothing to me, right?
Right.
It's
Right.
Q,
Right. Exactly. Right.
And for a long time, and even on stage, right, when I go to an open mic, you can't guess how the host is going to say your name unless you have a minute to talk to him. So what I did, so I put Q on the list for a long time.
Okay.
And then I wrote a joke about it later. I've never used it because I started using my real name again. But I said I put Q on these lists because you usually heard my set, right? Mm-hmm. I reference myself a lot. I'll say, my mom said Khalil. You need to. My mom doesn't say Hey Q, right? It's different.
Right,
it's different.
Right.
So that flow is off when I get introduced as Q, and then I start saying Khalil, right? So that's why I don't do that. But the joke I wrote was, I put Q on this list so the host can read it, because if I put my actual name and you're guessing, your only way you're gonna get it is if you frequent a mosque. Like that's, you know what I mean? Like you frequent a mosque, you're like, oh, Khalil, it's like that's, you're gonna get it. But if not, you're gonna be like Quail, and I don't want that. Like, I don't want that. I don't want to get introduced like coming up to the stage. It's Quail. No, that's not me. So yeah, so that distinguishing distinguishing factor between my name and that nickname that I go by it was a real thing. So I totally understand that connection. And it's funny enough, in a similar circumstance, when I was born, I had my dad had two names he wanted to name me. It was either Khalil or Kadir. Do you know what the parameters of what got me my name?
I do not, and man, so wait, you're older than Kadir.
I'm the second oldest of all of us.
Oh, so yeah. I don't, because I was about to say, wait a minute, was Kadir around?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, so it goes Ibrahim, me, Raghib, I want to say Kalea, so on, then maybe.
Wait, where's Mariana?
She's.
Was she down?
She's right after Kalea. Her and Kalea are the same year.
And then Kadri.
And then Kadri and Kiana, or
oh.
Yeah, because I think Kiana's older than Kadri, I think.
Oh.
But I'm number 2.
Okay.
So the parameters of my birth that distinguished my name were this: it was either I would be Kadir, I am born swiftly, easily, I don't give my mom any trouble, or Khalil if I nearly kill my mom. And guess what happened?
Yo.
I was born with my with the
umbilical cord
purple bruised.
Wait a minute. Were you the only one of your brothers and sisters with the umbilical cord?
Yeah.
Raghib was like that, and Judah was like that.
The first and the last.
For us, yo.
Yeah. So and my mom struggled like really bad during my birth, right? So that's why I'm Khalil. And funny enough, and this is funny with Uncle Kadri, and I think I mentioned this to him once, but Khalil means honorable or respected friend in Arabic, right? Kadir means soldier. Kadri also means soldier. So I have cousins that are soldier, and Kalea, funny enough, means castle.
Wow,
that's pretty cool, right?
Fortress.
Yeah.
So watch this. Do you know why Kadri was the name that Umi picked for Kadri?
No.
So Umi had a very traumatic childhood, and when it was traumatic in the sense of sexual, what we would call it sexual abuse now. Then it was just like, hey man, this is how some households are. You got girls and you got guys who your daughters are attractive. Yeah, give me $1,000. You can sleep with them when they get a certain age.
Oh,
like
wow.
that kind of.
Damn.
Right? And so Umi grew up, and her idea of having children was like, man, children get. And it's interesting because, like, your fears in this realm, of this world that we live in, they almost act as an attractor to the things that are the object of your fear. So it's like whatever you think is going to happen, it's like you conjure that up, and then it brings that presence to your space. And so Umi, and I remember right before she died, I didn't know I was having these conversations with her, but I was having a lot of conversations with her about when she was a young girl and just things that happened to her. And it was like, I realized from just talking to my mother and talking to my grandmother right before she started losing her mind or going like with Alzheimer's and dementia route, I realized that the human body is not meant to hold on to trauma.
Right.
Anytime. And trauma can just be what's trauma to you might not be trauma to me because I know how to process whatever we have in common, but I just process it different, and it doesn't hold, my body doesn't hold on to it. Like as a comedian, you can process a lot. You can do a lot of self therapy on stage.
Yeah.
You can, a lot of people don't have the ability to communicate that or to exercise it, right? So, in Umi having that type of a childhood, and then Uncle Kadri was born, and Uncle Kadri was like a very like super cute baby. And I mean, like, you know, you see, well, Kalea still has the cheeks. Kadri,
When he was a kid, he had the little.
Kadri had, man, there's one, and we didn't take pictures. We weren't allowed to have, my mother had to sneak like a couple of pictures we have, like from when we were younger.
You weren't allowed to take pictures?
Because my father was, if your grandfather, he was like a Sunni Muslim, and like being strict in that belief system, images and creating images was forbidden.
Is that like in like kind of like in Africa? So this, I don't know, this could be hearsay, but like where they think like taking a picture takes your soul, kind of, or
no, not on that level. It was just, it would be like the Muslim 10 Commandments. I used to be really well versed in it when I was younger, but as I got older, obviously I'm not a Muslim anymore. So I just remember one of the reasons why that we didn't have a lot of pictures of us was because it would be in violation of
like religious constraints,
images not being allowed, graven images. It was almost like the Muslim 10 Commandments type, but it might even be a little more deeper than that. But that's why we didn't have a lot of pictures.
Gotcha.
I say all that to say, Kadri, the one picture I saw, I was like, oh my God, this boy, like this baby is beautiful, and he looked just like Umi. And so it made her afraid.
Oh.
That, oh man,
because he's blessed with his cuteness.
Baby, what I got when I was a little girl and growing up, is going to happen to him too. So she picked the name, not only the name Kadri, which spoke to power and soldiering, and but also his nickname, his first nickname was Tough Enough.
Really?
Man, his first nickname was Tough Enough. That turtle is hilarious. That mug is running through this.
I'm not kidding. He's the sad. He's hilarious.
He literally is. I don't know if you ever watched Tony Baker. He's an Instagram guy. He's Instagram guy, but he does a lot of voiceover. And he has a song when there's a group of animals, and the song will go, "Look at who you came to see." And he'll be like, "We're the ducks, you better bow when we step on the scene." He is literally running around his cage just like with that kind of attitude as his background music. Anyway, as his theme music. So Uncle Kadri,
Tough Enough.
She named him that to make him tough. But it was based in fear of him being abused. And man, it was like I said, that fear is like a magnet. So whatever it is that you fear, we don't realize it, but we inadvertently draw it to us, or we give it permit. That's what it is. So in the realm that we live in, everybody that walks the face of the earth, we come into this realm with we come here with an inheritance to have an answer, remedy, and solution for any issue that we'll ever face. And we embody answers, remedies, and solutions. And when we tap into that, it's like we're shining our light. It's like you're shining your light when you on stage, when you're doing this, when you're whatever you're tapping into. You're like, yo, I can do this, and I do it. That's shining your light. So now there are adversarial forces that don't want you to shine your light. That they know that if you become you, if you shine your light, if you get the big role at whatever the play is, or whatever the next genre that's hitting the screen, whatever, if you do that, you're going to set a whole bunch of people free. So they have to make sure that you don't do that. And so that the fear has to figure out a way how to get in and unseat you from that place so that they don't lose their power,
right,
if you will. So all that is saying when Uncle Kadri got his name, and you talked about Kadri and Kadir having their name, that was the reason why Umi chose Kadri, because they're like, oh, this is a beautiful babe. We got to give him something strong to protect him. And then I got to nickname him a name. I got to like, hey, you're tough enough. And he actually turned out to be pretty, but it was that energy still drew it. And so he still, all of us experienced the ravages of sexual molestation when we were younger in some form or fashion. And it was just like thinking like I didn't, if I didn't know about my mother and what she shared with me, a week before she died, then sometimes you will be like, well, why do certain things happen? A lot of times we think things are random.
Right. When
they happen to us, nothing is random. We may not know why it came about, but there's a proverb that talks about, it said a curse has to have a cause. Everything has to have, there's a reason why. So we might not know what it is, but it's a reason why it happened. So anyhow, even watch this. I remember when I got the nickname Rocket, and man, just how I look at it like divine intervention. And I remember when I was watching something, and it was like, really all a rocket is just a big engine. It's just a powerful vehicle that has the ability to go from one place to another place, and you can put stuff in it and put stuff on it that doesn't have the power to get there, but it has purpose in another place. Right. So you just put it on a rocket, and then the rocket takes it. The rocket drops off. Now this thing is accomplishing its purpose. It couldn't get there on its own, but you put it on a rocket, it can get there, and then the rocket drops off, and then they come retrieve it, and then it's just started all over again. Yeah. And I was like, you know what? That is, from a personality standpoint, and from a when people are like, well, what's your real name? I'm like, no, I'm Usher Rocket. It's cool, nothing. And it's almost like what you said when you assess, okay, the environment. You're like, I just call me Q. It's no big deal. Just call me Q, or Khalil, right? So it's that once I understood what a rocket's purpose is, and then I remember I understood that, wow, even a nickname that I got in 8th grade, it's fitting for what I do and purpose in the earth as well. And none of it is something that is taken for granted. So yeah, man, it's pretty cool, and I'm again thankful to be able. So watch this. My maybe great grandchildren will never. You might meet them, I might not meet them because it's just age, man. I'll be dead or something. But now they can see straight from my mouth. Right. Yeah. That.
Right. The story.
The story has been told because cousin Khalil, great cousin Khalil, was able to use one of his gifts to shine his light on a podcast.
Yeah. And and it kind of reminds me of when I think I was like, I gotta say I was like 13 or maybe 13. Okay. When we went to that first family reunion.
Oh, that's right.
And Uncle Bert sat us all down and gave us a brief history of the Ismail family, right? And before that, I had no concept of where essentially we came from, right? Or what our history was. Wow. Right? And so that was like the first time ever sitting down and being like, wow, I didn't know any of it. And you know what's funny? And I didn't realize this until like last year, But my dad, right, always told us, he's like, you're African, we're from Sierra Leone, the story,
Right.
And then Umi was Indian or something, right? And I thought forever until last year that she was Southeast Asian Indian.
Oh,
I thought I had no idea that she was Blackfoot. Like that was I never made that connection until last year. That I was like, they were like, yeah, because like slavery and the Native Americans cross paths. Like I was like, oh.
Bruh, let me tell you something. That is funny. I'm about to show you a picture of your. So this is on Umi's side. This is Umi's father. So this is your great grandfather.
I just want to check something.
And
Oh, chat is disabled.
what happened now?
Oh, I have the chat disabled on it. Let me just do something really quick. I hope I'm not. Shouldn't have to stop this to do that.
Oh, do you have the?
I have the thing turned. Oh, there we go. Let's do that. Save. Okay, now the chat's live. There we go. I did not have it on before because I put it on kid friendly, and it gets on kid friendly. You can't do.
Oh.
So now we're good. Now the chat. There's the secret.
Okay. If someone, okay.
Yeah, we're good. This is just on a slight delay, so I'm about. What is that?
That's Umi's dad.
Oh my god. That. Okay, hold on. I wonder if I can make this work. Yeah, look at.
Oh, you can see it a little bit.
Yeah. Now that is. What is that?
That's Larn, Larn Moore.
Larn Moore.
Moore.
I'm shaving my beard this week.
Are you gonna do it like that?
I think I'll just do this.
Bruh.
I think I'll just do this. That's this is just. Could you send me this, please?
Yes.
That is funny, but that's really cool.
No, for real. And so, but this is even more fascinating. Check this out. And it's like, a lot of times, all of this type of information it's hidden in plain sight. However, this is not the time to talk about that, except to say, when you talk about black people in America, there are a large number of what we now call black people who are indigenous to America, and we don't even realize it. And we just think all of us came over as slaves. Mm-hmm. And Moore, his last name, the Moors were, if you ever get an opportunity, there's a bunch of YouTube videos, but just like look up the history of the Moors in America.
You mean like the Moors out of Morocco, kind of?
Perfect. Yes, Moors out of Morocco, and just I think it was one of a good documentary is, I think it's called "They Came Before Columbus." That's one of them. But man, I used to wonder why there would be in like the 1800s and such, there would be like all these black people in positions of political power in the pictures. Like, oh man, that's a black guy. I don't know. I thought it was just slaves. And then all of a sudden, you just wipe that away from the history, and it's like, oh, well, it's hard for black people to be politicians or putting them in position of power. And it was like the whitewash was done. And the reason why the whitewash is done is because, like, I noticed this with my classmates who came from let me send this to you, who came from a country, like if they came from the Caribbean or if they came from an African country, and they, from the time they're born, they see black people in positions of authority, just like all throughout society. Yeah. It's just regular to them.
Right.
And their interactions are regular with, if they come to an all-white society or a society where all the white people are in positions of authority, their interaction with them is, there's no kind of like, oh,
it's different. Yeah, it's different. It's like they look them in the eye, they stand up, and I used to notice this when I would play the NFL. Guys that came from like Mississippi or Alabama in general, young guys, it was like they would have like
they would have a sense of awe, like, oh my gosh, you talk to white people like that? Look,
Like an inferiority complex almost?
Because that culture, that spirit is what they were brought up with.
Sure.
And then they were like, hey, you're going to go out there to California. You better not say nothing to them white folks. Like that kind of...
I know exactly what you're talking about.
That spirit. And it was like, for me, I remember moving from... So we're 10.
Mm-hmm.
My father, Abuya dies. We move to Detroit for 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Then we come back to
Jersey?
New York.
Yeah.
And then we move to Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah.
And with my grandmother. And it was like back then, I mean, now it's changed now in Wilkes-Barre, but back then, man, like all the black people pretty much were related in Wilkes-Barre.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just like that. And so I remember it was like, Wilkes-Barre is probably at the time like 97% white, or what we call white. And I say what we call white is because that was the first time I realized that even though they might be classified as white, anytime you met, I would say 99% of the white people who you met that were classified as white, if it got on the subject of their ethnicity,
Mm-hmm.
they knew they were Assyrian, Lebanese.
Oh, so
they knew they were from Egypt. They knew they were Irish, Scots Irish,
Mm-hmm.
Welsh, Polish,
Lithuanians,
Jewish.
a big one out there.
Man, like they knew the specific
ethnic
group under the white umbrella that they were from.
And that's still the way it is there.
And they led with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they didn't lead with I'm white. They led with
I'm Italian.
I'm Italian, or I'm it was a lot of
Italian and Polish are like the two big ones in like the
Irish
vicinity.
Irish was as much, but a lot of Lebanese, a lot of man, it was just like a lot of different ethnic representations, and like I'd never seen that before. Well, I'd never been exposed to it before, but it was just very educational, to say the least. I'm sending this to you right there.
Thanks.
Select. So anyway, what was I talking about before? Oh, I'm sending you this so you can get your beard game on a higher level with this indigenous relative of ours.
That's gonna be very very funny. I'm very excited. Lauren Moore. I don't know if you saw a couple years ago I did a murder mystery that took place in like a Victorian era. Wait,
you did a murder mystery?
Like a murder mystery play.
Here?
No, this was out in Hawaii.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I did a murder mystery that took place. It was called Murder at the Victorian Estate.
Okay.
And it was fantastic, and it was completely improvised. So it was a 1 hour improvised show that was a murder mystery from the beginning to the end. The entire story made up as we go.
Okay.
Granted, there's a structural premise to it, so like it's not like we're just like freewheeling the entire thing, but everything is organic, no lines repeated ever. Super awesome. It was crazy.
Would they just give you like a blueprint or something, or you?
So they create. So I got to do some awesome improv in college, and honestly, one of the most formative things I got to do that helped me both in stand up and my acting just in general was working and doing improv. And shout out to Emily, you're the best. My captain. So she and Malia, who again shout out, you're awesome. They created so in improv, like in long form, there are structures that you use. For example, there's the Armando Diaz. That's I've named after probably the guy who made it. And what actually I have a book right there. But the structure is you stand in a line, one person steps out, and they tell a very honest story, a very true story.
Okay.
Based on the details in that story, the rest of the people in that line are listening, and they're thinking, okay, how do we make this into a scene? How do we make this into a scene? And once there are enough details, while that person's still even talking, they will step out. And once they step out, that person stops. That person stops. And then based on the details in that scene or whatever, it doesn't even have to be the exact it doesn't have to be that exact monologue, right?
Is this like a universal exercise, like every impromptu class teaches this, or just what you guys do?
So the Armando is well known. That style itself, well known.
Okay.
But there are home brews and things that people create. And so the structure that we used for Murder at the Victorian Estate was created by our two directors. They made this together. Yeah, and it's awesome. And it's brilliant because we had to create it in such a way that you could do it on multiple nights and still have different results.
Right.
So in the structure, it's like a listed structure. There are, A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, and each of those characters, and it's not that I'm A1 every night, right? I could be A1 night 1, C2 then, and you have to know as an actor what your responsibility as that position is in the grand scheme of things. So I honestly to explain, I could explain the whole thing. But copyright, it's not really copyright. No, it's not really copyright. But it is their intellectual property for sure.
Okay.
So I don't want to spoil too much.
Don't let.
But it's because it truly what they did was amazing. So I got to do this murder mystery, and again I have actually I'll show you the picture downstairs. Okay. I have a portrait of my character. Okay. In my kitchen.
All right.
But my character, his name was Dr. Ramus Igno. So Dr. Ignoramus, right? So he's in some of the shows he was a mad scientist, and others he's a scholar that's just goofy or whatever. And it changes every time.
Right.
Why was I talking about this? Oh, because it took place in the Victorian era. I shaved my beard into I just shaved out this part. So it's just a chin strap that wraps around to a mustache.
Okay.
And there's a member of the Hawaiian royalty, King Kalakaua, who had this. And so I was rocking the King Kalakaua beard for like 2 weeks when we were doing a Victorian era play. I'll show you the picture. I can pull it up actually. It's very funny. Let me see. I think it's. It is like one of my favorite. Literally, my favorite show I ever did in college was probably that. There it is. That's the beard.
Bro.
Yeah.
You look totally like a royal figure.
Put it in black and white. Like, that's how it would, right?
Just, whoa.
Yeah.
Man, heck yeah.
Yeah, I'll show if it pops up. There it is. Not the best. Yeah, there it is.
There, right there.
Nice. Yeah, see?
Boy, man, that looks like, for real, man, you need, well, I don't know, next time they do those period pieces on Netflix.
Put me on Bridgerton. Give me Bridgerton season 2. Put me on Bridgerton. Somebody told.
You could kill that.
Yeah, I was like, it was so much fun, and the process was so much fun. Like I couldn't even I literally just it was the most fun with the best people in the right place, and it was just like a bunch of minds that were working together to create something awesome. And after we sold out like 2 or 3 of our shows, which was like an incredible feeling because we weren't even like a main stage show. We were a late night show. So after the big, after the school show goes up, we go up after that at like 11 o'clock at night.
Wait, how did you tell your friends?
Tell your friends. We were had an Instagram, things like that. So it was through the school, but it wasn't like heavily funded or anything like that. And our directors put a lot of their own money into it. After all the shows I did at that school, and I did a lot. I did a pretty good amount of shows in 2.5 years. I did 4 shows in my last 2 semesters, back to back, and it was like I was in the fall. I was in 2 shows at the same time, auditioning for a third, got into a third, so I was in 3. Starting rehearsal for the third one as the first one ended and the second was going. So I never stopped. I did not stop from August until February. I did not stop doing shows.
Wait a minute. When you got into, just right off the top, did you do anything in school back at Valley West?
At Wyoming Valley West High School? My senior year is when I started doing theater. I quit playing water polo.
Was that when you're like, yo, I'm digging this? Or was it like, let me see, just do it for kicks?
So, it's a funny story. Okay, so my freshman year, I auditioned for The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Okay.
And I was playing water polo. I just started playing water polo.
At the same time?
Fall sport, right? So Ibrahim, so the thing was I didn't know what I was going to do in high school. I had no idea. I had no idea what I was going to do when I went to high school. Right. And Ibrahim was going to play water polo, and he was going to his sophomore year, and he was already diving freshman year, right? So I just followed him to water polo.
Okay.
And I had like 2 or 3 friends that were doing it. So I went and played water polo, and then I auditioned for The Hunchback of Notre Dame in the fall, maybe like September. and I get cast as like townsperson 7 or whatever, and I'm like, sick, I got to do a play. This is gonna be cool. And my coach was like, you can't do that. He's like, you can't do both because you're not gonna have time and it's not gonna work. And so I had to write I wrote a letter to the director. I said, hey, thank you for this. I'm sorry I can't do it. Right. So I don't get to do this play. My sophomore year is when I get to take acting class. That's the first time the elective is open.
In high school?
In high school.
They had acting classes at Valley West?
It was like, it wasn't like, I'm not going to say it was like an quality.
What?
But it was an elective. It was just
still
elective.
the fact that you had that option.
Yeah, you could take chorus or band or like acting, yeah.
Is that because Valley West has such a huge student body population compared to like Myers or GAR that you were able to, they had more offerings?
Maybe. I honestly,
being a thing.
It was just a class. It was just a class. It wasn't like taking the class wasn't taught, the teacher of the class didn't direct the plays. She just taught she just taught acting and a bunch of other electives.
So you took acting.
So my sophomore year I take acting. One of the guys on my water polo team, Kenny, he's strange. I got hazed a lot on the water. In water polo. I got hazed a lot. And being black in a white sport
different
with in the valley is different, right? And I'm not gonna say all the guys were bad or anything like that. But it's his own, and I got the shit beat out of me. Like it was a time, and it was just I would say some. I'm not gonna say some shit, but so Kenny was on my team, and he was older than me by like 2 years, 2 or 3 years.
Senior.
So he's a junior my freshman year, and I'm right. And so my sophomore year, right? So my freshman year he goes, I'll be your mentor, because I wanted to take acting class, but I wasn't there yet. This was right before my sophomore year. So freshman year, Kenny says, I'll be your mentor, because I was like, I want to do acting class. That sounds cool. And so what Kenny would do on the bus on the water polo trip, Kenny was the most annoying person. He was a junior, so he was an upperclassman. You couldn't really tell him no. Right. But he would just irritate everybody, whatever way he could. Like he'd lean over your seat, like pretend to spit on you, or just like a bunch of just gross things. Like that's how he was. But one of the things he did, he was funny. He was like, I'm looking at this guy like he's weird and funny, but he's just annoying. He's
not like you want to smack the.
Some people want to smack him, but he's a junior, right? You can't smack a junior.
Right.
So when one of the things.
Man, mindset is so crazy.
Right.
If I would have first came out of Newark, and it's a shame, but in a lot of ghetto and hood environments, it's like a beast mentality.
Yeah.
So you respond like an animal when you're irritated by another animal. It's like you strike out like, hey, back, or you punch him in the face or whatever.
Sure.
Or you.
Hold on, let me just write something down.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a thought that I don't want to segue yet.
Got you. So when you say this, it's almost like how my children, it's like what they considered bullying, and I'm like, wait, that's bullying? Like, how could this scar you for life? That's easy compared, but
right, it's the generational difference is crazy.
So. Anyway, as you're saying this, I'm like, man.
Right. These are the
elbow to the throat.
These are the social rules I'm playing by.
That's right.
These are the social rules I'm playing by.
Go ahead.
No, you're good.
Okay. So Kenny's aggravated.
He's an annoying dude.
Right.
But I look up to this because he's like, I'll be your mentor.
Okay.
He's like, I'll be your mentor.
Okay.
And funny enough, that's something I still seek today. Like a good mentor in like my field.
Oh, that is.
It is invaluable, and I do this all the time. Or not all the time, but when I see someone who is like not too far ahead of me, but just like enough where like they're a reachable person, I'll be like, hey man, can we get lunch? Like I just need some advice, things like that.
That is key.
Never happens, but you gotta keep trying.
The fact that you have the spirit of that, and when the right one is there, because some people are very good at outward. I'm not gonna say it's a facade, but some people are good. Oh man, how can I? And once you go behind the emperor's, when the doggone curtain at the Wizard of Oz, and you're like, this mug is a fraud.
Right.
But so sometimes you're being protected, but the fact that you're exercising that, your first mind, and maybe we'll talk. Don't come back to that later. You come back to your first mind, but the fact that you're exercising that and you're taking the steps to explore that. Bruh, that is.
It's because it's because I need. I need to be successful, right? I have this mentality where I know that the what I want out of my life, and like for me the knowing like kind of the levels that how I see kind of like, in a video game, right? There's like levels in a video game.
Right.
So the way I see my career is like, how do I get this experience? How do I make this happen? Where are the cheat codes sometimes even that get me where, because you can't in art, I mean I'll say art generally, but like in acting and comedy, whatever, it is partially who you know, right? Things like that.
Or who knows you?
Who knows me, right? Hey, you come see my thing or whatever,
right?
And all the whole nine. So that's what I'm when it comes down to. Hey, can we get lunch? Things like that. Yeah. I'm just trying to find whatever way that I can level up, right? Because I know my content is good. I know that my stage, I know that my skills are there. But it is like I'll tell you what, the show you came and saw me at. It's my second time there. The first, so my friend, this is work. I don't know why it keeps going on. Anyway, a guy I know from community college, a friend of mine. He's older. I think he's like 40 something. But he was doing their shows previously, and he goes to me and he goes, "Hey, come see my show. I'll introduce you to the booker."
Okay.
And I was like, "Hell yeah!" So this is last year. So I come see the show, and and like the Booker seems like a nice guy. He comes by really quick though, so he leaves. And I don't get to say anything like, "Hey man, I'm a comic. Let me get on your show." Or I don't get to try any of that.
Like network.
It didn't work. But I met him. He saw my face. We met, but we didn't get to go deeper. Okay. So my homie comes back to me and says, "Hey, come to my next one. He'll be there again." Well, okay. I come to the next one. I don't think he was there, or no, he was there maybe. I don't know. It just didn't work out. The second time didn't work out. Then the third time, he's like, he'll come to my show again. He'll be there, and I'm like, all right, dude wasn't there. But the third time, I knew he wasn't going to be there. Because I follow his wife and him on Instagram, and I knew that. And you were like, "Hey, I'm not." I went to the show anyway. Just to support. But I know that he's not going to be there. But I'm a little frustrated at this. So what I did was, because when you remember, you Venmo the guy, right?
Right.
That's the dude. Oh. That's the dude. That's the booker.
Okay.
So what I did was that night after the show, and he wasn't there, and he had he always says like he'll say thank you in the Venmo note or whatever. So I Venmoed him $1. And I said, so I Venmoed him $1. I said, "Hey man, we've met." I said we've met, and in the note I put, "Hey, we've met before. I come to your shows. I've been in comedy for a minute. I've been trying to meet you and trying to book your show. Here's my phone number. If I could send you tape, whatever you need, let me know." Right. The next day, he responds, "I'll call you today." I'm sitting right there. He texted me. He messaged me in the Venmo. He said, "I'll call you today." Calls me maybe 3 hours later. We talk for like 5 minutes. He's like, "Yeah, I'll get you next Tuesday. Come to my show. You'll be on next Tuesday."
Hold on, stop. How did he know? So from the conversation, he said, "All right, you got a spot next Tuesday?"
Yeah. And I'm not gonna say it's the hardest show in the world to get on.
Oh, okay.
But it is.
But
like,
is it meant for when you're? It's like you've been doing comedy now. To me, that was what I've seen. What you did before. That was like another level up.
That is the level up, and that's the level up I needed.
Oh, okay.
Because I needed to get on a stage that was bigger than an open mic, and it's hard. And for me, it was hard because I'm trying to meet these people, and it's not happening.
Where's the dollar coming in? Where did that technique come from?
I just thought I was like, I need to communicate with this person. I don't have their phone number. I don't have anything else. I only have their Venmo, and I know that they see this. Let me give you $1 for a dollar for a penny for your thoughts. A penny for your thoughts.
Yes, okay. So one of the things that when we talk, and don't forget Kenny. I got it. Way off of Kenny.
That's okay. Kenny, right?
Kenny, and he was in a buzz, and he's like,
I got you.
And this we got here by a mentor.
Yes.
But I'm just saying this one thing in regards to the First Mind.
Yeah.
The reason I believe. So remember, he said there's a cause for everything. We may not know what the cause is. Because you're faithful or trustworthy with, first of all, you're not operating in fear. So for me, my disposition and my personality is naturally, like I'm the guy that until I figure it out, or unless it's like an emergency, I'm the guy that needs a manager or the friend that has the mouthpiece on him that, "Hey, this is my man Rocket," because I don't like to big up or talk about myself.
Yeah.
But so one of the reasons I believe that idea came to you and you follow through is because you listen to your first mind. And when you listen to your first mind and you give intention of listening to my first, and you're not afraid of making a step, making a call, going someplace, see what happens. Okay, it doesn't happen, that's cool. I'm still gonna go. I'm not gonna be discouraged. I know that this is an integral part of the next level up. Then whatever you need is just added to you. And all you're doing is facilitating a divine inspiration idea that will. Now, you said something earlier. You said, I want to be successful.
Yeah.
One of the things that from my college coach, and he's a renowned motivational speaker. And one of the things he said to me early in life, just going to him, just like, hey, coach, what do you do in this situation, He's like, well, and I think he was late 70s. He's still alive, but I think he was late 70s when he said this to me. He said, one of the things you're going to realize in life, and this is something I'll share with you, is it's not about being successful, it's about being significant. And he said the only difference is that success is just me. It's just me. Sorry. I'm very proud. You're looking at the.
No, I just had to check it.
The mic.
It went down.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. It's a volume thing, so it just had dropped down.
Okay.
You're good. It's when watch. If I express, you can see how it punches
right
in
here.
Right. Yeah. So it's okay.
Okay.
It's just no, you're good. I just didn't. Because I can hear it.
Okay. So
wait, hold on. What did I hear? Hold on. What did I do? Oh, I know what I did. We're good. I accidentally played an audio clip where it just goes, but it's fine.
You hear it? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I kept the headphone on, so I can make sure that we're good volume-wise.
All right, so am I good to stop?
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
Just volume-wise.
So then.
There you go.
So for you,
this is about being
the
successful, or yeah.
So being successful is just me. Significant is me, and then I'm mentoring, or I'm sharing the blueprint, or I'm willing to give, hey, this is the insight, this is the understanding. And what you never do, though, is you never give your position away.
Right.
Because that's what I did. And what happens is that's giving up your birthright. That's littered all throughout biblical stories of one guy in particular, but it's like, when it comes to you so easy, or when it's something that it just flows out of you, and a lot of times you don't realize the significance of what it is that you're doing, and you're shining your light, or you're being you. Then sometimes you'll see people and you'll sense, I'm not going to say hatred, you'll sense their not being you, meaning they struggle to get to where they are, and they have to work extraordinarily, it's labor intense, it's toiling for them, and you're doing the same thing, and you're just flowing. And it's like, when I would see people like that, I'd be like, man, try this position. Look, no. Never do that.
Really?
Never do that. What you do is you share with them, this is how I did it, this is how I do it, this is the person I talk to, this is the meals I eat, this is when I go to sleep, when I wake up, this is the people who you have to call, this is the use my dollar Venmo technique. Give them all of that, but never get up
out of your seat
and say, here, you sit here.
Okay.
When you do that, then it's like a supernatural violation of a rule that you were born for this. And now that you've forsaken it, then you no longer are deemed a good steward. And now, in order to get back into the seat that you were born for, it is going to take you on a journey of struggle, of toil, of heartache, and you're going to be like, whoa, that was not, and this is the other thing, it doesn't just affect you, But anything or anyone connected to you, they're going to feel it as well.
Gotcha.
Then so I'm just saying that in this journey of your growth, and every time you go to another level, whatever level you're on, never give that level up, man. Just say, hey, this is how I leveled up.
Right.
That's
Gotcha.
allowed.
Yeah.
So anyway, significance is people who
share the blueprint.
Yes, and it's very important for us to that's a part of loving your neighbor as yourself.
Sure.
Success, for the most part, is just like, man, dog eat dog world. The principle that they use for successful people, it's just business. So because it's just business, you could do whatever you want,
right?
Because and it's allowed, and you could be underhanded. You could be.
It's all is fair in love and war.
All is fair, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't fall into that.
Okay.
So that is what I wanted to share, and because you listen to your first mind, you're going to keep getting, and it's very important that you keep staying intentional about it so that it's clear. Because what happens is, just like there are external forces that are always looking for ways. How can I keep Khalil down? How can I keep Raghib down? How can I keep whoever is listening to this podcast down? How can I put you in a position where your light won't shine? And because your light won't shine, my position isn't threatened. Then internally we have the same forces operating. So it's like the flesh and the spirit. So as long as you're intentional about listening to your first mind and moving on that, then it keeps that other part of you, that there's a part of us that stands in agreement with the forces that are external, that don't want us to be our best. And they want to figure out, like all of our addictions that can sidetrack us and take 10 years off our lives, or that can put us in a position where instead of going down a righteous path, we go down the path where now we're in the system all the time. We're always divorced all the time. We're always violence. We're always putting ourselves in positions where it's just like life is, the world is challenging, but some things make it more challenging than it has to be.
Sure.
And because you've chosen to listen to your first mind, man, creativity, insight, and all of the best that comes from your father and your mother and from their people, that'll have a clear path to be made manifest through you and in you, and you'll be able to operate according to the greater works principle. So the greater works principle,
tell me,
is when Christ, and this is a supernatural principle, but I see it so many times for it. I know it's a natural principle as well. Every human being walking the face of the earth is meant to, in some capacity or some manifestation or another, whether it's positive or negative, every human being is meant to, whatever is their fathers, mothers, whatever's in them, even if it's untapped or undiscovered, that's positive, the next generation is meant to do greater.
Sure. Yeah.
Or it can be negative. They can do great on a negative level too.
Sure, like the sins of the father passed down to the
so
level,
just on a positive note as well, but on a greater level. So what happens is a lot of times the generation be like, they'll look at what the parents did and they'll be like, oh, I can never do that, man. No, don't ever bring that doubt out of your mouth. I mean, you can be like, man, that seems like it's gonna be hard.
Right.
A good parent be like, no, look, you got everything you need to be amazing. Because you've been diligent with being aware of the first mind, then that greater works principle is always going to be in operation. And you might not even realize it, but just know, just have that, it's like that expectation, like that the whole truth is, man, I'm supposed to be you, your brothers, everybody, all your siblings, like this is something that everybody that walks the face of the earth has an inheritance to become. Even if you get sidetracked. This is still something that you have an inheritance to become, and so don't forget that. And man, I salute to you. And now we can finish with.
Oh, Kenny.
No, it was
Kenny. You had asked me about how I got into acting. And all
right.
that.
That's what. Right.
You asked me how I got into acting. Kenny's annoying.
Right.
Kenny's annoying.
Right.
He's my mentor.
Right.
And one of the things he did on the bus. Are you you're familiar with Alice in Wonderland, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Lewis Carroll in the book Alice in Wonderland writes this poem. I think the poem itself is called Jabberwocky.
Okay.
And you've heard.
Wait.
You know, like the dancers, Jabberwockies?
Yeah,
that's the name. That's where the name comes from.
I did not know that.
So there's a poem. So the poem, it is composed of real words and nonsensical words that sound like real words. That by listening, in the context, you can kind of guess what they mean. But what Kenny would do is he would like perform this poem through the seats of the bus, and I'd never seen it written down. I had never seen it written down, but I paid such close attention when Kenny would do this.
So you knew he was doing it, though.
Yeah. I'd watch him do it.
But I'm saying you knew he was
doing a poem
on the bus a poem.
Yes.
From Alice in Wonderland.
Well, I didn't know it was from Alice in Wonderland at the time.
Okay.
But yeah, he was like, this is the poem's called Jabberwocky. He was like, it's called Jabberwocky.
Oh.
He's like, I'm gonna do Jabberwocky, and then he would do it.
Okay.
And he would go through the seats and he'd like get over people, and he would just do this poem. And I had never seen it written down, so I didn't know what these words looked like, or because it sounds like you're making stuff up. But I would listen and I would watch him, and then one time I was like, and I would listen, and I could like starting to piece it together. And then I was like, hey Kenny, can you just do this slowly for me? Like just sitting here, can you just do this for me like one time so I could? And then I memorized it. I had never seen it on paper, and I just hearing him. And I'd be like, hey, Kenny, will you do Jabberwocky on the bus? And he would do it, right? 'Twas brillig in the slithy toves, the gyring gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borough groves, and the mome rats outgrabe. Beware the Jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the Jub bird, and shun the frumious bandersnatch. He took his vorpal sword in hand, long time the manxome folk he sought. So rested he by the tum-tum tree, and stood a while in thought. And as in uffish thought he stood, the Jabberwock with eyes of flame came whiffling through the tulgey wood, and burbled as it came. 1, 2, 1, 2, the vorpal blade, when snicker snack, he left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing back. And hast thou slain the Jabberwock? Come to my arms, my beamish boy, O frab just day, calloo callay, he chortled in his joy. 'Twas brillig in the slithy toves, the gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borough groves, and the mome rats outgrabe. That's the poem.
Yo.
That's it, right? And it never left my brain. Never, since 2009 or 10, it never left my brain. And that was one of the instances where I was like, I want to be able to do that, because he would just perform it with such gusto, and it was crazy, and I wanted to do that. So here I am playing water polo, freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, beginning of senior year, right? And I did other stuff, and I hated swimming. I didn't like being in the pool.
Bruh, you hated swimming and you were doing water polo?
I hated it.
You gotta go.
You're never not.
You're the whole time.
You're never not swimming. Luckily, I was on the bench for 3 years, but
Whoa.
But I went to and I did swimming my freshman year, and I hated that the most. I was so miserable the entire season, and my coach was like, "You have to swim because you have water polo. If you want to get better at polo, blah 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 blah." So after my freshman year, I didn't swim sophomore year. I wrestled. I wrestled and did martial arts with my dad.
All right.
Junior year, and I did track in the spring also, kind of whatever. But I get to senior year, and like I said, I was called what it was a made up thing, but it was called a 4-year freshman. Kenny was a 4-year freshman, and a 4-year freshman is a person who, if you're you never gain upperclassmen rights, right, in the social structure. So unless of course, right. So if you're a senior and you're the 4-year freshman, you're not a senior. You're a freshman to everybody. So I can talk to you the same way I talk to a freshman, even if you're a senior.
Wait, who dictates if you're a 4-year freshman or not?
So the seniors of your freshman year class. So when I was a freshman, the seniors and upper and juniors decide one of the freshmen to be the 4-year freshman. I was chosen my freshman year. So there was never the same respect, ever. It's crazy. It's just it's just messed up hazing and blah 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 blah. Weird social structure. Yeah. Right. So I've been really mistreated for like 3 years, and Ibrahim goes to college right the summer before my senior year of high school, because we're 1 year in school apart.
Right.
And my mom, and so my parents divorced right before then. So my mom's kind of, she had like her new boyfriend or whatever was just around, but my mom needed help moving him to college. And so I tell my coach, I'm like, hey coach, I need to miss like 3 days of practice or something. It was like a Friday. It was like during our triples practice. I was like, hey coach, I need to miss a couple days of practice to go with my mom to West Virginia to move my brother into college. And he threw a fit. He threw a fit about this. And then I was like, so I came back from the trip, made it like I think 2 or 3 days into the next week of triple practices, and after like our first lunch break was after like second practice, I think, I was like, guys, just drop me off at home. Like I just don't feel good. I just don't feel good. Had to drop me off at home, and then I had this feeling in my head. I was like, man, I really don't want to be doing this anymore. And that summer, but right before these triple practices, I had been working at JCC camp where I grew up going to JCC camp. And I was working there, and my old acting teacher had gotten like fired. And the new acting teacher and her husband were running like a dance workshop at JCC camp. Okay. So I meet her at camp. So we talk. I'm like, I go to Valley West. She's like, I'm gonna be the new acting teacher. I'm gonna do the fall drama, the fall play. And she told me, she was like, I want to do either this fun pizza comedy or this like murder thing. And I was like, oh, that's cool. You should do the pizza comedy because that sounds like way better. And she's like, oh, well, you got to come do it. And I was like, I play water polo.
Wait. This is
right before
JCC's. Are they having it at the JCC facility, the summer camp facility, or just in school?
So I meet her at camp.
Right.
Running a workshop at camp.
Right.
Not attached to school yet. Right. But the play is going to be at school. That's the Valley West fall play. Okay. So, I'm in her acting. She's my acting teacher that year, and so I'm playing water polo up until this is like right before school starts, and I'm miserable. And I go home early that one day, and then I'm just thinking to myself, I'm like, I just don't want to do this. I want to do this pizza play instead. I don't want to do this anymore. And I didn't even ask my parents. I didn't ask my mom. I didn't talk to my dad. I didn't say anything to anybody. I went to practice the next day. I think they asked all the boys to come early. So we go in early and come out of the locker room or whatever, and my coach had us have a meeting about me. And
Unless you didn't come to the third.
Because I skipped the end of the last practice. Right. And because this is the rudest and like most inconsiderate thing, and this is what really made me not look back, was he had, and I was a goalie, right? I was going to be senior year. I was going to be starting goalie. Oh. Yeah. Oh. This is like, so I did my time. So I did my time. Right. And I got decent enough, and I was pretty good. I'm not going to say I was amazing, but I was pretty good. Okay. I was going to start. Okay. I come back to, I get to this meeting. All the guys are sitting there, and my coach is like, "You're unreliable. Your family's unreliable. Like my family is unreliable." Right. I'm like, what?
You're always graduating and going to college. Yeah. Damn it! Why do we have to move them?
Oh, the only 2 black kids on our water polo team. They're gone. Like what? So incredibly rude to me. And then like he's like, Timmy is gonna start before you. I'm like, Timmy? You mean junior Timmy, who has never been a goalie before, is gonna start before me because I didn't come to practice yesterday. I had to help my brother move to college last week. And I was like, honestly, coach, I'm just good. I'm done. Like, I don't need this. I don't want to be a part of this. And I told one of my teammates before this. I was like, I don't think this is right for me right now. Okay. I told one of them. And so that day, I just went back in the locker room. I got changed. I went out the other door, and I never looked back. And then my mom found out, and she was fucking furious. My mom, because my mom was like, you could have gotten to college, you could have, and I was like, and then I waited like, I think she didn't find out for like 2 days. I think it was like 2 days. Because I went to my friend's house. Right. Went to my friend's house, and then I went and did something else. Like I just wasn't. It was summertime. She's working anyway. Right. And then she found out. She got so mad. She's like, you can go to college for that. I was like, I've been doing this because I didn't know what I was doing. Right. So then the auditions are in like September. The play it's in December. So theoretically, yes, I could have played my last season of water polo if I wanted to. But I didn't want to do it. Right. I didn't want to be a part of something that I didn't feel right in. Right. So I auditioned. So this is honestly my favorite part of the story, is the audition list the character list comes out for the auditions, and my friend Kirk, who I love to death, and I can talk about him later, but he wants to play the kind of like machismo main guy named Tony.
Okay.
And so they're Italian. The premise of this play is they're Italians. It's a pizzeria.
Pizza play. Okay.
It's a pizza play. It's a comedy. Okay. And he wants to play Tony, who is like the suave son of one of the sons, because it's about two sons who fight over. The dad dies, and they both have to run the pizza place, but the one son is socially amazing, but he can't cook. And the other son can cook really great, but he's a dork.
Right.
But he's got a fiance. Okay. The dork has a fiance. So Tony, suave guy, right? And Kirk wants to play Tony. And then there's this character, Victor, who's like this fat Italian guy who loves pepperoni pizza. And he's real funny. He's like really, really funny. And I want to play Victor.
Oh.
I want to play Victor. And so I'm like, he's got to do an Italian accent, right? So I'm like, how do I do an Italian accent? And my neighbor, the guy who lived behind me, is first generation American. His father's from Italy. His mom's from Italy. And so my mom says, go ask Mr. Joe. He'll teach you how to do it. So I stand at my back fence, and Mr. Joe explains to me how to do an Italian accent. And he's like, you add if you want to speak in Italian, okay, you gotta add like an A's and an O's and an extra vowels and stuff like it is. And I was like, and so I worked with him for a little bit. And then I worked on it, practiced my Italian accent. And Kirk and I are both like at the audition, and Kirk we've already decided, like, I want to be Victor, he wants to be Tony. That's what we're gonna go for. Okay. If we don't get it, we're not gonna be mad at each other. Right. Whatever. But that's what we want to do. So we're sitting out there. I go into the audition. I read for Victor, and they were like, okay, cool. And it's like my two English teachers and my acting teacher, right? And they go, can you do like a Brooklyn accent? And I was like, well, how Brooklyn do you want it? And they were like, yeah, just give us your best Brooklyn accent. And so I'm like, oh, I could do whatever you want. Like, you just got to tell me what you want me to say. I do it.
Right.
Just whatever.
Yeah, like that.
So I do this for them, and they're like, all right, that's great. And then auditions end.
Okay.
The next week, the cast list comes out, and I get cast as Tony, and Kirk gets cast as Victor. Right? So we get the opposite thing that we wanted. Yeah. But it turns out we were both made to play the parts we got. Like, we were like what we wanted to play were not the correct things for us. Like, Tony was the character I needed to play. I was right for Tony. Okay. And he was right for Victor. He was hilarious. He was fantastic. Oh. And I was suave, and I was charming, and it was this very different dynamic. But that was my first ever play. I was the lead. I was a lead. I was the main guy. You didn't even go out for the lead, and I wanted to be the funny fat Italian guy. Right, but it worked. Everything. But it worked out, and from that moment on, I was like, I don't want to do anything else. Did it just feel like it was flowing out of you? Like it was just it was natural. I was like, and standing on it, and I did I'll say that. My experience prior to this on a stage was I would MC the talent shows because our acting class was at school. Yeah, because the acting class was in charge of the talent shows, and we do like a fundraiser or whatever. So I would MC in between all the acts. I would just be like, "Hey, next up is gonna be," and like other. Would you say something funny if you wanted to? Not yet. Oh, you gotta keep it straight. Not yet. I didn't because I didn't know. But Kenny being my mentor, right? So my junior year, going into my senior year, Kenny being my mentor, he's a senior, he's leaving. So he was the head MC for a while, right? And we would come up with like mini acts in between and things like that and stuff. But so when Kenny was leaving my junior year, his senior year, last talent show, he goes to me and says, "Listen, I'm gonna hand this thing off to you. So I'm gonna bomb this really hard, and you need to be awesome. So you look even more awesome because I'm doing so bad." So he's taking a dive for me. He's taking a dive for me. Okay. Which is, I was like, what? And I had just learned like a couple jokes. This is like if we had to say my first time doing stand up was then. Okay. Because I was standing up in front of an audience and telling jokes. Totally get it. And I told one joke. That was it. The first time. In between, I was waiting for an ad, and I told the audience a joke. It was like a pun. It was like some kind of pun or whatever, and people liked it. Oh, and people laughed. So you were like... And I was nervous as hell to tell this joke. Okay. I was nervous to tell the joke. Okay. But I told the joke and people laughed. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then the next time I come out to introduce somebody else, one of the guys from the water polo team that was also a senior, his name's Alec. Alec goes, tell another joke. Like he stands up and goes, tell another joke. And I felt like my heart went, go, 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 go. And so I told another joke. And it went off. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. Yes. And so that... so that's the subtext.
Okay.
That is the subtext, and then I get into my first audition, my first play, and then I'm up there and I'm doing it. And I do we do the 1 or 2 weekends of the show, and I feel like a star. I feel like I can show you my yearbook. It's funny. It's actually really
funny. Did they upgrade your status, or you still had to be a freshman?
No.
See the senior.
No. Because I wasn't playing sports anymore, so it didn't matter.
Oh, only for sports?
It was only for the water polo team. It was only.
So wait a minute.
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't the whole high school.
I was like, what?
No. It wasn't the whole high school. It was just the aquatic sports.
That was it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. So, no, I'm in the theater now. I'm safe. Like it does. Like I'm.
Man.
Yeah, I'm new to the theater, but I'm safe. Like no one's giving me a hard time about anything.
Okay.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Yes.
So I do my first play. I kill it. Loved it. It was awesome. And I'm not a singer. I can't I can hold a tune a little bit.
But I bet you're good enough if you have to sing.
If I have to sing, I'll do it. But it's not going to sound amazing. I don't have a voice for that. But it's okay because I can sing in character. If I do a character voice, it's different.
Gotcha.
So in the spring you do the musical, and I knew I couldn't sing, so I didn't audition for the musical. But what you can do is sign up to be the assistant to the director or assistant to the technical director. So I signed up to be the assistant to the director, and she was crazy. She was like insane. And when we got into rehearsals, and she's like, "You want to be the assistant to the director?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." She's like, "Do you have any experience in theater?" I was like, "No, I don't. I just did the play, and that's all I got." She was like, "Okay, well," and so being the assistant to a director in a high school musical is hitting play and pause on a CD player until you get a pianist in there to play the music like a rehearsal, and read when people aren't there, right? So we're like somewhere in the beginning middle of the rehearsal process for this musical, and Kirk, who's he can sing. Kirk can sing well. So Kirk is in the musical, and he's playing this dorky guy. So he's out of practice one day, so I have to go up and read for him, and so I kill it reading the dorky part, right? And so the director, she's like, Khalil, why didn't you? She was like, she's like, why didn't you audition? And I was like, I can't sing. And she goes, oh, okay, like, it's right. She goes, she's like, oh, okay, right. And this is where it gets funny, and this is a weird intersection that like from like now in my life, but so then Kirk comes back. I'm back to hitting pause and play, and then volleyball season comes around because it's a spring sport. Boys volleyball, spring sport. And we have like 3 or 4 guys in our cast that had intended to play volleyball. So what happened was when volleyball practice time came, they all quit the musical. So like we lost 3 or 4 guys to go because they all quit this play to go do volleyball. And our director loses her mind. She loses it. She's like, we're going to put a kibosh on the whole thing. We can't do this. We can't do it. There's not enough. Oh, there's not enough guys. And I'm like standing there with the CD player like Amber, like, I've been here for like 2 months and I know the dances for the most part. Like, I could do it. Like, it's because they're just background parts. It's nothing crazy. It's not like the leads. I'm like, I could do Jailhouse Rock. Like, it was because it was an Elvis musical. I was like, I can do Jailhouse Rock. Like, no, I can do the thing. And she was like, like just kind of like intense, and then 2 of the other guys that were my buddies, they were like, well, we're only in this scene, and this scene, so, and they were in those scenes, so we could just do those, and then Khalil can fill in, the other spots. And she was like, okay, and she figures like the logistics of it, and so then I have a week and a half, 2 weeks. I think I have 2 weeks to learn all the other dances and the rest of this musical. And so I do it. So to tell you the truth, I did not know one whole part of a dance. Like opening night. I didn't know it. I didn't realize I didn't know it until then either, so I was like, hey guys, how the heck does this part? I was like, what do we do? I was like, it's beginning of Act 2. I'm like, they're like, yeah, it's the kick line. I was like, the kick line? Like, what kick line? They're like, the kick line. I was like, they're like, kick, cross, step, kick, cross, step, do a grapevine, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like,
that was like,
oh man. And my buddy that came, and I was on the end, like the far left end.
Okay.
And the one night, my 2 friends, I'm still friends with one of them, were sitting right there in the audience. They could, like, right where I was. And after the show, they were like, you know what? He goes, you know what my favorite part was? I was like, what? He's like, the look of terror on your face when you had to dance. Because I was so scared. I really was. I was terrified doing this. And because I didn't know it. I didn't know the dance. But nonetheless, musical happens, right?
Right.
And I'm fixated on becoming an actor. That's all I want.
Right.
And my mom was furious still.
Well, oh, she doesn't come to see you?
She came to see my plays.
Oh, and
she came to see them.
Does she like, yo, you got the goods, or you're still not convinced?
She doesn't value art like that. She didn't value art like that.
Okay.
So she was like, that was great, but it's like, you should have kept playing sports because you could have gone to college and whatever for that. You know, it's like all that. Because she's all business.
Oh, totally.
She's all business. So after the musical ends, it's like early April, and I'm like, man, I gotta get an acting school. And I didn't have help figuring out college. My mom helped Ibrahim get into college, and I had no idea. I didn't apply to school or anything like that. No one was like, hey, Khalil, now it's time to apply for college. Let's help you apply for college. I didn't know anything. And like, my mom was like, well, I did it for your brother. You should figure it out. And I was like, I don't know anything. So here I am. You know, everyone gets their acceptance or denial letters in April, May.
Right.
It is April now, and I haven't applied to any schools. So what I did was, like right before, like maybe like it's like March, because right before.
What year is this?
This is my senior year of high school, 2013.
Oh, okay.
It's 2013. Right, just fresh out of high school, or leaving high school. My mom, I was like, Mom, I want to act. Like, that's all I want to do. I want to go to school to act. She's like, you can't fucking go to school to act. You're not gonna make any money. Blah 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 blah. The whole nine, right?
Right.
And so what I did was I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh at the time, the card game, right? And I was that was like.
I think I remember. No, that's that Pokemon.
It's like Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
It's different, but it's same similar concept.
Okay.
So what I did was there was this school, and thank God I didn't go there because it's like a scam. But there was a school in New York that I had heard about that was based in LA and in New York, and you had to do like a year in each at least. And so I wanted to go there because it was an acting school. That's all they did. It was like acting, musicals, whatever. And I wanted to go there, and they had auditions for their next year that were like later. So what I did was I sold my Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I sold a bunch of my Yu-Gi-Oh cards to afford the application, because it's like a $60 application. I'm a senior in high school with no job, so I sell my cards to get the money so I can apply. So I sell my cards to do that, and then Garrett, my best friend, the one who lives downstairs, his older sister at the time was, I think, fresh out of college, living in New York City. And so I knew that I talked to his mom, and she was like, you guys can whenever. She was like, whenever you want to go, just go to New York and stay with Jamie. So I said, hey, I want to go to this audition. Can we stay with Jamie? And she was like, yeah. And Jamie was like, yeah, absolutely, love to have you. So I sold more of my cards to buy my bus ticket. So I buy my bus ticket. I paid for my application. I go to my own way, right? Yeah. My mom did not want to help me. And when I didn't ask. I didn't say, hey, Mom, I want to go to New York for this thing. I said, hey, Mom, I'm going to New York this weekend.
Like, it was already.
I already paid for it. I was like, Mom, I'm going to New York this weekend with Garrett. And she was like, what are you doing there? And I was like, I have an audition, and that's it, right? So I go to this audition. In looking back, I didn't do well. Because I had fucking 2 plays worth of experience.
Did you know what to, I was about to say, but did you know, did they send you hey, memorize
They said do a contemporary monologue and a dramatic monologue or contemporary class. Like, they tell you what to bring.
Oh, okay.
But I have other than my teacher, I have no sense of what I'm supposed to do, right? And so I practiced whatever. I didn't kill it. I didn't kill it. Okay. Totally fine. But all my hopes.
But you did kill it, son.
Oh yeah.
You sold your Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Right. Yeah.
Set up a place to stay. Like, everything was flowing. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. And it does pay off. It does pay off because my mom. I'm like, I'm going to New York, do this thing. I come back, and and then eventually I get, like, come a couple. That was like the end of March, right? So April, whatever the play, blah blah blah.
Wait, when is school out?
June, beginning of June, June 12th, I think I graduated, something like that. And I get like a month later, I get the letter saying I didn't get in to the acting school.
Okay.
And I'm really upset.
Wait, so that was like the only thing?
Only hope. Because it's the only thing I could. The only thing I knew about it. I didn't have access to anything. I didn't know.
Okay.
Right? Not to make excuses. I just didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing.
I totally get it.
And so I get this letter. I'm super upset. And it's like night or whatever. And I'm like, my mom and I got into some kind of talk about it or whatever. And I went to my room. And my mom comes in the doorway. Right, and she's still just like kind of harping on me, and she's like, "You'll never ever be an actor. You'll never be successful at it." Only time in my life I cried myself to sleep that day. Only time, and I'm like, I gotta do it. I'm gonna do it. Right. So then the end of April comes. Right, this is maybe like a couple weeks after this instance, right? A couple weeks in, and my mom tells me that or maybe it's May. It's probably May. I think it's May. Yeah, it's May at this point. Whatever. Okay. There's a month before I graduate. Okay. It's May, and my mom tells me she's going to California. She's like, "Hey, I'm going to California," and this is because I've expressed that I want to go to Los Angeles. I said I want to come here.
This
is after I got rejected. This is after she told me I'll never become anything.
So you're like, okay, actor, next best thing, go to Los Angeles.
That's what I wanted to do. I only wanted to go to this school because it was based in both places. I didn't want to live in New York. I wanted to live here. I wanted to live here. Okay. But there was no way I was going to get here unless it was through some means, right?
Yeah,
So school's a good way to do that, right? Boom. So now my mom says I'm going to California next week to look at property, something like this, but it's not for you. I'm not going there for you. I'm going there for me for business purposes. Oh. I said, okay, so what the fuck you telling me for then? All right, dig it in. Cool. You live my dreams or whatever. So, all right, so then I remember clearly, I was sitting in my English class, two of my best friends at the time sitting next to me, and my mom had already flown out. She'd been there like a day. And she's texting me and she said, your flight is on Thursday. You come back Monday.
Okay.
So you come back Monday, and we'll go look at schools.
You'll come back to Pennsylvania,
right? So and
then from Pennsylvania go look at schools. Or
no. When I get to LA, I'm gonna look at schools.
Go look at schools.
She said we'll look at schools.
Oh, that's still lovely though to me. Were you surprised? Or
completely
stunned?
I in my head I was like I was like either this is a really like when she said I'm going because when she said I'm going it's not for you, I was like this is either like just a really fucked up way to like dig in and be like ha 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 because like that's not out of the cards, you know. What? It's not, but to me at least, you know, it's not out of the cards. So I'm just like, oh man, so this is like so when she says this, yeah, I'm shocked. She's like, yeah, I'm shocked. She's like, see what's on, look on the internet, see what's there.
Whatever school's got acting.
And we'll see what sticks, right?
Okay.
So on Thursday I fly out to LA, and I had perfect attendance all 4 years of high school. It's the only time I missed school, except for one time freshman year where I cut school, but don't even worry about it. On the record, perfect attendance. Wow. On the record. Okay. 4 years.
Gotcha.
5 in a row technically. Anyway, nice. Just my flex. I fly out. I only looked at one school. I didn't end up looking at other Santa Monica colleges, and it ended up being the community college I went to. And we didn't know. Yeah. So then we look at this. We look at a bunch of houses and stuff. I went surfing in freezing water. Oh. Yeah. My mom's real estate lady, because you know they're trying to get you to buy a house. Right. So they're like, "What do you want to do?" I'm like, "Yeah, hey, you want to come to California? You want to live in California? Here's my daughter and her friend. We can go surfing with them." Man. So I go surf. You know. I eat In-N-Out burger for the first time. Like, you know, it's very. Here's a California experience. And I'm like, oh, I gotta be here. Like I need to be here. And so.
Wait, did you feel that when you landed, or you felt that after?
I got off the plane. And I was like, man. I could just feel this buzz, and then like experiencing stuff. And as the experiences compiled, I was like, I just desperately need to be here. Okay. Desperately need to be here. So, I come back. Then my mom comes back after me, and throughout the summer, it's like we're gonna move.
Wait. So before all that. We went to Santa Monica. So did you apply then?
Since it's a community college,
you don't have to.
You don't really have to apply. You do apply, but it's just like you get in. Like it's like you apply. And so it's not like I had to pay a fee. You literally sign up online and you're in. Okay. That's all it is. Okay. But we went and I asked questions and I sat with an advisor for a minute.
And an advisor they have acting.
No,
something?
This is just they do have an acting school. It's not a school, but you can major in acting there.
Okay, cool.
You can, and that's what I did. I went to, sort of. Because there was always and to this, one of the biggest divides that my mom and I have is based, like, it comes back from that time period where my mom didn't want me to go, she still didn't want me to go to school for acting. She was like, you can do acting in school, but I don't want you to major in acting.
So how does that help you?
Right.
And I can see, one thing I see as a young man, you always, even though it might be, I don't know if it's an imbalanced view of genders, but when you look at the men in a culture, your assumption is they still have to provide in some way or fashion. Right. And acting, even if you're an amazing actor, right, it's still a high risk
It's like 99% no, 1% yes.
Boom, there it is.
That's how it is.
So I'm thinking in the back of her mind, she's probably like, all right, you can do acting in the school plays like you did in high school, but still learn how to do an accountant or be an engineer or whatever.
My first major, I was a journalism major.
Okay.
I wrote for the school paper for my one. I hated it. I didn't like it at all.
But you can.
I can. I can write for sure.
That's a valuable skill. I'm telling you, communicating and writing, all this stuff is.
Well, that's what she said. She was like, "You're a good writer. Just do journalism." And I was like, "Okay." But at the time, I was also taking theater classes. Right. I was only taking like one journalism class in general eds and like 2 theater classes in my first semester. And I got in my first play, like the first play I auditioned for in college, I got in, right? So so in my head, I'm like, how do I not do journalism and just do theater? Then my next semester or whatever, or semester and a half later, my mom was like, I told her, I was like, I don't like journalism. She was like, well, be a teacher. She said, be a teacher. And so I started taking early childhood education classes. But even then, I'm like taking these child psychology classes and stuff like that, which is very interesting to me. And I apply a lot of the stuff I learned in those classes in the real world, right?
Right.
But again, there came a time where I had a night class that was for this major, and I had gotten to a play, and the rehearsals are at night, and you know what I really want to be doing, and so I went and I did what I wanted to do.
Right.
So after that semester, I was like, I'm not taking other class. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not gonna double major. I'm just gonna go to school for theater. Like I'm not doing the other shit. Like I don't want to do it. So my mom wants me to forever. My mom has wanted me to be a lawyer. My senior year of high school, I took a law class that I excelled in, and to this day have a really good aptitude for reading statute and like analyzing stuff and all of that. And I do, and I think it's interesting.
As a side note, one of the observations that I, in my 51 years of life, have noticed is that the most versatile degree across any discipline, any business environment or non-business environment is a law degree.
Yeah, it's a doctorate.
I'm just saying that, and man, so the fact that you have those type of chops as well, oh my gosh. Continue the story. I just wanted to bring that in there.
No, for sure. So my mom has always wanted me to be a lawyer.
Okay.
Right? I do think about it sometimes.
Man, keep that in the back of your head, bro.
It's I'll say the reason that I don't think about it too often is because I don't like. I had a backup plan. Right?
Okay.
I had a backup plan. That was get my master's or PhD or go to law school. That was my backup plan.
Okay.
I had a crazy conversation with a photographer from Canada on a layover in wherever I was. It was a layover. I was just sitting next to this guy, and we had this conversation.
Okay.
And it was just a really insightful conversation. And I was about to mention having this backup plan because we were talking about stuff like this. Mm-hmm. And he goes, but he just was like, "Fuck a backup plan." He's like, if you have the faith in yourself and want to do the thing you want to do that bad and that much, then fuck a backup plan and put everything you have into this fully. Not just like all your eggs in one basket, but commit to this, because if a backup plan is doubt, right? Is saying I don't fully trust I'm going to be able to do this, right? So he's like, do what you need to do to live and pursue your dream to its fullest, right? Don't have that doubt.
Right.
And I was like, no, to me, I was like, that sticks. That makes sense to me.
Right.
So the only time I think of, and I know that I'm going through a tough time when I start thinking about law school or getting my because I'm starting to think like I need to do something that's going to provide more.
Right.
Because I need to get there. I need to get the sense of success, right? For whatever. So my mom has always wanted me to be a lawyer. She wants me to be a lawyer. So I apply after 2 years. I think I applied after a year and a half or 2 years of community college to other schools. I didn't get in my first try.
Okay.
Then 2016 rolls around. It's the springtime, and I had just gone to Hawaii for a theater festival. I was in a show.
With the school
with Santa Monica College.
Okay.
I was in a show, and we got a whole show nominated to go to this theater festival and perform there, which was awesome. It was awesome.
You guys are good. Okay.
It was cool. It was a really awesome time.
All right.
And so at that same time, I had just applied to UCLA. I had an audition at UCLA. I applied for like what's it, San Diego? No, UC San Diego? No, San Diego, and like 2 or 3 other schools. Okay. This is my second time applying.
All UC schools.
All UC schools, okay. California schools, and then I come back from this trip, and I think it's like March. It's March, and at the end of March maybe. And that's when the letters start rolling out. And my girlfriend at the time, I had wrote her essays. Funny story. I wrote her essays for UCLA and all these other schools.
Oh my God! Wait a minute.
I wrote a lot of people's essays over the. I took classes for my younger brother like last year.
Bro, let me tell you something. Yo, okay, continue on, and I would just say, hopefully this thing can edit. Just in the event that they come after the mugs and they're like, "Oh, we got evidence."
They're not gonna know.
Okay.
I've had so many girlfriends. No, I haven't, but they don't know that. Right. So like I said, I wrote essays that got into UCLA.
Right.
I didn't get into UCLA. I didn't get into UCLA. I know why I didn't get in, but it was because of they accept only 27 acting students every freshman year.
Wait, what?
They accept 27.
How's that just it?
That's it. Their acting program, not their theater program, their acting program. If you want to train at UCLA for acting, they accept 27 freshmen. And I was a transfer. If no freshman drops out, there are no spots. But nobody told me that before my application. I had no idea. Right? That's not on their website. So I auditioned for to be an acting major. Don't get in. I don't get in anywhere. I don't get in any of the schools I applied for.
Are all of the schools that you applied for or in the UC system with that same rule that you just explained?
Okay. No. Okay. Because I didn't have to audition for the other ones. Those were just like theater major.
Okay.
But I specifically wanted acting. So I don't get in anywhere. Don't get in anywhere at all. And this is the second time applying. I'm 2.5 years into community college, and I'm like, and mind you, one of the main reasons I even did college, because my mom was like, if you don't go to college, you get out of my house. Because in my head, I'm like, I just want to go act. I just want to audition and do the whole thing. I'm glad I went to college. I'm not going to say I had a great time and everything, and learned a lot. So it's 2.5 years in, I'm like, man, I ain't getting anywhere. And I felt it. Like I knew my grades weren't even that good. Like I just thought like I'm good enough to get in places, but I wasn't. And to be honest, I wasn't that ready, right, to get in.
Looking back.
Looking back. Okay. Yeah, looking back. So I'm walking out of my theater in Santa Monica College. Just had got I got my letters like yesterday. Got my letters like yesterday. I'm miserable. All my friends are like, I'm going to UCLA, I'm going to whatever. And I'm happy for everybody. I'm happy for everybody, but I'm just like in my feelings like, man, I don't want to come back here next year. Like, I don't want to come back in the fall and do another year of community college and whatever, right? So I'm walking, here's my theater. There's the parking lot. It's one path. And I'm walking, and to my left is a University of Hawaii tent. And I see the tent, and I like guffaw. I'm like I was like, well, let me just see. Let me just stop by.
Right.
Because now my opinion, my view of what it takes to get into university is like, I have no chance anywhere. Right. That's in my head. I'm like, okay. I'm not making it. So I walk over to this tent, and I'm just like talking to the lady, and she's really nice, and she was just like, have you ever been to Hawaii? Blah blah. I was like, I was actually just there for a theater festival. She's like, that's really cool. And so, as the conversation progressed, I was just like, what is your accepting GPA? And she's like, oh, we accept a 2.7 or something out of state. And I was like, you accept a what? So yeah, we accept like a 2.7. And if you're from the West Coast states, California, Washington, whatever have you, these states, then you don't pay out-of-state tuition. You pay 150% of in-state tuition, which is less, Uncle Raghib. It is less than me going to UCLA and commuting. And commuting to living in Los Angeles and commuting to UCLA, it would be more expensive to stay here.
What?
I paid like a ridiculously that's not to say it was cheap because college is expensive,
but still,
but like compared to and now I know that this is accessible to me, so I went home and I applied.
Whoa! Day
of, I didn't ask again. I didn't ask. I had my own apartment at the time. I didn't have money, but I had my own apartment.
Oh, okay.
Right, I was still relying on mom quite a bit.
Right.
But I went home, and I applied, and it's the first time ever that I got accepted into college. Ever.
Oh.
Only time ever. Because you're like,
right.
only time. Yeah.
Right.
And I'm like, and I get, you know, it's like, if you don't get in, they send you an envelope. But if you get in, they send you like a manila folder. Oh, nice. And I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So I get this manila envelope, and I open it up, and it's like, hey, you've been accepted. And I start crying. I was like tearing up. Thinking about it makes me tear up. And I'm like, and I'm sitting in my apartment, and my roommate's there, and I'm like, I gotta know, I got in. And he's just like, yes, and we're like, and it's awesome. And then I have to tell my mom. I have to tell. So I think I might have mentioned. I think I told her before that I applied, but then I got in. And she's like, you're not going.
Oh wait, what?
Yeah, straight up. She's like, you're not going to Hawaii. We just moved to California for you. We just moved here, and this is after she's like, we didn't move here totally for you. I need to change of pace, blah blah blah, because of the divorce. Anyway, right. a lot of stuff. But she's like, we just moved. This is because I was there for like three-ish years, right? And so she's like, you're not going. And I was like, no, Mom, I need to go. Like, I didn't get in anywhere else, or I'm gonna sit at Santa Monica College for another year, and then I have to apply again. And even then, who knows if I'm gonna get in somewhere? So I'm like, I could. You're saying stay another year here, or I could just go to Hawaii. And so she was like, and the abridged she was like, you're gonna have to pay for it yourself. She's like, you got to prove to me that you're serious about this, because we just moved to California, you know, a couple years ago. So if you are really serious about this, you're gonna have to put your nose to the grindstone and work really hard to go to this school. So I deferred until the spring, and then I. So
you worked in.
So from May until December. 2016, 6 months, about 6 months, 6.5 months. The 2 days after my community college semester ended, I flew back to Pennsylvania, and I worked for my mom's company. And I worked at my mom's company, and I did traffic control for 6 months. That's all I did. I worked for my mom for 6 months, saved up a bunch of money, and she did help me. She gave me a good amount of money to help. I ended up. I'm not great financially sometimes, so I did goof it up a little bit, but. But at the time I put my nose to the grindstone, and I did the work, and then I went to Hawaii in January of 2017. I knew no one. I went by myself.
Wait, did you already budget it out with regards to what you needed and how to get whatever it was?
So I knew like tuition wise and like where I was. Yeah. So I had that stuff kind of figured out, and that was like my first semester killed it, totally paid for. Right. But again, my mom did help me. Right. Because once she saw how serious I was, and I didn't bitch, I didn't complain, I did nothing. Because in my head, this whole time I'm holding this sign in 100 degrees next to 400 degree asphalt. I'm like, Hawaii. Hawaii. Yes, that's the focus. Hawaii. Yes. That's it. I don't need to be any. I'm like, hey, this sucks, but you're gonna wake up and work 60 hours a week until you get to go where you want to go. Man. And that's what I did, and it worked, and it paid off, and I went, and I know the person that I was before I left. So when I left community college, I know who that person was. Okay. And then I want to say up until the maybe just the moving to Hawaii was crazy, because like I said, I didn't know anybody.
So you're taking a duffel bag full of clothes.
So I have 2 suitcases.
That's it.
And a backpack. And that's it.
And when you applied, you applied for acting or theater.
So their undergrad is a theater program. It's just theater, cool, which is tight. Cool. Which is tight.
All right.
I had read online about their classes and stuff and all this, and so it was cool, right? So I'm thinking, I'm like, man, this is gonna be a real experience. So when I look back at who I was in community college up until a certain point in that like first semester, right? There is a huge shift in my behavior, in the way that I even the way I treat people, and just this sense of, I don't want to say worldliness, because that sounds like, but just a sense of awareness. There's a new sense of awareness, and the thing is like, it's such a cultural. I didn't have culture shock, but it was a shift where in my first meeting with this the advisor, not my theater advisor, but the school's advisor. Okay. She's like, so it's like my second day in Hawaii. I'm gonna meet this advisor to pick out my classes, and she's like, you know, where are you from? Blah 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 blah. Talk. She's like, have you been here before? I was like, only once for like a week for a festival. She's like, okay, I'm gonna let you in on the Hawaii's best kept secret. I was like, please tell me. And she says, you're brown. Mm-hmm. You're safe here. Oh. She's like, you're safe here. You're not the minority. She said, you're the majority here. She said, the way that white people treat brown people on the mainland, that's how white people get treated here.
Yo.
And I was like, one, shocked that this woman is telling me this.
Man.
And I was like, almost didn't believe it. I almost didn't believe it. And I was like, what? That's crazy. Man. That's not, like, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
And as I lived, and I took, so for language, you had to take 4 semesters of language. So I took Hawaiian language. I wanted to take Japanese because I wanted to, because I like anime and stuff. That's why I want to like anime and stuff. So I was like, I want to learn Japanese. And the advisor, she's like, listen, Japanese is really hard. Are you good at language? And I was like, no. She's like, don't take Japanese. If you want to be successful in this, don't take Japanese. And it is a very hard language to learn.
Okay.
And I'm not good at language.
All right.
So I'm like thinking to myself, I'm like, all right, well, like, what are my other options? And she tells me the options. I was like, I don't want to take Spanish again. I did that in high school. Mm-hmm. So I said, let me take Hawaiian. She said, okay. So I signed up for Hawaiian, and I didn't know that no one speaks Hawaiian. Not no one, but like because the native population was colonized and destroyed and all this stuff, that very few people speak Hawaiian. No one on the street is speaking Hawaiian.
Literally? Like
literally. Unless you're on the island of Niihau, which is cloistered off and other people can't come there. No one on the street is actively speaking Hawaiian that often. Unless you're Kanaka, like unless you're Hawaiian and you're about your culture and you know the language, which is very slim.
Are there actual indigenous Hawaiians left? Like they're not Polynesian or Micronesian, but like for real Hawaiians.
So it is very rare to find a person in my generation even, or the generation, or like yours, right? That is 100% Hawaiian. Very difficult to find that because, 50%, 25%, things like that. And what is it? It's like blood quality, something like. There's a word for it, but it's kind of messed up, and it's a colonizing word even that to describe like the blood. I forget what it is. Okay. But, oh wait, that's why it's doing that. Wait, is it? Check. Okay, that's what it is. Oh wait, that's you.
Sorry, what did I do?
No, you didn't do anything. Oh. No, you're good. I just was, because I felt like this was cutting out for a second, but we're good. So I know people who are of Hawaiian descent. I do. So some of my closest friends.
So who do you practice, or who did you practice with? Just people in your class?
So in class, it's just me and Hawaiian 1 with a bunch of random people, and some people who are native, some people who are not, and whatever. But my kumu, my teacher, is awesome. He's not even Hawaiian, right? He's I forget what he is, but he was born and raised there, fully immersed in the culture and loves it so much and is that passionate that Hawaiian language is his life. Hawaiian culture is his life, right? And he's awesome. Love him to death. But this experience is wild, right? Learning the language is great, but so in this meeting I don't know that no one speaks Hawaiian.
Right.
So I'm like, so then I go into this class and the first day he's like, I'm so glad that all of you are here because revitalizing this language is so important. And I was like, what? I was like, I was about to learn Japanese so I could watch anime without subtitles. I'll be here though. Like, but he was such a good teacher and the language is super cool and it was so much fun.
Right.
That I was about it. And I took it for 5 semesters, mostly because I didn't do well in one of those. But anyway, but learning the language opened up so much more, and seeing just the cultural through a different cultural lens was awesome. And so meeting a lot of people and getting to go to things that were just it was people so passionate about their land and their culture and one sustaining it, revitalizing it, and it was just so awesome to be a part of that like knowing that even me, I'm not native, right? I'm an outsider for sure, Haole, right? But it was just like I wanted to be a part of this. I was like, this is super cool. And so I had a couple friends who spoke Hawaiian because if they went to certain private schools, you had to learn it. Okay. In there, so my local friends, a couple of them spoke Hawaiian. My friend Noah, who's like my theater son, I love him to death. We had this show that was awful. Like we hated it. It wasn't awful. It was not a good show. It was not fun to be a part of. Our director was rude. Whatever. Wow. It was what it was. Great part for me. I had a great part.
Okay.
Great part. I kicked ass. But it was just a miserable experience. This is for like 2 months. This is one of those 4 shows I did at the end of my school. Okay. Miserable show. But Noah and I would sit and speak Hawaiian in our chairs. Like when we weren't on stage, we'd just be like speaking in Hawaiian, talking shit. Because it's great. It's great for talking shit. There's so many fun words in Hawaiian for talking shit, and it's not like you're cursing either. It's not like you're swearing. There's no fuck, shit, piss, whatever. None of that.
Not just like a.
No, it's just you. Like if I wanted to call
son
you
of a rotted tree, that kind of in that language.
Even better. If I wanted to call you a shithead, I would call you po'o opai. Po'o is your head, and an opai is a shrimp. So I'm calling you shrimp head because shrimp, you know when you devein a shrimp? Yeah. Because all their organs in the top, they shit from their heads. So I'm calling you shrimp head because you're a shithead. Yeah. So it's stuff like that, right? It's way more fun. It's way more fun and creative. Yeah. Right? So things, I had a fish. You know those pop-eyed goldfish, the Moor goldfish, the big ones? They have like the eyes on the side of the head and they stick out real far?
Yes.
So I had one of those that was this big. I got him from the pet store, crazy story, but I got him. I just had this fish. And I named him Maka Eva Eva, which means stink eye. Because Maka is like your eyes to look, and then Eva is a place in Hawaii. So the redub Eva Eva is like of Eva, and there's a story or like almost like a stereotype that like people from Eva, like when you would pass by them, would give you like this like hard look. So Eva eye, right? Stink eye. So that's what I named my big pop-eyed goldfish because she has some big old stink eyes. You know, stuff like this. So it's a really cool language. And I got to do it. And I had my other kumu, who is the Hawaiian theater professor. She and I got really close. She was awesome, and I love her to death. Kumu highly was up. But just having access to these people, and my other kumu from I took him my second semester, my second, fourth, and fifth semester, and he just made it. He just gave he was like a cool teacher. Like if you were in his class, he was kind of sassy or whatever and funny like that. But if you went to study with him after class to his office, he would tell you the real shit. He'd tell you the real shit. He would tell you stories. He'd have you, and it was studying, like you were working. Right. So me and my buddy used to go to his office after class all the time. I'd bring him Jamba Juice in the morning. He threw one of us a graduation party. When I was leaving Hawaii, I was like, hey, will you have dinner with my family? Like that's how important this man is. And I text him sometimes just to like check in on him, his older guy. But just being a part of that was so special. And so when I'm pinpointing like who I was leaving Santa Monica College, up until the point where I start getting really immersed in, like, I don't want to say Hawaiian culture itself, because that's like, it definitely is a part of it, but even just like living there, and in my experiences with a lot of different people started making me real, because you have to unlearn things, right? You have to unlearn bad traits and habits and stuff. And up until this point, I hadn't been presented with the opportunity to do that with a lot of aspects that I still had. When I moved to California, same thing happened, right? Because I was still using like slurs and all this other stuff that in Pennsylvania you just do it. Like it doesn't mean anything but it does, but it doesn't. But no, it doesn't. Yeah, it's nothing there. And then I move here, and then everything is like, oh, everyone's so sensitive. No, it's not that we're sensitive. It's you're doing something that is above the threshold of okay. So yeah, I could pinpoint again. High school to California, big difference. But moving to Hawaii really shaped a large part of my adult life. And I did make mistakes and whatnot there. And I did, just like whether it was dating or, interpersonal, just stuff like that. I made mistakes, but I learned, but it was such a great place to cultivate, myself. And when I came back, a lot of my friends were like, you kind of changed, you're kind of different. And I was like, yeah, but for the better. Right. For the better, for sure. So like, when I think about, not getting into UCLA and not doing all these other things, I'm like, those weren't bad. That wasn't bad. I needed to go here. Right. It was the first time that I had ever moved somewhere where my identity was whatever I chose. Because I moved alone, I knew no one. I didn't know anyone.
When you got on campus, so you knew to go to campus because they were like, hey, this is where you go, this is who you meet, this is
I went to orientation.
You go to, this is your roommate, or you...
No, you're good. There's just like a feedback thing for a second. You're fine.
You pick a roommate up? Do you have to pick a roommate, or did you...
Hold on. Audio. Go ahead.
Did you...
There it is.
They have your roommates already, or did you have to...
Nope, I didn't get to pick any of that.
So everything was already... You just had to show up.
I had to show up and pick my classes and go to school.
And then after the first day, you met everybody?
So I went to orientation the week... It was like
orientation.
I went to orientation, and that's how I met. And it's funny enough, a lot of the people I met at orientation are still my friends. Like 3 of those people, one of them just moved here, and I'm still close friends with them. But dorm life is what really immersed me in like the college environment and like making friends, right? Because you're just in it with a bunch of people. Yep. The guy who lived across the hall from me was the guy that was on we started this podcast, right? Like, we had a previous one, but He's the dude. He's in Schmokey and The Hair. He's Schmokey, right?
Wow.
And so I those relationships were forged in just various places. Even like I wasn't even that deep in the theater department until like my third semester. Second semester, I finally started getting in. My third semester, I was in it. Like I was, because they didn't.
Were you finally started getting in because you're comfortable, or were they like, okay, you guys for assignments, you have to start doing stuff?
It was because my first semester, all the shows had already been cast.
Oh.
So because I started in the spring, so everything had already been cast, so I didn't really have a chance to like show my stuff or whatever. And then I had funny enough, this one guy. I didn't even realize he was a grad student. I just because he's an older dude, I thought he was just in charge of stuff.
Okay.
When we had done the show in Hawaii with my community college, he helped us load in our stuff because he was the head of a thing. Right. So when I saw him one time, I was like, "Hey man, like, did you help us move in Hawaii? When we came with Santa Monica College?" He was like, "Yeah, I did." He's like, "Your tech director was that mean guy with the thing." I was like, "Yes, that was us," and because I had interacted with him like once before ever. So I had this tiny point of contact, and I'm like, "Hey man, like, how do you like get in here? Like, how do I get in the shows? And like, how do I, he's like, well, since it's spring, all the shows are already cast, blah 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 blah. But next semester, I'm directing a show. So come do my show, or come audition for my show, and we'll see what it's about. So he gives me my shot. His name's Chris. Right. Chris gives me my shot. I audition for him, kill the audition, have a great time. He's a great guy. Okay. Love the process of the show, and that's how I start getting in. And then every show, I did not get in every show I auditioned for, but I got in every show. I got in one show at least every semester. Okay. Right. But that's how I launched it, and that's how I got deeper and deeper and deeper. And then like my last 2 semesters, I'm in nonstop stuff. So, and it was also because I wasn't immersed fully in the theater, that I was still I was hanging out with a lot of my dorm friends and things like that, and just kind of go to the beach or
just
do
good, culturally maturing exposure, just growing things that are growing and exploring and understanding. Man, it's just like I can see how that makes for a well-rounded experience. Yeah. So I had it's nice even now because like at the time, my dorm friends or whatever and my theater friends very separate. They were separate. Yeah. And my theater friends came later. Okay. Dorm friend, because I was living with these people, so then there came a point where they started to coalesce, which was really cool. So even now, a lot of my best dorm friends, my best social circle friends, and my best theater friends, they all know each other, right? Because we went and did stuff together, or they'd come to see my show, and then we would or we go to parties and be like, hey, theater friends, come to this party, and whatever, things like that. So we all know each other. So I went from 2 really broad circles to 1 really nice specific circle of people. Was there a difference in did the Hawaiian culture, was it integrated into the theater, how you learn theater or how you participated in theater compared to how that was experienced at Santa Monica?
Oh, okay. That's a great question. So there's the Western theater. That's what you see on Broadway most of the time. Okay. That's Western theater. That's like, like a Phantom of the Opera, or just like a norm. Those are, that's Western, so like British American.
The Lion King be considered Western? That's Western theater.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. That's Julie Taymor who directed that, and she's a white woman, absolutely brilliant, kind of insane, but her experiences in, I think it's like Southeast Asia, is where she learned a lot of these designs for those puppets and a lot of this, and she's brilliant. Came up with all this stuff. Okay. Won like a billion Tonys. That's Western theater. So talking about like Asian theater would be like Chinese opera, right? Or kabuki in Japanese theater, or no theater in Japanese. So they're totally different styles and the conventions. That's what it's called. So like the conventions in the art that make it what it is. So it's like the DNA. Okay. The DNA is different. They can share, there can be similar things, but it's like Shakespeare is Western theater, but he's his own thing. Okay. Right?
He's like the father of Western stuff, or isn't he?
He
considered that as far as theater and
that's an interesting point.
Manifesting.
He
seems like
he did his because he did so much. He did so much, and he invented a lot of stuff. So I think in a way, yes, but he is. I don't want to say he's the father of Western theater, but I want to say that he's the father of his own thing, and his own thing is so special that it's because I've taken it. Shakespeare is a part of Western theater, but he is not all of Western theater.
Okay.
He's his own pocket. He's classic. He's a classic.
Okay.
And I took a Shakespeare class, right? Okay. And I've taken regular acting classes because there are techniques to do theater, to do Shakespeare. Oh. There's techniques like because if you read it off a page, it's not gonna sound good. It's not gonna sound if you just read it normally, it's not gonna work. You have to know the structure, right? Iambic pentameter. You have to know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's not every one of his things is like iambic pentameter is like a measurement. It's like poetry.
So the instructions say in this act, this pentameter, in this act,
everything he wrote
was in
iambic pentameter. It's all written in this meter. And when the meter breaks, when there's a small piece where it doesn't do that, it's very important usually. And that's a tool in Shakespeare where identifying, hey, the meter isn't entirely right here, so whatever they're saying, you probably have to it's probably important, right? It's probably important. Versus so like say I did, okay, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, okay, my what the hell is it? A Midsummer Night's Dream.
Okay.
Up and down, I will lead them up and down.
And that's how you have to.
That's the
communicate the lines in that.
You don't have to be like no. But that's how it's written. It's stressed syllable, unstressed syllable, or unstressed stressed. Oh man, my teachers would kill me right now. Unstressed stress, unstressed stress. Yeah, unstressed stress. The unstressed. That's one syllable, right? So it's a stressed syllable followed by. I'm gonna look it up right now because I'm.
Oh Lord.
I'm kidding. Iambic pentameter is stress, unstressed, right? Yeah. It is.
So you have to learn that technique.
I cannot believe that I forgot what this was.
Vaguely
That
these terms, but I don't ever remember what they meant.
Oh wait, I just need to look up iamb because it's an iamb is what the actual thing. No, I just want iamb. Because pentameter, so it's like that means there's 10 syllables. A metric foot consisting of one short, unstressed, stressed. That's right. So up and down.
So you have to speak that way.
So
that cadence? Is that a cadence or is that a rhythm?
It's a rhythm. Yeah,
okay,
it's a rhythm.
So you have to speak in that for all the Shakespeare stuff?
It's how you use it. So you don't necessarily speak like up and down, blah, 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 right? It comes off naturally and conversationally because that iambic pentameter was the natural way that we used to speak, right? Or I think to some extent unstressed stress.
Just in a conversation?
Yeah, I mean it wouldn't be like we're rhyming every time. It's not like rhyming. Oh. But man, my teacher would literally kill me. I used to know this I used to know this by the book. But yeah, so it's Shakespeare. All of his writing is in that. So that's a specific type of theater.
Okay.
Right. Hawaiian theater, Polynesian theater, they have their own conventions, right? Mm. So some of them, like my favorite is the Adioi, which are out of Tahiti, and they were this like traveling theater group that was religious, right? A lot of the religious theater and secular theater, like the differences you see in them are super cool. And so like the Adioi were basically, I don't want to say demigods because they were a selection of beautiful people.
Okay.
And
like Menudo or something.
Like
when they were younger.
Yeah. Beautiful. They are beautiful people. Selected.
Okay.
To do this. And it's for the gods. Okay. Right? And they would travel from island to island doing these religious like performances.
So are the religious performances a traditional, whatever the traditional religious system is, or are they a Christian system? Because there's a lot of Mormon influence, there's Scientology influence.
No, these are ancient.
Christian.
These are ancient.
So this is before
this
any
old,
before any infiltration that came from any colonizer.
Right,
at all.
and there are so how we know about a lot of this is adventurers, colonizers, people that are traveling and trying to get the scope of this place. Witness this, and their journals are so funny. Right, they're so funny. There's literally, I do not remember what culture it belongs to, but there's penis clowning. Clowning. So so when you think of a clown, you think of like makeup and stuff like that. Yeah. But clowning as an art is kind of just it's hard to explain that.
Like mimes and stuff.
No, this is clowning. Think about when you call somebody a clown, like you don't necessarily just mean that they're like painted face, or you mean they're like goofy. Yes. Or it's like a kind of a comedic, or that they're an exaggerated. It's an exaggerated thing, right?
Caricature?
Kind of, yeah. So, but this penis clowning was literally like they would, it's like almost torturous to like think about, but they would like bend their, their stuff and like do these, in this culture, it was hilarious.
And it was done
in front of tons of people.
Or the island, so wait, now question.
Yeah.
In the ancient culture, island cultures, were they naked as a general sense of walking around, or was it more like you're naked from the waist up, or were you butt naked regardless, and penis clowning was just a part of how things happen?
So penis clowning was like a specific art form. Okay. It was a specific art form, but it depending on the culture is depending on what you would wear, and like also for certain things you wear certain things. So it's it's similar like clothing. Like culture to us in the sense of like if you're going to the pool you wear shorts and whatever. For them it's like or your casual clothes might be a skirt made of banana leaves and whatever have you, right? It culture to culture it's it makes it's different.
Okay.
But there are so many different types of this theater, right? Because theater is this performance art. Right.
Did you get exposed to all of them, or did they give you at least an opportunity to do any of them? Or
I took classes that were they were mostly like history classes. So like what I'm referring to now is like I took a theater of Oceania. It was a history based course, and we literally went from Hawaii, Papua New Guinea, Samoa, Tahiti, and a bunch of other. We didn't travel.
So that's called Oceania.
Oceania, yeah.
Oceania,
yeah. That's what that
was.
Section
Was that like a nation or a group of kingdoms or something? Or
no, it's like a geographic term. It's a geographic term that describes that area of
that region.
Right. Okay. Even if you look at a map, I think maybe if you look at a map, it'll say Oceania, like in like a broad sense.
Oceania.
But
okay.
like all like this section, like even New Zealand, right? That's like that from New Zealand to like Hawaii, and that whole like island archipelago kind of section. That's Oceania.
Okay.
And like Hawaii being like the top.
Okay.
Right. Like New Zealand, I guess, being the bottom. But I'm not like great at geography, so don't quote me.
Okay.
But so I never did any specific like performance work. Okay. I did a lot of history stuff.
Studying of the
right.
Right.
That was because that the classes I had to take to graduate were those classes. So
instead of being able to perform.
Right.
Okay.
My last semester they taught Hawaiian theater like hands on, and I really, really, really wanted to do it, but I couldn't. I took 23. I took a course over so I took 23 maximum units you could take in my last semester because like something got goofed up. Not my fault.
Man.
And so I course overloaded. Again, remember I'm doing like 4 shows at the time. I on average took like I think 17 or 18 credits a semester.
Really?
Yeah. Because I had to. In my first semester, that advisor I met with wasn't a theater advisor, so she didn't know my recs. She didn't know what I needed.
Did you tell her you wanted to do theater?
Yeah, she knew what my major was. She just was like a school advisor.
Yeah, just kind of.
She was like, "Yep, these are the classes you should take," and blah 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 blah. And I was like, "Okay."
Man.
So so I ended up taking like 2 or 3 classes I could have optimized better.
Okay.
And like learned and been in theater. So in all, I took 3. I took 2 acting classes that were actually technique based. I took puppetry and Shakespeare.
Okay.
So.
Wait a minute. How do you you know how to be a puppet, or you know how to move and talk as you're manipulating the puppet for the people?
Both.
Really?
Yeah, because there's like hella forms of puppetry. So like body puppetry, right? That's like two.
The horse and one's front and one's back. That's a body.
That's a costume, but yeah, it is a form. It's kind of a puppetry. It's kind of puppetry because you are manipulating a big thing. Yeah, body puppetry. So if
Barney is a puppet.
Barney is a Barney's a costume, but yeah.
Big Bird.
Well, no, Barney is kind of a puppet because he has a mouth that operates that you have to manipulate. Yeah, I would say Barney's a puppet. He's a body puppet. A Muppet's a puppet. If even my hand, right? This is a puppet. If I want it to be.
So, you did a class that had. That is a cool. That sounds.
It was awesome.
Really interesting. Like it'd be fun.
Yeah, it was fun and it was very educational, and you learn just like about again like across the world how many different forms of puppetry there are, and also just like how to manipulate your body and do certain things, or you learn how like even to pick up like a water bottle, right? There are things you can do that maybe you just give it a little life, it's like a little humble. It's not, this is nothing, right? But if you I don't know, whatever, like you can manipulate so many things, or right?
Oh, boy.
Hey man, I'm just jerking around, but like there are so many things that it bleeds into. And it was awesome. My teacher was really awesome, but it's really cool because you're like, all right, well, I want to learn more. And for our final projects, you had to choose from any of the forms of puppetry we did. I don't even. It's not in here. It's in storage downstairs. I have my mom bought me this puppet.
Oh,
he's very funny.
Okay.
His name is Frazzle. It's the only way that my niece Peyton would talk to me. Because she would not talk to me unless I used the puppet for like a while. Yeah, does not like, because she don't like me. It's fine.
Wow.
But yeah, so that, and then I took Shakespeare. Right, those are the only two like real acting classes that I took. I took Chinese theater history. I took theater of Oceania. I took a bunch of other things. But I did take classes like script analysis and things like that. Again, you're just reading plays and applying techniques versus like written technique versus like I'm standing up here and doing the thing.
Did they teach you in those script analysis? Did you learn how to write your own script or a television or a play? Or
I took playwriting. I took my first semester. I took playwriting. Yeah, so the course long project was at the end of it. You had a short play that you wrote that could be performed. Yeah, so I wrote a mafia play, and everyone
still have it.
Yeah, everyone told me it was really cliche. It was.
Well, wait, was that on purpose or you?
Yeah. Oh, I wrote because I was like, let me just write a cliche mafia play, and I wrote a cliche mafia play that I thought was pretty funny. Like in my head, I'm like,
is it a comedy? Was it meant to be a comedy?
It's not a comedy. It's a drama. Yeah, it's like a guy. It's like a young man gets pulled into the mafia by choice. Like, not pulled in. He's like by choice joins the mafia, and there's this older guy who's been in for a long time, and he wants to leave, but you can't just leave the mafia. Right, so the Godfather says to him, he says, "Yeah, train this young buck. Okay, when you're done training him, we'll let you go." Okay. End of the play. He's finishing his thing. They're on their last mission or whatever, and the kid kills the guy because that's what the Godfather told him. He said, "If you want to prove that you're ready to be fully immersed in this, then you kill the man that just trained you."
Cool world, boy. That is wow.
A lot of the projects I did in college, because everyone in real life, people expect me to be very funny. They expect me to do over the top, cartoony, goofy things.
People who know you?
People who know me.
Okay.
People who know me expect me to do really goofy stuff.
Because
I'm goofy.
Now, does that flow out of you in their presence, or are you trying to manufacture that type of a personality?
So for a long time, and this is before I went to therapy, that it was very much a defensive mechanism that I would project out this image of me. Not that it was just funny, but it was like completely story based and anecdotal, and I would I would make funny stories and even lie sometimes to make it to be funny, just to make a whatever, so you couldn't get in.
Yeah.
But now it's different because I am fun and funny and goofy and I do goofy things. Right. but it is this. It's a different. It's in a different way. It's no longer dishonest or as a defense mechanism. So people, when they know that in my life, like, ridiculous things happen to me all the time. Okay. And my family is crazy. So
Stuff,
like
so you're talking about within family or just with you?
Oh, I mean, what do you mean?
Ridiculous stuff you said happens to you.
I think ridiculous stuff probably happens in my family too. Okay. But in my sense of things, like, it's in me. Ridiculous things happen to me all the time.
And it's honest, it's pure, so now you can just share
So when crazy stuff happens to me and I share that with people, they realize that, like, not that I attract crazy, but like weird stuff, crazy stuff, fun, entertaining things.
Okay.
Whatever happened, so it's believable, right? It's believable when I'm like, yeah, so I was in Disneyland and I ran into this guy I knew in high school and it was crazy, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's a kind of a weak one, but that's something that happened, right? And
so the reason I asked you if it just flows out of you is because one of the traits that I have, and it would always come out around Umi, Kadri, Suleiman, and your aunt Cassandra. I would become like it would. I think it may have been maybe a gift to bring levity to
I'm just going to turn this down so I can hear it.
To a situation, and I remember being around them. I could make fun of them, and it would be like everybody would just crack up.
Yeah.
But I can't try to do it though. Mm-hmm. Like it'll literally just happen. Like when I'm with your dad, a couple of months back, and my sister, and if I go with Uncle Kadri or something, like, and then when Umi was alive, even when she was in a grumpy, her older stage of life, or didn't find anything funny, man, I could just say something and everybody just crack up or everybody would make fun, but and it was also in a way where it didn't seem malicious either.
Well, I think the important part is it's fun. The book on my shelf is truth in comedy, right? If something is based in truth, it is more likely and usually funnier, right? Because it's again it's not necessarily out of maliciousness,
right?
Or you could use it in that way and like say something that is true and mean and funny because it's like that. But the truer it is and the more like genuine you actually mean it. When I tell the first couple jokes I tell about my mom and my dad, right? It is true.
Right.
The trauma and stuff that it's based in, right? So because it's so true, I'm able to genuinely say these things, right? And because it's so genuine, you're more receptive as an audience to hear it.
Right.
Right? And that's what we talked about a little bit earlier. Because it's so genuine, you're more likely to hear it. And therefore, when I hit a punchline, it's funnier. Right. It's funnier because you're like, oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Right.
It's real. Right. Yeah, for sure. So in that aspect of being around people where like, that comes out of you. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, go ahead.
What was theater, you're in an environment where it's like, man, it's all working. Where does comedy come in that environment? Like or does it not come in then and it comes a little later?
You mean stand-up?
Yeah.
Stand-up came in 2016 when I was back in Pennsylvania working. And I had thought about it. I had thought about doing it. My dad actually is the one who was pushing me to do it.
Oh.
Because he said, this is like, he and I just, what's that word? Like kind of, because we have a tumultuous relationship. Had just come back together at some point or whatever, and we're hanging out, and he was just like, why don't you do stand-up? Because then it's just you doing the thing, and then you'd be seen more. And I was like, that's pretty true. And I'm like, I love attention. Love attention.
Wow.
So he mentions this to me, and I was like, okay, that's not. I mean, like I have jokes.
Does
kind
Wilkes-Barre
of.
have any?
Not really. There's like one comedy place, and then I don't know if they're still alive, but not like open mics every day and stuff like that. But it's so my mom's best friend from high school, his brother. He's like my god. He's like a godfather to me.
Oh wow, he's a.
We're close. He's awesome.
Okay.
But he runs a stunt studio in Hazleton.
Oh.
So this is like his. I think it's 1 year anniversary of being open, and it's Wednesday, and I'm over at his house with his mom and his dad. They all live together, and we're just talking or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to try this and whatever. He's like, well, do you have jokes written? And I was like, yeah, I have some jokes. And he was like, well, the anniversary show's on on Friday, and you want to come up and just tell some jokes, like open up and
Wait, at a stunt studio?
Yeah. It's like pro wrestling.
Oh,
yeah, it's like pro wrestling.
So he teaches people how to be
professional wrestlers
or wrestlers.
Both. Yeah, both. It's a lot of pro wrestling, but he will teach you stunt stuff if you want to learn it. He's taught me some stuff.
And so he just converted to an open mic.
It's literally no.
What? Or you just in the middle of the ring?
I was in the middle of the ring.
What?
And he goes, like, mind you, it is Wednesday. He says, you want to do something for the thing on Friday? And he goes, what? He's like, well, you got like, can you do like 10 minutes? And I had no perception of that. That's a long time. It's a long time.
Heck yeah.
And so I was like, yeah. I can do it. Cause I'm just like, cause I'm not gonna say be like no, cause you can have it. I was like, no, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. I was like, I could do maybe 10 minutes. I'm like, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm gonna do 10 minutes. How am I gonna do 10 minutes? Like, I don't know if I have 10 minutes or anything. Like, I gotta figure something out. So it's Wednesday. I go home. I start looking at the jokes that I have. I'm just trying to figure it out. And it's not enough. It's not even. I don't want to say it's like not even 2 minutes. So I'm real, and I can do like cartoon voices and things like that and whatever. So I'm like, how can I make any of this work? And I go, and he John, he gets up there on the mic, and he's like, welcome to the Stunt Studio, or welcome to the Sanctuary Stunt Studios for 1 year anniversary. We're super happy to have you. Blah 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 blah. He's like, before we get this thing,
are people there? Like,
yeah,
or
not a lot, but
just it's inviting people you know. That kind of scenario.
It was. There was an audience there for the wrestling show.
Okay.
Not for me. They had no idea that a kid was about to get up there and do stand up. They came for a wrestling show.
All right.
So I get up there in the ring, and I don't even know how long it was. Wow. But I know at some point I stopped being funny. Like, it wasn't that I was bombing. I just wasn't. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what I was doing. So like I told the jokes that I had ready, and then like kind of moseyed a little bit. And I was like, okay, I'm done. Like that's how. Like, I had no idea. I didn't know. But that was the first time I ever did it. And I was like, I got a day and a half. I had a day and a half to fucking figure out to do it. So that was the first time I ever did it. And then I went back to Hawaii, or moved to Hawaii.
Okay.
And then I did in January that year. So right when I moved, maybe like a couple weeks in.
In Hawaii.
In Hawaii, a couple weeks in, my school was doing this. My school was doing this like, what's it called? Like a talent show kind of. Mm-hmm. But it was just like, do you want another water? I can go grab you one.
That would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. Give me a second to answer this.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So now I'm
in Hawaii.
Okay.
And they have this like little like talent show thing for like the student housing services going on, and so I signed up, and I was super nervous. Ooh. And this is when I've written real jokes.
How much time have you?
I think I did 5 minutes.
Okay.
I think I did like maybe a tight 5.
All right.
I might not have been tight, but it was 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. So and I'm nervous, like really nervous. And I don't even there's like maybe like 40-ish college kids in this like room where this is happening.
That's a tough environment, especially this is your first time there. And okay.
So I had the friends I had made at orientation came with me, and so to support, yeah. And there was this girl at the time that I was about it. And so I was dressed up. I was like, okay, I'm like in my hot clothes. I'm gonna do this. Okay. And we go over there, and I did it, and it was great. And it went well. I had like, and some of those I still use some of those jokes. Wow. This is the same notebook. I've had I've had that notebook for like 4 years. But I did it and I was like, oh, this is cool. But it wasn't until later that I learned about like the open mic scene and like some other stuff like that. So I was really intermittent for my first 2 years.
Good.
So until like late 2018, early 2019, like I was going like maybe like once a month sometimes.
Oh, good. Okay.
So stuff like, well, you got to go like, like right now I need to be going like 4 times a week.
Man.
That's how, like, at least.
Right.
So I did it. That's where this came. So I'm like, okay, yeah, it's fun. It's whatever. And then the more I did theater and stuff throughout college, I was like, yeah, this is great. And I do enjoy doing this. I love doing theater. I'll do film and whatnot also. But when I started writing better and better jokes, I was like, this is really fun. I was like, this is really cool. And my dad was right. Like when you do stand up, you're the only one up there.
Man.
So everyone's looking at you.
Yes.
And I'm scared of very few things. Very, very few things. Spiders, in-laws, only things. And I don't have one of those. So, right. Like, so even then, like, I'm not scared before I go on stage. I do get like a little nervous, but it's a nervousness that I eat right before I go up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm like buzzy. Okay, done.
Yeah.
That's how it snaps in my brain. But I love the attention, and I know, and the thing is like, if you produce good work, if you work hard and your jokes are funny, I'm not saying that like you can't just work hard and your joke. You can work hard and your jokes suck.
Right.
I know my jokes don't suck.
Right.
So, the payoff when people laugh at my jokes that I know is solely that came from up here.
Right.
And I did it. That feels really, really good.
And it's people you don't know.
It's people I don't know. They have
Yes.
no idea. And that's the thing. It's like I have to be really selective sometimes with the stories or jokes because because if you don't know me and how crazy my life is, then it might not be like as fun. But there are things like the Monica joke, right? You have to
assess the crowd.
I have to.
Well, how do you?
So it's some jokes I know that like are like good and like kind of anywhere. Mm-hmm. But the Monica joke, right? If there's like, let's just say a heavily like white audience, it goes over most people's heads. Yeah. But I tell it anyway, most of the time, because I like it so much and I know that it's so funny. And even if you didn't get it, and I have to, after the after effect where I kind of explain it a little bit.
Right.
It's so it's funny to me.
Right.
And then when people get it, like even if they don't laugh out, like you'll hear like some like light chuckles or whatever. But when people get it, they're like, oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
And oh, that's clever is good enough for me.
Right.
I know. Yeah. I'm like, that's the same satisfaction.
Right.
Like you might not be laughing out loud, but you're like, yo, that was smart. I'm like, thank you. Like that's I'm about that.
How do you get your pace? Because it just felt like pace when I speak, it flows naturally. And one of the things that started flowing naturally was the use of silence. And silence drives the point of importance home with whatever I'm speaking about. And I just realized one day it's like, man, just say the point, drive the point, and then it's like silence is like boom, boom. So when you do, like I was so amazed at the pace of what you did on the stage there, and I was amazed because it was almost like before you got on, it was not amateur night, but it was people who were trying to figure out how to get a crowd of people they don't know to get, and then when you got on, it was just like, it was like, man, it felt so freeing, and it was like after you, like the next two people, it was like you helped them. So was that developed? Was that natural, or is that you have to work on that, or is that a room seeing thing? Like what? How did that?
It is so tempo is. So I think that to make the point that in stand up, if you are if you are structurally sound, like my jokes I use structure.
Oh yeah, you got.
I use structure because that's how I process things, and I know that if it's organized, and I'm clear, right? The rule of threes, or even just the establishment of the callback, right? Cheesecake.
Yep.
I talk about cheesecake, and that part isn't even that funny, right? It's cool, right? But it tells you something about me. It lets you in.
Yep.
And then I talk about being hairy, which is a distraction. It's a distraction, and it's very funny, right?
Oh yeah.
So then when I go to talk about skydiving, beginning of skydiving is not that funny. It's cool. Like there's a little peppering of stuff. But then when I get to that part where I call it right back to the cheesecake,
right.
That is structure paying off. And I know the speed that I need to go for you to hear these details because they're important.
The details you want us to hear.
Because they're important. I need you to know that my mom's best friend Jenny made me a bad cheesecake. Because I need you to understand that when I'm about to die, when I'm going to die,
somebody got to know this.
That's how bad it is, right? But it's practice too. Like I know that, like if I've told the joke before where I say it too quick, and people don't hear it. If you don't hear those details, you're not gonna laugh here, or you're gonna be like, oh, okay, I get it. But it's, and yeah, there comes a point where like. You as a comedian or as a performer in theater, when you have a live audience, you have to know when to stop them from laughing, right? Because there are points where you can lose momentum, right?
From laughter?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you're going fucking buck wild, I'm not gonna stop you because that's awesome. But there are parts where I'm like, I need to keep driving this in a certain way for it to like hit the way I need it to make it even better, right? That's how I think, because if in like a play, for example, you let the audience laugh until it starts to come down, and once it starts coming down, you start saying your lines again, right? So when I tell a joke, and it gets a laugh, as soon as just as soon as I feel like it's starting to teeter, I will continue, right? Because I need that momentum to keep going. I'm like ha 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 ha, boom. Next thing.
You feel that, or you've learned to.
You have to
feel that.
You have to, yeah. You have to learn that because it's not, and the audience isn't gonna do it too soon. You ruin the audience's time. They were just laughing. They were having a great time. You do it at the right moment, and you can smoothly continue into the next thing you're doing. So when it comes to my general rhythm, like the way that I tell jokes,
right.
Like the abandonment issues, right? Mm-hmm. So I went to go ask my dad, and he wasn't there, right? You have to say that a certain way, or it's not funny, right? Like it's like that's that little silent stop where it's like, oh, that's my mom, and she was like, no, honey, you're fine. And I went to go ask my dad, and he wasn't there. Like the way you say it matters.
It does.
It matters. Otherwise, like, I went to ask my dad, and he wasn't there. So I'd be like, whatever. Like I went to ask my dad, and he wasn't. So I went to go ask my dad. It's the same energy, right? It's the same energy until I stop a little bit. So I went to go ask my dad, and he wasn't there. Do you see how different those things can be? So it's you got to manipulate word choice and timing and inflection and all of that stuff. But that's a part of the process. That's why it's important to go to open mics, because you write a joke. It's probably not perfect. So when I read it, like the I think even the first page of this notebook. Yeah, the first page of this notebook is a joke structure that I borrowed from Jimmy Fallon. Okay. Because I want to be on SNL. I would love to do that. Ooh. In like 5 years,
when do you get the audition for that, or how does that?
That you don't just go. They invite.
It's more like you
have to be so good or so connect, or both. Honestly, both. Because Lorne Michaels, the guy who basically is like the god of the god,
the Godfather,
the god, right? Yeah. Like you have to get his attention. So. So it's tough, but that's right. So that's like level 1 million to me. I'm on level like 2. Granted, I know that like, but I'm not saying that it's going to take me 1 million years to get there.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, because you can level up in hella ways, right? I'm trying to level up. But this joke I borrowed from Jimmy, not the joke I didn't borrow, but the structure that I borrowed was because I'm thinking in my last, and this is I was trying to think. I was like, how can because I can do voices. And I was like, how can I possibly use this other than do the voice? Because like in casual conversation at a party or whatever, if I just do the voice, people think that's fun.
Right.
If I just do a voice on stage, like I think you guys might have been there when the guy did the Bill Burr impression. It's good, but like we gotta work it into something.
Yeah.
So I was watching SNL auditions, and like Jimmy Fallon in his I watched his audition and him doing stand up. And in the 90s, he did this bit where he would be an auctioneer at an auction, like a celebrity auction, and he would bring up a troll doll. And he would give like the why you should buy this troll doll, whatever thing, as different celebrities. And like and then he would work it into like different celebrities in different ways, trying to buy this or sell this troll doll. Okay. And it was very interesting to me. And I was like, okay, so I need to come up with a premise where there is a place where a certain demographic of people fit, okay. So the audience will accept that they're there, right? And then I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, who and what or where? And I had this idea. I think I can't remember if it started with Eminem or DMX, but I was like, I think I sometimes I just go, how funny would it be if blank, and like, and then I'm like, wait, that's a thing. So I think I said like, how funny would it be? Oh, it was DMX. Because I was listening to, I think, Where the Hood At, and there's a part where he literally goes, blah, blah. He's like, right on the street, blah, blah, like a gun going off is the sound, blah, blah.
Oh, got you.
And I was like, that is such a funny, for such a hard, I have so many theories about DMX, like, and this joke is way before he died.
Okay.
So I haven't told it since he died, just because, like, I don't want people to be like, oh, you wrote this joke because he died. I'm like, no, I wrote this joke about 4 years ago, it's hilarious. Okay. So I was like, blah, blah, like, and I'm like, that sounds like something a kindergartner would say. Like a kindergartner would be like, hey, Timmy, what does a gun sound like? Blah, blah. And so I thought, I was like, wait, what if I just put a bunch of rappers in a kindergarten classroom? Right? And so I was like, okay, well, what rappers can I do impressions of? And I was like, I can do DMX a little. I'm not going to say I'm perfect at him, but I can do him. Eminem's cadence is very, very simple. And then who the hell's that? Who is it? DMX. Oh, Busta Rhymes. Because Busta Rhymes just mumbles. He just mumbles. Oh, I gotta go, gotta hear it. That's Busta Rhymes. He's like, oh, I gotta go, gotta run, gotta speak every day. Don't hold chickadee taco. The time you. It's like you just. Right. It's not perfect, but but the framework is
understanding.
Right. So I was like, okay, what would if DMX is in a kindergarten classroom, and I want to use blah blah as a punchline? How do I? What is the situation in the kindergarten classroom where he gets to do this? So call and response, right? What does the dog say? Bow bow. What does the cat say? Yeah. Meow meow. Right. So as DMX, I'm like, I say, I like to imagine myself as a kindergarten teacher in the classroom filled with rappers. Okay. Like modern rappers. I feel like that'd be amazing. You have in your class, you have like, and I've switched the order recently, but you have like little DMX in your class. And you're like, hey DMX, you wanna practice some call and response at DMX? He's like, Great DMX. Let's start with an easy one, okay? Okay, DMX. He's like, DMX, what does a cat say? Meow meow. Good DMX. All right, let's try another one. What does a dog say? Bow wow. Good DMX. Tough one. What does a Glock 19 say? Blah blah.
Oh, okay.
Right. So
right.
Then you're like, okay, all right. Busta Rhymes, your speech therapist is here. It's time for you to, because that was a thing in class. Like kids would have to go to the speech therapist.
Right.
It's like your speech therapist is here. He's like, why I gotta go? Gotta learn how to speak every day. I don't know. He's like, DMX, she's here. Let's go. Like, and he's just like, Eminem, would you like to read for the class today? Yeah. Hold on. Eminem, would you like to read for the class today? Yeah. Go ahead. The cat in a hat sat on a mat and beat his fucking head with a baseball bat. Thank you, Eminem. Right? Like.
Right.
Yeah. Like. So it was like that, and then then eventually I expanded on the joke, and I was like, and then imagine in like the class beneath them, you have like, the next generation of rappers, and you're like, there's like Lil Wayne, but he's a baby, so you're like, hey, like Lil Wayne. And you're like, Lil Wayne, what's 1 + 1? He's like, 2, young money. Like. There's just things like just these little bits, there were just little bits that I worked into this thing, and I was like, there's Drake, and he's kind of making art, but he's really just stealing from everybody else. Then you got them all out on the recess yard, and there's Eminem by the fence stabbing a salamander.
Oh. That was crazy.
People like that a lot. It's weird.
Man.
Yeah, it's like, you
You can totally see it though. That was
Yeah, like a
something
dirty little
that
white.
you
I'm like,
could
yeah.
Imagine him doing.
Just like, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Dr. Dre's always in the nurse's office.
Oh.
Awful, right? 50 Cent's like, talking to second grade girls like, baby, I'm gonna change your life. Like, what? like, it's just, so it started as like, I want to put DMX saying blah blah in a thing, but I worked it into this form, this structure.
Right.
And that's, for me at least, how a lot of my jokes, the better ones, right, work. Because I established this premise, and then I'm not like lying to you. I'm letting you in on the premise. I'm saying, hey, imagine that you're in this weird situation. So then you're thinking, you're not like, oh, he's like, fully serious. So you're able to let down your guard, and like, even though my impressions of those guys aren't perfect, you're so much more willing to accept them in this fun, weird little thing you're doing, right? Another one I workshopped was like, if you were in court and you needed who would your celebrity lawyer be? If you had any celebrity to be your lawyer, who would it be, right? And this is like an ask the audience, and then hopefully.
Oh wait, if somebody yells something out, and you've never heard of the person.
So hopefully enough people yell out that I can find somebody that somebody
okay,
right. So, or I will pretend that I heard one of that I can.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, I gotta be safe. Like
I heard so and so. Okay.
Oh, Mickey Mouse. Oh, all right. Oh, he's guilty, Your Honor. Oh, whatever. Like, like.
That'd be crazy. Man.
Yeah. So it's stuff like that where those kind of jokes I really like doing. But yeah, I think the more that I'm able to like, just because like I said, like weird stuff happens to me, or sometimes I get frustrated, and that's like a good place for me to write jokes.
In the frustration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I love myself so much. I do. It's like I'm not like in an evil narcissist way, but like in just and I wrote it. I'll tell you the story. But remember how I told you like high school and all that, and was just like so volatile in a lot of ways.
Right.
It started in middle school, where I was like kind of new, and it was like weird, and like everyone was like, you're weird, and instead of like beating myself up over this, I just kept telling myself I was awesome. That was the word I used. I just said awesome.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Was this something this is amazing. So that thought, to counter the other thoughts, that was a spontaneous thought that occurred, or you talked to somebody and
I created it because I knew that I wasn't. So, I'm weird, but I knew that like I wasn't. There was nothing bad about me.
So the reason I asked that, is because I remember one of the greatest gifts of my young life was, no matter what happened to me or what the environment presented, I would always say, I'm always in the right place at the right time. Like that was an internal mantra.
Yeah.
That just, I know it's like a gift. And so when you just said that, I'm like, wait, okay, one of the other things I like about having understanding about family members that I've maybe never met, or that have come before me and have accomplished something or didn't accomplish something, in being able to tap into what they knew or how they understood things. And just hearing you say that just now, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that reminded me, wait, how do we? So I feel like there's
another like an intersection.
There's it's like an inheritance that is supernatural in a natural manifestation, and I just feel like you saying, man, I combated this thought that was trying to come against me. Man, I just say I'm awesome.
Yeah. That's a really funny intersection. Yeah, for sure.
Finish.
Yeah, no, but that's what it was. Is I would just tell myself I'm awesome, and I said it out loud a lot.
Wow.
I said it out loud a lot because in the beginning, maybe like 7th through 9th grade, I would say it out loud the most. because out loud was when I was hearing these things the most, right? Yeah, throughout high school, people were like, "Yeah, he's weird, whatever, blah blah blah," but I would say it so much that I was forcing myself to believe it. Yeah, I was like, I'm awesome. I wrote it. I used to write it in my notebook, just on like when you doodle. I just like, I'm awesome, and I had to. And so when, funny enough, my junior, I did a triathlon my junior year, but I was on a team. I did the cycling leg, and we were team awesome. And I shaved awesome in my head. I had the barber shave awesome in my head. I'll show you a picture later. It's sick. But I just knew that, like, yeah, I know that to these people I'm weird or whatever, but like in my head, I'm the shit. And I'm the and the more and at a certain point, you don't have to say it out loud anymore because you just believe it. Mm-hmm. Right. And that's how I am. So like when.
Man, I'm telling you, there is a scripture that says, all things are possible to them that believe. Nothing is impossible. And I remember the first time I heard a guy by the name of Bruce Lipton, and he was doing a lecture on the biology of belief. And essentially, he was given a scientific understanding of how what people would, before I heard him break it down into science, like if you were to say, hey man, you whatever you believe you can accomplish, that would have been just something that I would have thought people just say. And, or, oh yeah, that's a good, you hear it in Sunday school somewhere, whatever. Yeah. Man, no, that's reality, and humanity and human beings are designed in such a way that we all have that as an inheritance, and we don't all learn how to tap into it though. So the fact that, man, and in the really important formative years, because your peer group, once you're in middle school, that's like the peer group is everything. Your parents, for the most part, aren't the heroes any longer, and now you want to impress your cohorts. Your significance comes from
what other people think about you.
Yes, in a huge way. So, man, just hearing that's just blowing me away. So anyhow, continue. Well, but yes,
yeah. I mean that's essentially it. Is like it's because I love myself.
Yes.
And yeah, like so a lot of my confidence isn't, based in just like, whatever, being cocky or a dick or anything like that. It's just that like I'll talk about faith, right? Because in belief, right? So and often I don't. It's not that I'm atheist or anything like that. When it comes to believing, right? And funny enough, I'm gonna say friend. He was what the hell are they called? They knock on your door, not a Mormon, the other ones. Jehovah's Witness. Okay. So when we lived in the first house we lived in, this guy named Martin knocked on my door. Okay. And he comes to my door and he starts talking, and like I don't realize he's Jehovah's Witness. I didn't realize he was Jehovah's Witness at all.
Wait, why'd you open the door?
I don't know. I just he knocked on the door. I opened the door. Like, I didn't know. Not that I did it like in my head. Like I know that Jehovah's Witnesses do that. But for some reason in my head, like some guy just knocked on my door. Okay. I answered it, and then we ended up having this conversation. And I think there were just aspects.
It just seems so impossible nowadays. Like,
no, for sure, because like you would just. Like, it wasn't two kids in like white button-up shirts with their bikes. Right. It was some guy in like he was still wearing a button-up, but he wasn't. It was just a dude. It was just like middle-aged dude knocking at my door. Okay. And he wasn't like, "Are your parents home?" He was just like, "Hey man, you got a minute?" I was like, "Yeah." And so we're talking. And like the topic of God comes up and whatever, and we're talking, and I said something along the lines of, and I was like, it's not that I don't believe or that I have any specific like not hate but like any whatever against Christianity or whatever have you, but like my thought at the time was like, all right, so I said to him, I was like, God created man, right, and he gave us the power of choice. Okay, Now, you have gay people, right? Mm-hmm. Why would you condemn someone you created that in something that seems like you're born with, right? Like if I do think it's just a natural thing. Mm-hmm. So why would you condemn that? And then that was kind of the spark of this discussion. So then we talk or whatever and blah 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 blah. And he's like, "Yo, can I come back sometime and talk?" And I was like, "Yeah, I don't care." He's like, "When are you home?" And I was like, "Wednesdays or whatever." I'm like, so then I end up talking to this guy like once a week for like a couple weeks. And my mom, like at one point, she's like, "Why are you talking to the fucking Jehovah's Witness?" And I was like, "What?" I was like, "That's Martin." I was like, "That's Martin." And he went the second time. I think he brought someone with him the second time. He brought like his like cohort, some guy. Okay. And then we're just having these interesting conversations. And then they gave me a pamphlet, but I didn't say Jehovah's Witness on it, so I was like, I don't think it's Jehovah's Witness. But again, I just had no idea. Right? Okay. They bring his wife one time. He's like, yeah, he's like, can we come over? Come over for like tea or something one time. And I was like, I don't know. I think my mom wouldn't like that. And like whatever, we're talking. He's like, oh, that's cool. I was like, well, we can stay out here and talk. And he's like, all right, that's cool. And then I was like, my mom says this to me like the second or third time. She's like, why are you talking to those Jehovah's Witnesses? And I was like, what? Well, they're not Jehovah's Witnesses. I was like, they gave me a thing. It doesn't even say it on there. Man, and like she was like, so funny. It was so funny. And then I was like, the next time I was like, Martin, are you a Jehovah's Witness? He was like, yeah. I was like, oh, okay. Like, all right. Like, but it was just funny to me. And we just kept talking. And then eventually, like, we moved, right? Oh. And then I ran into him at a garage sale once, but I never gave him like my number. I never went to anything. We just had conversations at my door. Okay. A bunch of times. But it's not so talking about belief and faith, right? Okay. And one of the things Martin said to me, because I was like, how do you believe like this? Mm-hmm. And he explained faith for him is like a certain thought process and like kind of the way he goes about stuff. But I went to a taping of Family Feud. Sometime this is like years after, and this is what connects it. Okay. Steve Harvey hosts Family Feud. Oh yeah, that's right. Steve Harvey goes on some like pretty gnarly tirades after the show is done taping. He just stands there. Oh, it's like 10 o'clock. Damn. We've been here for a minute. Oh. Yeah, his lights go off automatically. That's why I noticed like at 10 o'clock. Yeah. Actually, I'll tell you about that later. Because when I tell you about that earlier, I'll tell you the thing. But, so Steve Harvey goes on this tirade, this like religious tirade after the taping of Family Feud for this whole like studio audience.
Wait, did somebody piss him off?
No, he just does this. He just does this where he'll like if he feels inspired, he'll just come to the audience and talk to them about whatever. It wasn't like Jesus, the whole. It was about Christianity, but
will somebody say something to him?
No, you can't tell Steve Harvey shit.
But you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Will somebody?
No, they're not like Steve. Come back here because he's done. They're like they just let Steve do his thing. Okay. So he went on a 20-minute tirade after taping Family Feud that I was sitting in the front row at. It was awesome. But it was great. All right. And it's funny because
when you say tirade, that makes in my mind, I'm looking at it like he's pissed off, and I'm telling you, better believe this or better believe. So like, is it like that, or is it more like?
It wasn't. So he started after he started a few things in. He's like, look, I'm sorry for those of you here who don't believe in whatever. This ain't for you. He goes, this ain't for you. Okay. This is for the people. And then he goes back into it. But it is a very energized, and you do feel kind of trapped. Like that's why I say tirade, because you're like you can't leave. You can't leave. Like you could, if you're and then imagine standing up and leaving in the middle of Steve Harvey fucking talking. You're like you can't just. See, imagine walking out. And Steve Harvey's like, okay, I'm not gonna be a clown. Hell no. Not one of the kings of comedy. No, thank you. I'm not allowed to do that. So, but it's interesting. But it is an interesting thing. One of the things he said to me that made me think of Martin then was he was saying that faith. Okay. Faith is in believing, is just hoping really, really hard. He said it's hoping really, really hard. And to me, the way that kind of translated into my brain, I'm not going to say I will say to some extent I'm indifferent when it comes to higher powers. Mm-hmm. This is where I sound like a narcissist a little bit. But it's the fact that like in people talk about manifesting and things like that. And in a Gen Z sense of manifesting, like they think that you say one thing out loud, it's gonna happen. Like that's how I understand putting things in the universe, blah blah blah, blah. Like can be legitimate, and saying things to yourself is important, but you have to do. You have to do, right? You can believe really hard, or you can have faith that something will happen, but you have to do things if you want it for yourself, right? You have to do things to make that happen. So the faith and the belief and the hoping really hard I have I don't direct it into other avenues. I direct it inward. And it's not selfish in the sense of like I'm God, I'm above everything. It's I know that if I the belief that I have to give, if I put it in me and I put the effort into the things I want to do, those will pay off. I don't want to rely on I don't like the idea of thinking and relying on something for success or for anything. I want to be able to say, you know, I did these things and I worked really hard and I put the faith in myself and the people around me that I need to, right? That these things are able to happen. Those are the manifestations that when I think about it, it's like, it's I have faith and I hope that these happen, but I'm doing, right? I'm doing the thing. So I find it bothersome to me for when some people are like, yeah, I'm just manifesting and I'm saying and blah blah blah. I'm like, you're not doing anything. You're not helping you. Like if you turn some of that stuff that you're pouring out, it's you. My therapist gave me a great example when I was going through a lot of shit. He was like, Khalil, what you're doing is you're building a house. Okay, you have a bunch of bricks and a bunch of materials. You're building a house, and every day someone comes by, and this at the time the problems that I had, especially with my mom and my girlfriend and stuff like that was tumultuous in those two relationships and them fighting. And I being the center of this, right? So he said, it's like you're building a house and you have a lot of bricks and supplies, but every day someone comes by and they ask you for some bricks and you give them to them. And this happens and happens. And as you're building your house, suddenly you turn around and realize, I don't have enough materials to finish building my house, right? You can't build a house if you don't have anything, if you don't have anything. So what he explained to me was a sense of like almost righteous selfishness, where he was like, give what you can, but you have to, like what you were saying about giving up your seat, right? Oh, yeah. You have to be able to build your house. And once you've built your house, you can invite people into the house. Right. That's a different level. Right. So that was like right before I moved to Hawaii. That was like the year before. It was like late 2015. Okay. Had like a low-key nervous breakdown. Went to therapy. It was awesome. Therapy, greatest thing that ever happened to me. Oh yeah. And the tools that guy gave me, phenomenal. Gotta have it. So when I think of the manifesting, when I think of building my house, when I think of all these things, I know that if I'm the one that I entrust to do, and I'm putting everything I have into do it, and I have nothing but faith that it's going to be successful, that it's going to come out on top, then it's going to, right? It's going to happen, right? And that's when things don't happen, I know that either I'm not working hard enough, or I'm not. Am I getting lazy? Am I losing focus? Right? And I do that often. I'll lose focus on things. Like I got the job I have right now. I'm very appreciative for, and I love it, and it's a good place for me. But at times I realize how big of a distraction it can be from my other stuff. Right? Nonetheless, I need to do that. I need to do it so I can. The turtle's got to eat. The turtle's got to eat, and if he doesn't eat by 11, he gets angry. Straight up, by the time he is 4 foot and 100 pounds. Oh, you got. I need to have the money and supplies to be like, I got it. It's not here. You need to own this block. No, it's not. Right. Yeah. So that's how I feel when I'm never like, oh, you believe this, you're dumb, or oh, you believe this, whatever. But it's like the allocation of faith. How much are you giving yourself? Because that's important. And I guess I'm like extreme where I'm like it's 100% trying to pour it into me. I think that I think that, and this is something that I really applied in Hawaii, where I was absorbing culture, right? I was learning about like a lot of different religions I never heard of and things like this. So what I told myself years ago is, I think you can take all of the good stuff and the good teachings that, religion has to offer, that, other methods of faith, or just philosophy. You can take these things and decide for you what makes a good person, what makes sense in our society and life that you want to fulfill, that I want to fulfill, and then hold yourself to that standard. Say, treat others like you want to be treated. Very important, right? Do that. right? That's on the list. Don't treat people poorly. Understand that everyone's going through something, right? So when I'm looking at all these things, I'm adding these up, and I have this idea in my head of what makes a good person, then this is selfish. So I say to myself, when I die, right? Say the Christians are right. Okay, there's heaven, there's hell, and I'm judged on, this method. If I did not live up to what Christian God says is good enough to make it into their heaven, and I go to hell for it, then you know what? I lived what I thought was the best thing. I took, in my experience on earth, I aimed for what I thought was a good person. If I didn't meet that, well, I'm sorry that I didn't meet that, but I did try. I tried my own thing. Say, Muslims are right, and I didn't make their thing. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry because but I'm, I didn't do what you wanted me to do, but I lived what I thought and interpreted as a good life, and to be a good person to those around me. If that's not good enough for you, that's on you a little bit. Because I feel like if I'm, I'm doing what I think is good, I'm not hurting anybody. That's important to me. So it's things like that where, I'm not against religion. I'm not against any of those things. And I understand for some people and for humans, it's a very human thing to believe in something bigger than you, to need something. And a lot of people, you look at, and I'll use addicts for an example. A fair amount of addicts will turn to God, right? They'll turn to whatever God and hold on to that for faith and the security to not continue using, to not relapse and all those things. And I think that's beautiful. And I think that's absolutely exceptional. And if you need to do that, do that. For me, where I'm at, it's like, I don't want to lean on anything. I want to be able to achieve and do all these things. So it's not out of malice. I think it's a little selfish in comparison to like how other people kind of do stuff, I think. But I still, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm doing what it takes to be a good person in the sense of society and what I think people should be doing, how you should be treating people, and having the awareness of, my presence and what I put out and what I receive, right? Those are those tools that I learned that I keep in mind all the time, right? That's how I navigate.
That's good. I like I like a bunch of stuff that you said, so I hope I remember a lot of what I want to share in conjunction with what you shared. So the first one we talked about how we got here was about faith and belief.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of this was formed after I heard the lecture, The Biology of Belief, and it was after that several years after I was like, okay, now I understand what it means, because I used to think believing and faith were just synonymous.
Mm-hmm.
You could use both of those in the same way, and they meant the same thing. There's a slight nuance, and your belief, this is how I help myself to differentiate between something that I believe in and where faith is. Belief is, if you want to identify what you believe,
Mm-hmm.
the easiest thing in the world. In your inside, ask yourself, what do you expect to happen?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that expectation is, that's what you believe.
Okay.
Your expectations and your beliefs, one and the same. Now, this is the key. Your ability as a human to tap into the part of us that all things are possible for them that believe. That's what Jesus Christ said. And he said it to a man who was able to identify what he believed, because in the Hebrew culture of the day, you went to JCC, they still have, that's just a modern version of what was extended from ancient Hebrew practices. You teach from the Torah, and a lot of them use the, I think it's, what is it called? There's another set of books that they use, but essentially it's not the Torah, but it's another set of books that they use, they teach, but they were able to, when the man came to Christ, matter of fact, Christ was on the Mount of Transfiguration with 3 of his apostles, and while they were up there, the other apostles were at the bottom of the mountain, and the word got out, like, yo, Jesus and his people is at this mountain. Yo, you know how they get down. Bring all your people who injured and everybody who's...
Yeah.
And one of the things that you and I, we have exposure to it, but it's a little different, is ancient cultures, they had almost everyday interaction with the supernatural realm. So supernatural just means it's higher than the natural realm. So oxygen is like on a supernatural level. We know we can't see it with our naked eye. We can get a special microscope to see it, but we absolutely know it exists and it affects our realm. But it's a part of the supernatural fiber of a natural realm.
Yeah.
And so they had that same experience and exposure with entities. Remember, I've been saying all along, man, there's entities, and I've said this because of, and I'll share how I was introduced to it when I was like 1 year old, 2 years old. Like, it was for real. That's the only reason I'm not a Muslim today, is because the supernatural realm that I was exposed to that terrorized me as a Muslim, I didn't have, and my father, your grandfather was a sheikh. Like, he was like almost Hafiz al-Quran. Man, we were like little Muslim superstars when we were growing up. We used to go to all the Eids. And I think I knew about 38 surahs by heart, and I didn't know what they meant, but
you knew them.
Now, I will say this. It's easier to learn a surah from the perspective of it's a very poetic, and I still remember Surah Al-Fatiha. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Rahmanir rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin. And like, I knew, but it's like learning a song.
Yeah.
So when
it's easier to get in your brain. Yeah.
You learn a song, and when you're a child, I remember my father, there was a book, maybe about this thin, all Arabic, and one Sunday, well, it was only one Sunday in a week. One Sunday a week, my father would just sit down, and he would have Wahid Ithnain, Thalatha, Arba, Khamsa, Sitta, Sab'a, Thamania, Tisha, Ashra, Aleph, Bat, Ta, Tha, Jim, Ha, Qaf, Dal, Dal, Ra, Za, Sin, Shin, Sad, Dal, Ta, Dal, Ain, Gain, Fa, Qaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, Hal, Wa, Ya. Then it would have Dagnabit, Aleph, Bat, Ta, Tha, Jim, Ha, Kha, Dal, Dal, Ra, Za, Sin, Shin, Sad, Dal, Ta, Dal, Ain, Gain, Fa, Qaf, Kaf, Lam, Mim, Nun, Hal, Wa, Ya. Like, it would just have all of the, so one was the beats, one was numbers, one was the alphabet, and then...
Actually, I could identify which one was the alphabet in there, because it's very similar to the Hebrew alphabet.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah.
They're cousins.
Yeah.
And so, literally, I remember...
Oh my God, I gotta send one text. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
You're good. I just low-key bailed on plans. No. It's chill. I told them that I was gonna be doing this, so I just...
okay.
No. This is where I wanted to be. Sorry about that.
Oh, no, you could. So, I remember a physical manifestation happened in my brain.
Wow.
When one day I was just repeating what my father was saying, and I'm just looking at all Arabic, and and then a click, like a synapse connect, something happened, and it was a physical click, and I could read the entire book. I could understand everything I was reading, like on that level. So I said all that just to say,
Yeah.
we weren't just surface Muslims.
Right, you were in it.
No, we were the sons of Sheikh Ibrahim. We used to go to the masjid. At the end of making salat, the imam would call on me or Qadri. Suleiman wasn't quite old enough yet. To lead the prayers after salat. And I mean, we're in a masjid.
Yeah.
There's probably,
yeah.
I'm not, imagine, you should think this could be a good bit, depending how you do it, but like, you know how you see a mega church?
Yeah.
Like this.
Yeah.
Imagine that version of a masjid. The size of, I'm not exaggerating, the size of this house, the house that all these houses are that are on the woman that owns these.
Yeah.
The footprint of this lot isn't big enough to hold all the shoes. Like
shoes.
No, I'm serious. You gotta go. You gotta take your shoes off.
There was not a sight of women's hair in the whole place.
No. There is.
Oh yeah.
Well, no. I'm sorry. You're right. Everybody was covered in purdah. Some of them were more Western. Some of them
were
more
full up.
We used to call it purdah when we were little. Burqa was.
No, I think you're right. Well, no, there's different kinds. There's like a billion different kinds.
Okay, because
Not a billion, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I said all that to say.
Right.
That was it was just massive, but we're in we're leading the dhikr.
Right. Yeah.
After that, so anyway, I got off on that tangent. Back to what I was going to say.
The click in your head. Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
The belief when the man was, and culturally, this man had an advantage over Western culture. From my understanding, once I broke the verse down, was he brought his son, who was having what they would say is epileptic seizures, and he would be foaming at the mouth, and was in a bad way. He heard Jesus and his people were over here. He was gonna go here and say, "Yo, man, people get healed when they go to this cat. Let's go over there."
Yeah.
He takes him there. Christ is still on the mountain. The disciples are down there trying to handle business.
Right.
And the man's son has a
seizure.
A seizure. Pardon me. Fit. Starts foaming at the mouth. Is like
losing it. Yeah.
Going crazy. The disciples get freaked out. They can't heal it. They're like, "Hey, man, I don't know what we can't touch this.
That's extra.
That's a liability waiting to happen." Like you know, like that. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
So the father is like, "Oh man, they can't help my son." Like whatever. And so he gets ready to lose hope. Here comes Christ and the rest of the disciples coming down the mountain. He's like, "Oh, yo." So watch this. His belief. Or his expectation was that if I bring my son here, I'm going to get healed.
Yeah.
He didn't get the manifestation because something was out of order in the belief. The Bruce Lipton lecture really says, it's not a matter of what you believe, it's a matter of what you truly believe.
Okay.
And that's why you ask yourself in an internal voice, so you don't have to lie to yourself. And if your internal voice is like, "Yeah, I don't know," then you know you have doubt. Now, here's the remedy that Christ did for the doubt that the man had. The man came, he's like, "Oh, yo, I brought him to your disciples, they couldn't heal him." So he looked at the disciples, he was like, "Oh, faithless generation." I'll identify what faith means in that context later, but how to have identifying in you where your faith lies and where your belief lies. So the man came to Christ, was like, "Lord, here's the situation." He said, "Can you heal him?" And the way Christ answered, based on many of the commentaries that were breaking the verse down, he was like, "Wait," he said, "Can I?" He said, "It's not a matter if I believe, it's you believe." And the man said, "Lord, I believe. Help thou my unbelief." So he realized a part of me, he was, the cool thing about, he was able to identify, like, I do believe, but a part of me doesn't believe and didn't believe, after, especially now. I get a little hope when I see you, but So when he was able to identify the truth of his circumstances, the truth of his expectations, like, yeah, I did, but now I really have doubt. And so it is when you know the truth, when you know yourself, when you know the truth of your circumstances, when you know what you really expected, or what you might hope that it, or if you don't expect it, whenever you're able to identify that, truth is meant to make you free. Yeah. So now he's like, Lord, I believe, help thou my unbelief. And for that man, Christ was like, bring your child to me. In order for the unbelief to be able to be remedied, you have to see an access to the whole truth, which is whatever you bring to me, I can make it right. I have an answer, remedy, and a solution. So the man brought his son, and Christ healed him, and he cast out a devil, told him don't return. And then it was crazy because he said once they cast it out, the boy, they thought he was dead because he was like he just like, and then he came to, and so that's how I understood. I was like, okay, so your expectations and your beliefs are real, and on the scientific side of the table, human beings, whatever we truly believe, like when your man was like, yo man, don't plan B or backup plan, man, stick with this. Right. That's a part of the belief formula, and he was showing you how to tap into it. I'm saying whatever you believe truly, science has showed in the biology of belief and supernaturally that we're designed in such a way that these that we truly believe will get an answer, remedy, or solution, wherever it is that we are looking for to manifest. That's the first thing. Faith, the way I understand faith is whatever you put your trust in, especially in the moment of tribulation or trouble or whatever it is that you reach to bring answers, remedies, and solutions in that, and especially in that moment, that pivotal moment, that's the object of your faith. So that's whatever you put your trust in to deliver you, whatever it happens to be, that's the object of your faith. So it could be money, it could be water, it could whatever. Yeah, I get you. So that's how I break down how belief, I identify what I believe, asking myself, hey, what do I expect to happen? Okay. That's the first thing. How do I identify what my faith is? Whatever I put my trust in to deliver me is the object of my faith. So it's like those are the two, and it's like a slight nuance, but that has helped me in simplifying the differentiating between those two. Okay. The second thing you said in doing, you have one of the most, and it probably both your mother and your father are doers. So regardless, they will pick up and, man, we about to make this happen. So one of the things in my 51 years that I've realized is the most valuable people, one of the most valuable, I don't want to call it a skill.
Like an attribute?
Bam! Love it. One of the most valuable attributes are people who do. Now, I'm going to let you know that I'm not one of those. That's not my dominant attribute. The pattern in my life has always been, you have this ability. As long as you don't give up your seat, whatever you need is added to you. I just have to be a good steward over my skill, whatever my skill happens to be, whatever my gift happens to be, or whatever my attribute happens to be, is just, and it's the skill. Then people who are doers, if I need that, they'll be added to me. Right, yeah. I attribute, however, the pattern of my life has been, okay, I think I need this. Father, I think I need this. Somebody's going to come along and then, okay, so you're absolutely right about doers, and there's people who haven't figured out where they are in the do and the receive.
Yeah.
To environment, and so you look at them and they're like, bro, this mug is just sitting down. He just praying to the God of the ceiling, like, okay, let's make something happen. And you're like, for you, it's like, it's as simple as getting up, going down, calling these people, making this connection, give $1 over here, get this water, buy the turtle. It's all gonna be done.
Yeah.
Like you have that. That's a gift, bro.
I had never thought that. I guess it was, to me, it was like all or nothing. You know, so it's a very interesting perspective to be presented with.
Let me tell you something. And just because I know your mother and dad in regards to some of their traits, they are both doers. Period. So you got that in spades. So you have protect that at all costs. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Protect that at all costs. Because it is invaluable. It is literally priceless. Because anything in this earth that we see, somebody had to do something.
Right.
So you keep that. Now I'll say why I'm wired the way I'm wired spiritually. As a young child, I remember probably about 2 years old. Well, one something, because I remember Kadri was still a baby, and
you guys are only a year apart.
Yep, 11 months.
Oh, you guys are Irish twins.
Irish twins.
Yeah, Irish twins.
And
wow.
I remember I at some point just started having what I thought were bad dreams or nightmares, and they would include a sleep paralysis. And the science behind sleep paralysis is there's a mechanism in our brain during the phase of sleep where we dream heavy,
REM, yeah.
so that it will prevent us from getting up and hurting ourselves or sleepwalking. So, and I learned about this all later. And however, when I would be in these what became bad dreams, when I would be in them, I'd wake up, and sometimes I'd be in my room, and then other times I'd be in the room, but like a grayscale version of the room, and I'd later decipher as I got older when it would happen to me. I would realize that, oh wait, this is the same room, but I'm in a different manifestation or dimension of that room.
Right.
And so it would be very frightening. And this is the other thing. We didn't have access at that time. We didn't have access to pop culture, horror movies, monsters, villains. We didn't have...
Right, so it's an organic thing that's happening.
Oh, this is like happening. I'm like, I don't have any...
There's no media that's making this happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get you.
So I would wake up and I'd run into my father's room. I'd be like, Abuya, I had a bad dream, I had a nightmare. So as a Muslim, he would just be like, oh, okay, just... so one of the beliefs, Muslims on the left shoulder is a bad angel recording all your bad deeds, right shoulder, good angel recording all your good deeds. And he would say, all right, so Abuya had a nightmare. Say Surah Al-Fatiha, or no, rebuke shaitan. So to rebuke shaitan in Arabic is A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. That's rebuking the devil. And so, okay, boom, nightmare would come again. Well, okay, do this. I just start having them, and they would come to the point where I remember somehow I was aware of witches. I don't remember how. Oh, I remember we may have gone to somebody's maybe Thanksgiving or some kind of event, and what was the name of it? Dorothy. What's the name of it?
Wizard of Oz?
Wizard of Oz. So I remember later on, how I knew your culture or your environment can affect what you experience in a supernatural manifestation. That maybe seeing that, I used to sense, okay, there would be witches in the room or something on that level. Come to find out, your Aunt Malika or Cassandra, she's 11 years older than me.
Yeah.
I read her autobiography, and in that, she used to live in that same apartment before she went to Detroit when we were born, and she said she would, and it was like a 1-bedroom apartment, but it was like a 1-bedroom, living room, kitchen, bath, and then there was like a little dining room. So they just converted the dining room into a bedroom.
Yeah.
And it was like with the French doors and the whatever you could see. And she said she'd be in there sleeping sometimes, and then at night she would see like a figure just glide past, and it would be like freak her out. But then she would be like, man, that was her experience in that same place, and then I'm having these experiences, and I'm like, wait a minute. So it made me aware that there was a supernatural realm, or a realm that interfaced with this natural realm, and it wasn't always in the friendliest terms.
Yeah. And
so because of that, I sought remedies. And my father, he probably was getting frustrated, because as a man, you're supposed to protect your family, and one of the things that was happening when I'm coming to him, like I'm having nightmares, everything he's telling me to do that we do as Muslims is falling short. So now it's like spit over your left shoulder 3 times, rebuke Shaitan, grab some salt. I'm like doing voodoo rituals and things that were done just trying to get relief.
Right.
No relief. And as I'm getting older, I just get used to them, and they're not happening as often. However, we move to Pennsylvania. Now they become more physical. And so now my chest is being compressed, and I can't breathe, and being choked, and they're demonic manifestations. What I know, so the manifestations I could gather. I've seen horror movies and stuff now, and all kinds of stuff. I've been molested. I used to have nightmares of like gay zombies trying to, but after the molestation, the homosexual part came in, so that traumatized me.
Yeah, of course.
So because of that, I was like, okay, but they still coming after me, and they still like fit. So I go to my grandmother, and I said, Nina, here's the situation. Man, she's listening to me. She's like, I'm telling her what's happening. She said, next time it happens, call on Jesus. I was like, oh, Jesus, come on, Nina, that's for white people. That's the slave master God. Jesus, the reason we in this mess already. You know how blah blah blah.
Yep.
She didn't bat an eye. She was like, the next time it happens, call on Jesus.
Right.
I was like, ah.
So how old are you at this point then?
13.
13? Wow.
Because I'm in Wilkes-Barre now.
Right. So yeah, I'm trying to put it together. Yeah.
So man, I'll fast forward over a lot.
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, we're in Wilkes-Barre. I had another attack, but this time I remember there's a saying where they said there's no atheist in the foxhole. And you know, trench warfare.
Yeah, okay.
And they're like, man, ain't no atheist.
Right, because you're hoping. Yeah, you're hoping.
Like, man, God, please save me.
Somebody get me out of here.
Bombs is coming.
Yeah.
Man, I just remember the conversation as I'm being choked. I remember the conversation with my grandmother to call on Jesus. I didn't even believe in Jesus.
Right.
But you want relief when you're being attacked by...
Right, so you'll try anything. Yeah.
Man, I just thought Jesus.
Yeah. Gone.
I got up. Now, mind you, Umi's still a Muslim. Kadri's still a Muslim. Suleiman is eating pork, so he must be a Christian by this time. And and they call him Simon.
No way.
Man, it was hilarious, man.
That's very funny.
Another story. So when it happened, I literally got up. I was like, wait a minute. And from that day to this,
Mm-hmm.
I remember, like, okay, this stuff works.
Mm-hmm.
Something, and because I was exposed to this supernatural realm,
And tormented by it.
oh man,
nonetheless,
in my
right?
life, I was like, okay, I don't know what. I know I'm gonna have to give Jesus a slave pass or something because, man, I got to be free from these devils.
Yeah.
Like that.
What do I gotta trade?
Man,
What do I gotta trade?
man, let me tell you something,
My eternal soul? Alright.
bruh. and so
I just want to sleep.
literally that is what shaped my spiritual, and on top of my, so whenever there's issues, circumstances, or things that are complicated in questions and scenarios, where, man, my first place I go to where my grandmother showed me to go, and I look for answers, remedies, and solutions there. And then the pattern of my life has been, then they'll manifest in a natural way, or they'll stay supernatural, and I'll be able to, like you were, like, I believe what you tapped into when you like, yo, I'm amazing, I'm awesome, I'm awesome, I'm awesome. I know that by the same intervention happened for me to say I'm always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah,
like,
that's an incredible mantra to have.
Never ever failed until, watch this, until I started when I was about 23. Well, when I was 22, 21. I think I was 22 when I became professional, and then subconsciously I looked for money to have all the answers, and I couldn't figure out why I didn't feel what I thought I would feel when I got all the money and I had all the fame. And I didn't realize 2 years later that what every human ultimately is looking for, even when you look for success or significance, is what they call in science, they call it homeostasis.
Yeah.
You understand? So that means everything is working in harmony. Everything is working in peace.
Right.
And if it's not, you know how to process it in such a way where you can get to that place.
Yeah.
And that's what I was looking for. I was looking for peace, ultimately. I was looking for homeostasis in my external environment, and I couldn't control people coming in, and I didn't have the ability to, because I just didn't have the knowledge yet how to handle the fame and the wealth without being feeling like I was accosted or feeling like my peace was being made topsy-turvy. So my answer to any circumstances or anything that would be brought to me in any way is always, I start with a spiritual foundation, and then I remind myself of whatever that is, or if I don't know it at the time, I'll pray. I'll be like, okay, Lord, what's the spiritual significance here? Or like some revelation will be made, and then I'll build from there. And to your point, I am now there are certain things that I'll have to do when as a doer, like that's not my primary attribute. But I'll start to change my expectations. I will do that, and I will change my, like, there might be some, you tapped into this really well as far as listening to your first mind, being able to, okay, make this call. So I'm learning how to get into that lane now, and I was more intentional about it last year at the beginning of 2021, like being intentional about listening to my first mind. And so that's something that's just a foundation on how and then as a result, because I know genetically my children are they have 50% of what I am connected to.
Yeah.
And I see that they've had the same experiences in their childhood that I had when I was in my childhood supernaturally. So I stress to them like, hey man, this is because you were born to me, more than likely this is why this is happening, because these things can be genetic and there are supernatural manifestations that happen to a certain line of people.
If I may pause you.
Okay.
A funny parallel.
Okay.
My dad also had horrible nightmares. Same living in Wilkes-Barre, right? And it's funny that you mentioned zombies. He had the same, and not the same, but very similar zombie dreams. And you know, and he combated it by learning how to lucid dream.
Yo.
That's how he learned how to combat that.
Man.
And when I was young, I had ear infections. I had ear infections all the time. I would get ear infections all the time, right? And I would have horrible nightmares because of these. I wasn't able to sleep right. And at some point, my dad came home when I was in like, I think the end of 4th grade, early 5th grade, somewhere in there. And I've been having them for years. So it's probably sometime in 6th grade, because the last nightmare I had was I was playing for the Kingston Huskies. It was right before my dad was my coach. And the field was always muddy because it was a landfill.
Okay.
And it was foggy, and I had these ear infections. So I was stuck in this dream where I was in the mud on the football field, and it was misty, and I could see my mom. I could see her like by the 50-yard. I'm in the end zone. She's by the 50-yard line where the parents' stands were. Okay. But it's foggy, and she's walking away, and I'm screaming, but my voice isn't carrying, and I'm stuck in this mud, and I'm climbing. This is the nightmare, and I did this nightmare plenty of times, and until I forced myself. I recognized, I said, this is a dream. You can get up. I said, this is a dream. You can get up. Right? You can fight this. This is up to you.
Is that lucid, or is that considered lucid dreaming when you say that to yourself?
So lucid dreaming is where...
I thought you can control, literally, physically...
your dreams.
Yeah.
So this is where it starts.
That's like the foundation, then you can build from there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So and long story short, because of that, that instance where I was like, you can get up, you can do this, and then I worked myself through this dream. Now, I had plenty of other nightmares, throughout the rest of whatever, and other dreams, but it became easier and easier to access that control over what was happening. And it's practice. It's not like...
I was about to say, I've tried that before. It's hard as a mug.
But when you're a kid, and you're stuck in this, and you don't want to be stuck in this anymore. And then and that's how it happened. And then, funny enough, my dad tells me later on, we were just talking about whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, this is these are nightmares I used to have as a kid, and then I learned how to fight back, and then I would, then suddenly I had my bike and I could ride away. Suddenly I could, so things that just made me think of that.
Okay,
in that same parallel.
So that is interesting, and I remember talking, like, even just the last visit that your dad had. He came and I had to go speak at an event in New Jersey, and he came and swooped me up, and then we spent the next 3 days with him and your aunt Cassandra, and he was telling me a bunch of stuff regarding what he was dreaming and just interpreting dreams and things on that level. That relation that you just brought forth is how I am dealing with my children.
Right.
Like, yo, man, this is how we move. And that's why I was so, one of the things, so, like, say a pattern that I've noticed, because I've watched the patterns of my life, what I know of the lives that I'm connected to, like my grandfather, grandmother.
Yeah.
Like one thing I know is that we don't do well with drugs, or what people consider drugs, whether it's weed, whether it's alcohol, stuff that's acceptable.
Sure.
Things, even other stuff, and they have, in my father's generation, even on so my children might have it doubly, because my doggone father-in-law and mom, they had to cut alcohol out altogether just because it was just taking them down. Like, so it's like anything that I'm aware of on those levels, I'm like, hey man, don't put yourself in this. Don't let the culture looks out for the culture. When I'm talking about Western culture,
sure, society.
It could be hip hop culture. It could be any aspect of culture, youth culture, middle age culture, whatever.
Sure.
Don't let the culture seduce you, which they will, into thinking, oh yeah, you can have all this, because guess what? they know that you're not supposed to give up your seat. Mm-hmm. But when you're not in your sober mind or your right mind,
sure,
you will do things that you normally don't do. And I remind them, I'm like, hey man, inhibitions, when we're younger, we look at them as like, we look at them as adversarial because we really want to try with this, or we really want to go ask that girl this, or we really want to do what everybody else is doing. Mm-hmm. But just our natural, like, hey, wait a minute, that's like your first, that's like, all things even, that's your first time being confronted with your first mind as a sentry that's meant to protect you. And it's supposed to be challenging and difficult until you learn how to process and learn how to, this is cool, but no, that I'm messing with her, that'll change my whole life's trajectory, and this will make things way more challenging than they're supposed to be. Mm-hmm. So I like, man, don't be fooled or seduced out of your position by leaving your right mind.
Sure.
And so I share all these with my children.
Yeah.
And then now they're adults now, and so they have, Judah's he's 18, but
it's a fledgling adult.
Yeah, exactly. He's right at the cusp of it.
Yeah.
So it's like now I've told him everything, and now as they do, then Lord willing, and I still pray for my family every day, but Lord willing, they will, in doing and being adults and learning and being in this environment out here, they will learn from the experiences, and Lord willing, the experiences won't be, they don't have to be so traumatic where you mess up like, okay, I really learned my lesson now, and like it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
So you said something else that I wanted to touch on. Dagnabbit. Jehovah Witness. It was the guy. Oh, you were talking about being born gay.
Yeah.
So I remember I used to have the same why can this be something that is an issue if it's, when I say prolific in our culture, I understand how anything that's put in a medium that, whether it's our phones or what we call media, they can, I remember I learned this when I was working with this Fox show called The Best Damn Sports Show, period.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
And then I went to ESPN. Now, the producer at the ESPN gig, he said, "Oh, you were a Fox, huh? You was big time, right?" He said, "Come here." He pulls up how they are able to measure the way shows are actually being viewed and watched.
The ratings and stuff.
I guess it was ratings, but this was just like raw numbers.
Okay, yeah, the stats.
Bruh, it was like for every, and this show was like, it seemed like it was everywhere in popular culture. I mean, their commercials were everywhere. They had like celebrities as a part of their show's host, and people who were popular in pop culture.
Yeah.
And it was, you remember Best Damn Sports Show, period?
I never watched it, but
you
I know, I know the name.
Bruh, he showed me, and I wish I was good at analogies, because the equivalent of the Best Damn Sports Show, period, that I just come from, to just the college game day, which only does college football. It doesn't even cover all of the like Best Damn Sports Show, period, was almost.
It's like a variety show.
No. It covers sports, but it covers celebrity stuff and.
Okay.
It was just anything.
So it was like E-News. It was like just like a bunch of random, but not quite random stuff.
Yeah. I want to say yes, but I can't confirm or deny.
I get you.
So, I just remember he was like, "Look at this number." He said, "Guess what show that is?" And mind you, this is just ESPN's college football show.
Yeah.
All they do is college football.
Yeah.
He was just comparing those two.
Yeah.
This does everything pop culture and sports. This does college football.
Yeah.
It was like it was like 50 million people. I mean, I'm exaggerating.
Yeah.
50 million people watch this.
Yeah.
5 million people watch this.
Right. Even though there's a million celebrities and all kinds of stuff.
But
on
they
it.
made this look like it had the 50 million
Sure.
effect.
Yeah.
It was like everybody in the world
Is watching this.
is Fox Sports
Yeah.
best damn sports show. Period.
Yeah.
Like that's how they. So I say that to give you context.
Yeah, I get what you're
where
saying. Yeah.
I understand when we see anything in the media, how the media can make something look humongous, or it can make it look tiny and it's really humongous.
Yeah.
Or you can make it look humongous and it is like minuscule in the state of all things that can be measured.
Okay.
So I understand. So understand that.
Gotcha.
So, I used to have the thought, like, man, it seems like every year there's more and more gay people. And it's not only is it more gay people, these cats are like high level on the. I just looked at it as the marketing side, like they know how to get that message out there. And so I just started, are people born this way? Because the songs were out, and it seemed like they had scientists that would be like, well, okay, this is actually something that you can be born with now, what have you, whatever. So I'm trying to find out. Man, I read an article by, he was a guy at Cal Berkeley, this black professor, and Monsanto's, they went to him. So
Monsanto.
before you release the whatever
study?
it is into the populace,
Yeah, the
you want
study.
somebody to do a study on it. So he studied it on some biological organisms in whatever the environment was that he was doing it on, and he found that I think it was frogs or maybe not turtle, it was salamander something. It literally changed their sex.
Yeah, it's probably frogs.
Well, it might have been frogs. Okay,
Yeah,
well, maybe
probably
it's amphibians.
Well,
are frogs amphibians?
Frogs are amphibians. Yeah.
So what are those are biological?
Frogs are hermaphroditic. Yeah.
So wait a minute. Frogs can, when you say hermaphrodite, isn't that you have both male and female sex organs?
Kind of, yes. So frogs have they have the potential for either.
Okay.
Based on environmental needs, they can change.
So it depends. So whatever the biological organism in the article was,
Yeah.
they were male, and now it turns them to a female. It was
Sure.
turning females to, and some of them was making them asexual. And it was
Interesting.
because of whatever the chemicals were and what they gave him to study. So he
Interesting.
brought it up to him, but that was my first, I was like, oh, wait a minute. We are already inundated. Like, we're the Simpsons. You know how they have the three-eyed fish and all that stuff? Like, that stuff is already, we're in that environment already. And this was, I don't know, this might have been 21, maybe it was 10 when I read it, 2010, something like that. And so I was like, oh, wait a minute. Then I'm listening to this is a guy named Dick Gregory. He was a legendary comedian when he was younger, but then he became an activist at the height of his comedy prowess.
Yeah.
And man, he started being more known as an activist and a health practitioner and so forth and so on. And one of the things that I learned when I used to watch his stuff, just videos all over YouTube. And he taught, I forget what the term is, but it's called hidden in plain sight.
Sure.
And so he took me to an article. He took me. Whoever was listening, he's like,
Right.
Google this, and I think it was like either gay bomb or something. And the article essentially was like the military is looking for ways to increase peace, and one of the ways that they were proposing to do this, if I think it was in trench warfare.
Okay.
But the article said there's a bomb that has must have been a hormone or some type of pheromone or something that has the ability to have everyone, instead of being focused on killing one another, it would make them attracted to one another, and so they would make love, not war.
Sure.
And
that's interesting.
I think this was before, now women are actually fighting in the front lines as well. So at the time it was male.
I see what you're getting at.
So it was, and so he taught like, hey, he was showing you how to read between the lines, and it's like I was reading this occult, it was breaking down the world of hidden meanings, and one of the things that the article suggested was, if, say, the bad guys in this world who revel in their badness and like, man, we can do whatever, they can do whatever, but they have to get the agreement of we, the populace, in order to do it without any repercussions on them.
Yeah, for sure.
So in order to do this, they have to make their intentions known, but they have to hide it in plain sight.
Sure, yeah.
And so he was explaining how this article was written in that way.
Gotcha.
So that was my second, and one of the, if you want the truth to be established, you need more than one witness.
Sure.
You got to have at least two witnesses, and that's a biblical principle that is carried over into the courts of law, especially in Western culture where Christian ideologies were popular at one point.
Yeah.
So then I was like, for me, I was like, okay. Then it's reinforced on the set. So now you got the chemical elements that I was watching a video. It's probably 2019, because 2020, I don't think I was looking at stuff that was on this level, but there was a health practitioner, and she was just showing how no matter if you're eating organic, farm-raised, grass-fed, free-range, cage-free, out in the wild, catching it with a bow and arrow,
clean.
Just clean. She was saying there quite literally is no such thing as clean, because, and then she went to explain how contaminants can travel in the air and how they're spread and proliferate, blah, blah, blah.
Right, it's pervasive throughout literally the world and everything,
Our watering system, whether it absorbs, goes, rains, whatever.
Yeah.
So, I was like, so you put all these together, and I'm like, man, I don't care what nobody says. Maybe it weren't generations before, but the modern day generation has been exposed to chemicals that alter your hormonal expression, balance, and don't even let me get on the soybeans and the soy, how they changes your, and this is the other thing. So now we have a generation, so your generation is like, man, F God. If he's mad at my friend because he likes boys, and mad at my other family member because she likes girls, man, F God, and you want to protect, and you are you're inundated. You don't realize you're inundated. You're like, oh, this is how it is. You're inundated with on the level of, man, everybody's like this. I told you earlier with the Fox Best Damn Sports Show period comparison
5 million to 50
years.
million. Yeah.
It's like, man, the whole world is like, man, we got to look out for our people. It's like all of these ingredients together. Now watch this. How you believe, one day just watch a biology of belief interview. Watch an interview, because a lot of it, well, you might be able to handle it. His lectures, because you have good analyzing, his lectures will be real scientific, but he'll break it down for people like me in an interview on whatever the
It's
points
like
are.
more digestible. I like that anyway.
Okay, yeah. But you take all that together, then you have an environment that you're like, well, wait a minute. If these people are born this way and God doesn't like these people, man, let me tell you something. When you and I think about love, we can't fathom the depth, the scope, the breadth, the fervor that the love of God, the Most High God, the Created God, not the God of the church or religion or any of those things, brings to the table. We also, at the same time, one of the most frustrating things for me as a child, I remember I used to daydream. And one of my daydreams was I would try to understand and try to comprehend how, in a world where the whole truth to me was everything that I see had a distinct beginning. Somehow it began. This started with a thought. Then they pass it on to a person with resources, and they pass it on to a person who's a doer like you, and then they got that mud to be made manifest. I kept thinking, how could something always be? And I was just like, okay, I'm going to find God. I'm going to see how God... And I remember I would just daydream, and I would just go up into the clouds, like just keep going, ha, ha, ha. And then I would reach the highest cloud. And then it would just be a plane on top of the highest cloud, like a flat surface. Yeah. But there were clouds.
Yeah.
That's okay. So, and then off in the distance, I would see nothing but just vast clouds everywhere, like cloudiness. But it was like the sun was illuminating the place. I didn't see a physical sun, but I would go down and, man, don't you know, there was a black speck in the horizon on the distance. I'm like, oh, I'm going to that because that's going to be the answer that I need to discover. I'd get down there, and it would be a magician's hat. Now, this is how television infiltrated my imagination as a child. Out of the hat would pop Baby New Year.
Interesting.
Baby New Year from, I don't know if you guys remember Rudolph in the claymation back in the day.
I know exactly what you're talking
about. Baby New Year and the Abominable Snowman, all that.
Yeah, Lionel the Misfit Toys, the whole nine,
Like, so it was that, and I was, and every time it was the same. I'm like, man, and I'm trying to figure out how does God, how can you be so powerful that you always are in a realm where everything has a beginning? But you don't. How in the world does this happen? So I'm trying to say, as incomprehensible as that scenario was to me at that age, is the depth of the love that we can't comprehend that God has for us. And at the same time, two things can be true two things can be opposing and true at the same time.
Sure.
So and it's not a contradiction, but if there's a instruction that God gave to the Hebrews, remember the scripture was for the Hebrews, not for everybody else.
Right, the chosen people. Yeah.
He's like, hey man, how the Egyptians men lay with men and women lay with women, like men lay with women in the Hebrew culture, said, hey, that's for them, not for you.
Gotcha.
There has to be something to that as well. There has to be something that he's seeing in the landscape of humanity that, yo, you got to move from this. This is not how you're supposed to operate. You're not supposed to eat certain things. You're not supposed to have certain acts committed or commit certain acts. And I'm also like, okay, I got to give that just as much credence as now I'm like, I understand that the love of God is such that, hey man, if I'm in an environment that changed me and made me, and I came out the womb like I just like this guy, or if I'm a woman, I just like this woman, I want to marry her, and he wants, yo, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I guarantee you that what's the word, the disposition that God has towards me, if I'm put in an environment like that, will never fall short of anything but love. And if he has any decision to make about me in regards to my state of being because of how I got brought up into this world,
Sure.
it'll never be short of the standard that unfailing love presents.
That is the most respectful, like, perspective I've literally ever heard in regards to like the thought process there is like very streamlined. So that, yeah, and it's like a really respectful way of putting that. Because that, and going back to that question, you know, that's when I was talking to Martin, I was like, I don't get it.
Right.
But that's a that's a really respectful and fair being the operative word, right? Way to think of that. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, that's a and it's funny. The Monsanto coming to the scientist guy, right? And
Yeah, he's a real. I wish I don't keep information.
No, I get you. So, well, two. There's a couple things in here.
Okay.
So when cigarettes, right? Cigarettes have been popular for a real for almost 100 years, right?
They used to think it was healthy.
No.
Prescribe them joints.
Listen, this is what it was.
Okay.
This is what it was, right? I think it was Marlboro, might have been even the company.
Yeah.
So this is like way back. They're like, hey, this is maybe like the 50s, 60s. They're like, hey, so Marlboro. Remember, yeah, they are saying it's healthy. Like, oh, it's good for you. Marlboro says, hey, science guy, I want you to find out, you know, if cigarettes are actually addictive, right? Are they addictive, or is this just like a social thing, right? Is this a social phenomenon? Okay.
Is this before they hit the market?
No, they're on the market. They're on the market.
They're already out.
The cigarettes been out a long time. Okay. Right? So they're not cigarettes have been around a long, long time.
Are you giving me a hypothetical situation?
No. I'm giving you a legitimate.
Oh, okay.
This is real.
Okay.
Right. So they say, hey, science. This is a similar situation, sort of. They say, hey, science guy, we want to know how addictive cigarettes really are, and what the chemical components of cigarettes are that are so addictive, right? And this guy's like, oh, awesome, because he's thinking, and they're presenting this to him as, we're gonna make it less bad.
Okay.
So he says, okay, well, nicotine turns out very fucking addictive. It's massively addictive.
The scientist
guy. He's like, hey, this is what it is.
Right.
You know, it's super addictive, and all this stuff is bad for you.
Okay.
And they're like, awesome, thank you so much for your work. Goodbye. And you know what they did?
They killed him?
They upped it. They just upped the quantities of the addictive contents, right? So that people would be hooked on cigarettes faster, longer, right? That's why in a sense it's its own, you know, epidemic, pandemic, whatever you want to call it.
Whoa.
Right. That's and look at them, and you can look at markets and stuff and see, like, you know, like the black community and what do they call menthols and all that, and they advertise and things like this, right? Because they figured it out. They were like, or maybe it was Camel, whatever. But it's cigarette. Big
Joe the
cigarette.
Camel. I remember he was for
right,
like
for
children.
the kids. Yeah, and they were like, "Oh, gotta ban that." But they took this science and they were like, "Okay, let's just use this for our capitalist purpose and make this, you know, make it worse, so that we can continue to sell and more and more and more and more." Right. So something I will say that's important, in just the lens of, because you consume a lot of media. You do, and like you said and stuff, right? Like, and all these things. It's really important. So in science, in the way that you get a study done, so a scientist needs someone to pay him to do the study, right? To make it happen, right? You can't just, I mean, unless you have a ton of money, You can't just
you got to get subjects to come pay them.
You got to do the whole
participate.
thing. You got to do a whole ass thing, right? You got to put a research study together. So you need someone to pay. You need someone to get a grant, whatever. It's the government. So usually it's a private entity saying, "Hey, I'm Uncle Raghib. I'm coming to you. I want to do a science project on whether or not mold grows faster in the dark or in the light." Right?
Okay.
Whatever. And you say, "I give you $10,000 to do your study. Go do your study." Okay. So I go do my study. And the findings of that study are going to impact my reputation as a scientist, okay, when I publish it.
Okay.
But before I publish it, I have to submit this to kind of like a panel almost, like a group. It's like a...
Of scientists?
Of scientists who are going to critically look at my work.
Is that what do they call that? Is there, what's the name of that process,
it is
peer review.
Basically.
Study.
It is basically peer review.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So you hand it over to other scientists.
Right.
They look it over. They're like, is this legit? Whatever. Comes back to you. You publish it. Okay. Now, you can publish a bad study. Anti-vaxxer is a great example, right? It was one study. One study that this guy managed to... It wasn't like, ooh, autism is caused by vaccines. But the premise of the study... it led to there, right? But it wasn't a entirely legitimate study.
So you can
finagle
it. You can buy it. You can make the studies biased.
Yes. Well, studies can be biased.
Okay.
For sure.
Okay.
If you so here's what you have to do, right? To make a study, and I took a stats class and I took a quantitative anthropology class, which is stats but regarding like archaeology and like biological anthropology, and just a bunch of others. It's really cool. It's a really cool subject.
Okay.
But this is where I learned about this procedure, right? In order for your study to a community to be considered valued and legitimate, it has to be replicated. Okay? So this guy who came out with autism is caused by vaccines, that was one study, was not replicated.
Because nobody wanted to touch it, or because he did something wrong that made it where you can't replicate it?
Well, that's a really great question, a really great point. A study must be replicatable. That in order for it to have validity, it can't be valid if you can't replicate it. Because if I'm like, I'm the only person who's ever figured this out, like I can't just take that for truth.
So to your point earlier,
Yeah.
in this particular, you said that the reputation of the scientist is at stake based on his peer review and so forth.
And all of it, and publishing
so
it, yeah.
If a study comes out and there's backlash, and now the peers like, yeah, I'm not going to replicate that. You can replicate it. I'm doing it. All right, that's all right. Did that have an effect because they were like, man, vaccine? Wait, you're saying vaccines are crazy?
This gets published. So you don't. So it goes through peer review, right? But you can. So it gets published, right? But yeah, it's not replicated because for I think the replicability for sure was an issue, right? However, he conducted this study, the parameters, he did it in such a way that it was like, all right, well, we can't really do this again in the same way to make this valid, right? Whereas with the cigarettes, you can easily replicate that if you give someone nicotine over and over and over again,
they're going to get addicted.
They're going to get addicted to it quickly, and the more you give them, the harder it's going to be for them to stop, right?
Okay.
So when you're consuming media, this is something I share with, not just, I'm not going to say older people, but people that, and my peers too, because people just share things. They're like, oh, I read this thing, or I saw this documentary. Documentaries are very biased also. I'm like really critical about a lot. So it's important when you're presented with something to see if it was replicated, to see the bigger scope of whether or not, because if it's replicated enough times and you can see that the results are similar, then it's easier to make a judgment, right?
So replicated would be in media. How many other outlets did the same topic, or media? Well, yeah, media outlets did the same topic. Is that how you look for the replication in a particular media? Idea that's presented? That's how you would look at it?
I wouldn't look at it in a media perspective, because if you look at it because media, again, the purpose of media is to make money. The purpose of science
is to discover, but also you do need money to live, right? But media is not the best way. I think it's like if you want to know something, you need to look at empirical sources, things that are study based. Because if you just read an article from the Washington Post, you're reading an article that's a million mouths touched it before you. So when it comes to scientific claims, you know, it's more before forming the initial judgment. It's be like, okay, this was interesting. Let me see if it was replicated. Was the mold study redone? Was it simple and replicatable to see? Okay, because imagine if my study says mold grows faster in the light, right? And then no one replicated it, and then everyone knows. Like, it seems like mold definitely grows faster in the dark. But my study says this. So, was my study replicated? Okay, now it's replicated and done over and over and over again, and we see, hey, our conditions were a little bit different, or however this worked out. It seems like mold grows faster in the dark, and now you have an actual discussion, right? And then you figure out what's wrong, and then you either create a sub study or you split up and you try and investigate further into what that is, right? So what I always ask of people is, you know, when you're looking at these things, are you taking it face value? Or are you seeing, hey, was this study replicated? Hey, what does an empirical, you know, source say? What do multiple empirical sources say? Right. For example, I'll give you a good one. I took a psychology of gender class in college.
Good.
And we had 2 different books that we had to buy for the class. One was not empirical. It was called My Gender Workbook. It was written by a trans woman. And it was very interesting, especially from like a social standpoint. However, the other book we had was an empirical study about the differences between biological male brains and biological female brains.
Now, Cole, before you start that, how come that wasn't empirical? That person is actually proof of.
Because because it's.
Because how I understand empirical is just evidence of whatever it is you're talking about, and it's not something that you're making up.
It's like academically empirical, right? It's
so that's just a personal anecdote.
Yes, this is
of her life.
And
that.
This book is like, we did lots of studies, we analyzed a lot of data, we did a lot of work to analyze many things and to figure out what these differences are.
So their data is empirical.
Yes.
That data.
More opinion.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, more opinion.
Because I was about to say that could be you know how when you're looking up, you're doing research. The best research is, what do they call, primary source?
Yeah, primary source.
Seem like she's a primary source of the topic.
Yeah. Honestly, I would.
They're not. I mean, you know.
I get what you mean. This
isn't
about this was the book about brains wasn't about trans things.
They
were talking right because there are lots of there are really common, like, okay, for example, you'll hear, right, great example is always like, men are really strong, testosterone, blah blah blah. Women are physically weaker than us, right? Those are things you'll hear, right? Yeah, somewhat true. Right, now, what the thing they were talking about was our brains, right? They're people saying that men are more aggressive than women because of our brains, or men can be smarter or better at math and things like that than women because of the structure of our brain or the size of our brain. The bigger your brain, the better, you know, the more capable you are doing these things. So this book was addressing many studies that were kind of giving this data. They were the writer was processing this data and explaining basically how. So let's just set this book aside. Let's ignore the book. So in this book, she talks about yes, because women are physically smaller, right? As we know, right? Women on average are physically smaller.
General.
You
go to this, I've seen some Samoan and
they're huge.
Women,
they're huge.
Man, they walking.
They're huge.
Doors,
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
So on average, this is on average, right? That you'll see that women's bodies are typically smaller than men's bodies, right? Men's bodies typically bigger than women's. Now, that being said, the size of your body does limit the size of your brain.
Okay.
Right. So the bigger you can have a big brain, and you can have a smaller brain.
Right.
But the power of your brain is not
doesn't affect it either way.
It's not based solely on the size of your brain. So there are different types of matter in your brain, like white matter, for example, and you just tend to develop more white matter the bigger your brain is. Why not? And say go ahead.
So
Yeah.
the white matter, that's not a function of how I understand brain development just from when we had children, just have interested in it, and is that your brain grow like during what your mom was doing for you when she was like, man, no, you gotta get out here and work, you gotta get out here and focus, you got like when there's challenging things that makes you a doer, your brain has to like connect and bring
their synapses
together
fire and all that.
and then you learn and your brain gets stronger
and wrinkly. Yes.
So is white matter a part of that, or is it just a byproduct when you see the fat that makes up the mass of the brain?
It is.
That
it is just more of them. It's just more mass.
Okay.
It's more mass, right? So it's that women's brains, right? Our brains are essentially equal in processing power.
Okay.
Right. And no matter, regardless of size, it's just the difference in the quantity of white matter that was being perceived, right? That's what we noticed. We're like, okay, well, we're effectively the same thing, but what is really interesting is what it's called priming, right? If you, in psychology, if I tell you you're bad at math, if I tell you you're bad at math and I give you a math test, you're not likely to do as well in this math test. Now, if I tell a different person, I say, hey, you're good at math, and I give them a math test. Let's say you're both equally capable of doing this test. You're more likely to do worse, right? Because you've been primed to do this thing, right? And we prime each other with expectation. We prime in relationships, all these things, right? So over time, we see that women, right? And if you look at the position that we put women in very often, right? And look back to the 50s, very subservient housewife. We tell women that you're not, why aren't more women doctors and blah, 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 all these thoughts, right? It's because we are constantly through media, through even parenting, we are priming your children to have these expectations or beliefs about themselves.
Right.
So I tell you, you're not good at math. What do you think is going to happen? You're not.
If I'm not aware of what's happening, I'm not.
Right, you're going to be primed.
Being good at math is going to manifest.
Exactly. So that book was really awesome because she essentially just broke it down. She was like, these are the tasks we associate, or the gender roles, right? That we associate in the way that we go about priming each gender to do certain things heavily affects our performance in a lot of ways. And so they go into a bunch of studies. They talk about things like that. I wonder if I might have that book somewhere in storage. But it was really interesting. So, but one of those things that's important in there is replicability. Can you do this over and over and over again? And they do. So that's those are empirical studies, right? The work is being put in and so on and so forth. Whereas the other book is someone wrote this as a, hey, this is my experience, and it's not fact, right?
She's not comparing it to a bunch of different other.
She's giving pop culture examples and a bunch of other. It's fun.
Fun to read.
It's fun, and it's a workbook. You work in it, and she just asks you questions that you would that maybe you wouldn't even ask yourself sometimes, and you reflect. You're like, okay, and you just write, and it's an honest experience. So you just answer everything honestly. And one of the things she says at the end of the book is like, come back to this in 6 months and see if your answer, and then just do it again and see if your answer's changed, because that just it kind of it pushes you. Taking that class was awesome because being in the class, I think there were like 20 something of us. There were 3 straight men. Maybe like another 4 gay guys, and then all women. I don't know, various sexualities. I'm not gonna assume. Okay. One of the 3 of the men in this group was open to learning. That was me, right? I was open to learning. Then there was this old.
Did they ask y'all that, or did you just?
No, you could tell.
Oh,
you could tell, because this old Filipino guy was like, he was just taking class. He was a sweet guy. He just had like, he didn't have not the capacity, but the willingness, I think, to try and expand, and this other guy was there for credit, so he just was like, yeah, I'm here in class, like, and then I'm in there like, this is interesting as hell, like, what, this is crazy, like, this is information that I had not been presented before, but the empirical book really put into perspective for me, like, you know, like gender roles exist, right? As a man, I'm expected to X, Y, and Z thing, and women are expected X, Y, and Z thing.
And it's crazy because they can, in general, they can be the same, but then depending on where the culture and what the culture, and one example of that, I was watching, I don't know how I got to it, but it was an episode of Wife Swap.
Oh boy.
But it was in an African village, and it was a woman from Australia.
Interesting.
In the village, all of the women are topless.
Yeah.
Everybody's walking around topless.
And she's wearing a shirt.
She's wearing a sports bra.
Yep.
When they break down the sexual culture, what's sexually charging in their culture,
Yep.
it was their hips and their butt. And I'm thinking, well, your titties is out, but I'm in my mind,
Right.
I'm like, okay, I'm viewing it from a Western culture.
Right.
So breast and butt, like the
Right.
whole the whole package.
Yeah.
So when I saw
Yeah.
that, it was the first time it dawned. I'm like, wait, oh, so it's
Not everyone sexualizes the same thing that we sexualize.
yeah, but they look as. I mean, I'm assuming the way the women were explaining to the old girl, like, hey man, the breast that's just what
That's
it
just
is.
a-
And we feeding the next
you feeding
generation
babies,
with these.
yeah. Men's
but
like this.
right here.
That's what
we
it's about.
We covering this up. We don't let this out. This is only for
The man's.
And so
Or
it, you know, it was.
Yeah, I get you. I get you.
I was just like,
yeah.
oh,
Right. It's
okay.
right.
So anyway, it just
Yeah.
it opened my eyes to like, okay, so in Western culture, it's a different presentation.
Yeah.
What is sexually appealing than in this? I don't know what part of Africa it was in,
But just
but
this African culture.
yeah, it was like, and that tribe's culture was that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that just opened my eyes. And I was like, oh wow, I got a lot to learn.
Yeah.
But what I think why I brought that up is because every culture has a different. There are different functions.
There are different genders
or
roles,
manifestation
assignments,
of assignments for the genders.
Yeah, for
of
sure.
that culture.
Right, and I think, and a lot of us I think that it's not even necessarily like conservative people, right? It's a full scope of people who, and I'm lucky to have traveled the world, right?
You've got a whole different perspective than a whole lot of people.
Right, and so when it comes to, you know, certain issues, knowing how limited, like if I talk to someone who's never left Pennsylvania, some of my friends who have never left Pennsylvania, they go to the beach, you know, their perspectives are limited by their experience. Right. And I don't hate anybody for that. I don't hate anybody.
You just understand it.
I understand that, like, that's the difference. So it can be frustrating for sure when it's like, I need you to understand that your experience is limiting you from expanding to be able to, you know, see.
I'm trying. There's an analogy that what you just said has brought to mind. I can't articulate it, or I may be able to, but I don't think I can. But yes, you're sometimes you have to be. That's what it. So one of the things that I realize about myself is I'm not opinionated, and I don't mind not being opinionated. And there are times when, because of exposure, whatever you've not been or have been exposed to, a topic or a perspective on a topic that I may have that's different than yours, I want to bring it to the table, but I could sense that this is just going to cause more, instead of it being something that's going to make somebody say, or just something to consider, it'll be received antagonistically, because to your point, even with what I share in the family, what do you call that thing?
It's a group chat.
What that is?
It's just a group chat.
Oh, I thought that was a DM or something.
Yeah, it is. Direct message, yeah. It's just a group chat.
Oh, okay.
Your DMs, your private messages, yeah.
So when I share that, if I send something, it's like I'll make sure I'll consider I don't want to offend any dispositions, and I don't want anybody to think I'm here adversarial, because I do know that if I I can explain something to you right here controversial to our generation.
Sure.
Way better than
Here's the thing.
if I text it.
Yeah, tell 'em.
And then you have to imagine my facial expression. You have to imagine my vocal distribution of the words. Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things that I'm thankful that I'm not opinionated is because it's so easy for me not to share anything with anyone outside of. The only time I get opinionated is when it's my children, and I spoke a little bit about it earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm like, hey man, you're dealing with something that genetically your family has not had a good turn with.
Yeah.
And you're putting yourself in harm's way by exposing yourself to this and not taking into consideration what you've not seen in person, but I have.
Right.
And I'm telling you, don't do this.
Yeah, I get you.
So I become opinionated in those internal places, but not with anybody outside of that.
Sure. Yeah.
So anyway, it helps me to not get as frustrated, I should say, when a topic comes up. Anyway,
no, I get you. I lost my place actually.
No, you were talking about the openness of your being able to have experiences, and then sometimes it's frustrating when you're dealing with people who've never been.
And I'm gonna get into my soapbox a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
This is like one of my favorite. And another thing is a difference in education, right?
Yo,
it is, and when people ask me, or if someone was to say like, how do you fix, if you wanted to fix hate, if you wanted to fix world hunger, right? Any massive issue that plagues humanity, right? The primary in America, let's just say in America, because I can't speak for the scope of the world.
Okay.
Again, the culture that I'm familiar with.
Right.
If you want to fix the way that things are, it starts at education, at the baseline. And this comes down to like a lot of people will complain like, but free college is something. People say, oh, we want free college, and people are like, oh, I don't want to pay for someone to go to college, but I want to go to college, right? And I totally agree, and I understand both parts, right? If you, in my soapbox, and I'll condense it a little bit, is if you make K through 12, right, kindergarten through 12th grade, an equal experience, a equally valuable education for everyone, right? You will produce literally better people, but it has to be a multicultural education. Okay, and again, I took a multicultural education class in college where, understanding that, right? Think about the history that you learned, the history that I learned growing up in school. We didn't learn, African history. We learned the white man's history. We learned the history of the colonizer, and we thought it was great. We were like, Christopher Columbus came in 1492, sailed the ocean blue, and the Indians were awesome, and then, blah, 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 blah. And the first Thanksgiving, and everybody was happy, right? That's what we feed people. Right? Like, so let's say you take, in that same K through 12, you give people a balanced education on and owning up to the mistakes that we've made in history, right? Yes, we know slavery existed, but no one, it's not like, like taking accountability is kind of like, it seems like it's past our thing. Like, oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't my dad, right? But it's like, we still need to understand as a society that we have made mistakes. And we have done things. And slavery built this country. It wasn't, it was hard work, but it wasn't the guy sipping tea in the shades hard work, So it's things like that where it's explained to kids and people, and people are always, or even gender, sex, sexuality, right? People will assume there's like an age where you're 12, right? If you don't know, like, I'm not saying give them the gritty details, but if you don't have an idea what those things are and what the causation of those things are early enough, then that's when you run into issues. Like if you are told, like, for example, right, I wasn't allowed to date. I wasn't allowed to date at all until I was like almost out of high school. Even in high school, in high school, my parents were so weird about it, right? I was never given hey, like, I know because my parents were young when they had us, that if you have sex unprotected and early, you're going to make mistakes and have your kids and blah, 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 right? So me being conscious of that, that's why that didn't happen to me. Right, but look in places where it's like no one's educating these kids, and then these things happen. Right, you need to. I'm just gonna throw. If you're 8 years old,
you should understand that you should, or by the time you're 5, you should understand consent. That you shouldn't touch people.
Oh yeah.
By the time you're conscious enough to go to school, to act on your own, you should understand. Do you want some more water? Are you?
Yes, if you have it, I don't want to drink all you want.
No. Let me just, I gotta get a cup. I think.
And is there that bathroom at the end of the hall? I can take a piss.
Yeah. Here, let me just watch this.
No, you're
pause. Good. I'll just go on. Where's the thingamajig? Oh, you can go. You can go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just do it on here. Intermission. Be right back. brought you 2 cups.
Was that you?
No, that's probably Ryan.
Did you just hear that?
Was it a sneeze?
No, somebody said yes.
Oh, that's Ryan.
Oh, okay.
He's probably playing video games. I'm gonna use the bathroom too.
Oh, hey, there's no soap in there, so.
Oh shit. Let me go. Oh, there's one downstairs.
Oh, okay.
My bad. some soap and sanitizer right now.
Oh.
That reminds me, I gotta go to the store tomorrow. Wait, want to see a huge sword?
Yo, that's the stuff Imani makes this kind of stuff for like her when she goes to the
Conventions and stuff.
Oh.
Nah, it's cool.
You make this?
No, I bought it from China. They made it for me. Yeah, it's this guy right here. That's his sword.
What's his character?
His name is Zabuza. He's from Naruto.
Naruto. Okay.
Yeah, he's like the first villain that they fight, and he's like my favorite villain of all time. I have a whole costume.
Really?
Yeah.
Is he? Judah and I listen to. There's a guy that breaks down villains from movies, from video games, and like he does an analysis on them.
Yeah.
Would you think he would be on that?
Probably not, because like there are bigger, badder villains in Naruto, but he's like the first one that sets the tone for,
What's it called?
Okay.
But yeah, he sets the tone for like the whole beginning. But he's awesome. Just like he's been one of my favorite characters for like forever. And then a friend got me that statue as a gift last year.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody did that cat in.
Yeah, he gets like real dead, very murdered. Yeah. Let me close this.
Okay.
But yeah, so we're talking about consent and like just teaching.
Learning you were talking about education. You
right,
were
education.
bringing all the different aspects of it in.
So, right, you know when and I assume you did this with your kids. My parents, my mom did too, where she was just like, don't let anyone touch you. Don't like any of that. But she never explained why. Right? She never explained why. She just said don't talk to strangers. Don't. It was never like, oh, that's she's like people. She was just people shouldn't do that like that. There was no anything else, right? It wasn't like, hey, this is inappropriate because grown people shouldn't do this to little people.
Right.
There was none of that, right? But so we just grow up thinking, okay, don't let people do that. But you should teach people the why. Mm-hmm. Not the full. I'm not saying the full.
Appropriate to your
age, right? And that way you're more likely to retain it, and to in practice, right? In practice, no. Mm-hmm. So somebody comes at you and you're like, wait, this is wrong because whatever again to whatever extent you're able to. It's like, okay, then no, like that's so it's things like that. It's history. It's again science, knowing and think about what I just said about replicability, right?
Right.
Things like that are just that create more well-rounded thinkers. Mm. And it's not to say that it's equally as bad to be 100% conservative as it is 100%, let's say, liberal, right? Mm-hmm. Because you're closed off to a whole mess of stuff. Mm-hmm. So it's important that we create well-rounded thinkers and people that are that are all presented with the same opportunity.
Did you hear what you just said?
What did I say?
So watch this. When I was young, Newark, New Jersey still, so I was under 10, I specifically remember the mantra of I'm just going to say society, for lack of a better word, being developing productive citizens. And I remember developing productive citizens, and when I remembered it as an adult was when I started realizing that the mantra went from developing productive citizens, and this is just like the general education deal. It could have a certain nuance at some school, a certain nuance at this school, what have you. As I got older, what brought it back to my attention was the mantra became, we want to produce educated consumers. And I remember they were able to sneak it under the radar with the word educated.
Yeah.
And because if they would just say, we was trying to make everybody a consumer, and then I started meditating on the state of consumption as opposed to the state of production. And I remember I told you when I break something down, I start with a spiritual foundation because of my experience as a young child.
Yeah.
So the first thing that came to my mind was the biblical verse that was in Genesis, and it was the first blessing that the Creator spoke through the creation. And it was declared a blessing, and the blessing was this: be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth.
Yes.
That is developing productive citizens. So from the blessing, if you know how to produce, blessing is connected to production, which is in the same sense a creative. What you're producing a podcast, you're producing comedy, you're producing acting chops, you got whatever you're producing at your work, whatever is helping it, you learn how to produce. Conversely, if you're not producing, you're consuming. And I can assume that with consumption, instead of production producing the blessing of a source that multiplies, now I'm working from consumption, which subtracts.
Yep.
And consumption, because it subtracts, I have to make it sound good. So in order for it to sound good,
You gotta put a word
I
in
have
front
to
of
say,
it.
education. I'm going to educate you into a consumer. And you're not going to, your red antennas aren't going to go up until you learn how to critically, okay, all these words mean something, and if you're using them, especially you're coming from a paid media background, how can I break this down? So you just, when you said that, it just reminded me of those dynamics, and that's when I was like, oh man, they're getting us, man, because consumption is putting us in debt. No wonder our country is in debt, because we're the largest consumers in the world. Oh, we got the richest people, but those are the distractions. Doggone it, they're getting us so accustomed to beating our chest because we can consume that we forgot that the power and the blessing is connected to producing.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
So creating well-rounded thinkers.
Man, that's huge.
That's the thing. It's because you can have a healthier discussion, like about anything. You can have a healthier and healthy being the operative word, right? Because like the more uneducated or the less experienced
exposure.
Yeah, exactly. The exposure to
less exposure.
The less it's because you're more likely to refute than you're more likely to not want to be able to accept or bargain, right? Because in a discussion, it's essentially not to say an argument, but an exchanging of information, right?
There's a scripture that says where God offers to the subject, says, "Come, let us reason together."
That's a great way of putting it.
So yeah,
yes. Understanding that you have something to bring to the table.
Right.
I have something to bring to the table.
Yes.
We may not agree on everything.
But we can still bring it.
But there's we can coalesce, and there are things that we can come out and learn on either side of it, right? For the progress of man,
right.
Or as a whole. So I think it's that when I think if you gave me political power, mass political power, the step one is fixing education, because I say and I'm not the smartest person, right? I like low-key wrote a form of government in like college because I thought it was fun. But I called it the Athenian system because it was like based on like the houses in Greek mythology sort of, except each house was a different like science or so it'd be like, let's just say I'll just generalize. So like psychology is one and the environment is one, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, and basically the way that this system would work is in a convention style. Each house is conversing with not just themselves, but with all of them, and figuring out a way to make Earth sustainable, right? The way that we're producing and consuming to make it sustainable both for us as people and for the land that we live on, right? That being one point, right? But also in the education sense, like
how can we? What are the things that essentially we need to come together on a baseline? Like, what are the things that like are going to be the most effective to create these well-rounded thinkers? That people are going to be able to make decisions on their own. It's fireworks. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's not.
That thing sounds pretty powerful.
Sometimes it's not. In this neighborhood, you never know. Well, so you know, but like, you don't. Well, you live here long enough, you figure it out. There's no crackle at the end of a gunshot. That's how you, because it's not.
Oh, pop, pop, pop.
You'll hear like a firework will be like boom crackle, like there's a little crackle.
Oh,
Guns, yeah.
So was that a backfire?
That was a firework for sure.
You heard crackle at the end of that?
Yeah, it was like pop, and then there's a little.
You got them young ears. I just heard boom. Oh.
They're trained to know the difference. That's
okay.
It's not a bad neighborhood. It's just a very good one. But right, so thinking like, hey, what are the factors that we need to really adjust?
And what's the baseline?
The baseline. What is the baseline? What is the thing? What are the things that are going to get the every American child through K through 12, and at the point of finishing K through 12, being able to be in a position to make the decision, and this is where the free college part comes in, right?
Okay.
Where it's everyone should theoretically. I'm not going to say people aren't smarter than other people, right? Or that you can't learn more, because you can definitely learn more, right? And be more apt to it. But the knowledge, right, at the baseline, you know, say the learning disability, right?
Okay.
You're still being supported.
I was just about to say.
You're still being
supported. How do you take? You support the learning disability, man. You know how some people are freaking rocket scientists. Like,
right.
How do you
accommodate?
Yeah.
How do you accommodate? So, it's like, okay, you know how Uncle Kadri does like the go-to stuff? Okay, and to my basic understanding of like just watching his stuff, it's a reprogramming, right? And so you have to reprogram these things, and then you build on top of them, right?
Yes.
For some people, that might go faster, right? You might.
Oh yeah. You're right.
So when that person makes a progression, you're able to give them the next step sooner and build on.
So you anticipate that some of the people will be progress faster than some, and you are able to accommodate that.
Yeah, and so for the people who learn slower or need more assistance, it's not about finishing K through 12 in 12 years. It's about getting the base, you know, of everything. Make sure every person is able to do what they need to do to live and take care of themselves, or
be what you talked about. Right. At the end, you have the capacity to reason.
Right, and be a well-rounded thinker.
Yes, thinker. Yeah,
well-rounded thinker. Right.
Yes.
Right. So having these, everyone has the tools, right? Because you're gonna have someone who's born insanely smart,
right?
And we're gonna support that.
Right.
You're gonna have someone who needs help. You're gonna have people, and honestly, I'm in the middle. Like, I'm not a genius, right? No way. I don't claim to be a genius. You know, sometimes I do for fun, but like, right? But it's like, you know, it's academics, but it's not just about learning facts, memorizing facts. It's the process of understanding, right? One, history, science, you know, the things that are gonna be a good educational base. Culturally, what is going to support you, right? What other avenues of culture there are in the world, right? Not just being narrow-minded. So it's this build that you're going to get. So at the end of your public or whatever education is, you are able to make the choice. Okay, do I want to go into the workforce and and know how to use my resources this way, because I know how to do taxes and I know how to do all these things. I know how to live a life based on these decisions. Do I want to choose to go to a higher education?
Do we give? Pardon me. Is it necessary for the education to be in depth to the point where we dispute the legality of paying taxes, or do we not have to enter into that realm and we just say, hey man, this is how you do your taxes, even though legally we don't have to, but then this is why you do, because in the culture that we live in world culture, whoever has the capacity to enforce their will gets to do what pretty much they want to do, even if it's not legal? Do we
I
traverse into that
totally
territory,
get what you're
or
saying.
do we just say, hey man, let's keep that for a different advanced course and let's stay on this little...
So remember, this is the perfect world where I have all the power, right?
Oh,
this is the perfect
okay,
world where I have all
okay.
the power. So taxation is theft, and we figure that, and again, in the Athenian, the Athenian system, we figure that shit out.
Word? Okay. Okay.
Because it's about balance. That's the whole point. Is having a system in which everything is it's not like communism where everyone is, because you can still make more money. Because
communists do.
I think communism and socialism are and I mean capitalism is volatile in the way that it's grind every single anything until you can. The reason that there are 4 billion parts in one little thing is because you're able to make it in such a way
where 4
million parts is making you $5 billion, right? That's the way that is, right? So again, this is a very idealistic and now it's not that it's not attainable, but it's in the system, right? It's an ideal. It's an ideal. In an ideal world. So we figure that shit out because it's not just today. I mean, today's day and age, like. If that's the way it is, because I know that I'm not in my lifetime not going to be able to achieve that perfect of a system, right, in real life. But if we were to just take the education part, I would say that we definitely need to teach philosophy in the way of, hey, like, this is the way the society exists, and you can challenge that, and you can do what but again, we're giving them the opportunity and the education to make those choices, to be open to that expression, whatever it is, but giving them the tools to exist, thrive, and learn and be better than the current system is the goal. Right. That's education. That's learning. Because what education is now is stagnation. It's stagnation. We teach the same things. We cut more and more, and the point isn't to make people smarter and better. It's to keep working class people in the same place. And that's it. It's if you don't have a small loan of $1 million, like life is going to be harder. So that's that. Yeah. So,
amen.
So that's my soapbox is simply you make K through 12 a balanced experience. You give people the tools and ability, right, and in the wholesome education that it takes to be able to make decisions and live an effective life, because some people don't want anything special out of life. Some people don't, and it's just,
totally.
And to me that's totally fine. Do that, but I want at the minimum everyone to be able to make the choice, because some people don't have the choice to or are in a position where they don't have the confidence or support, because the system in which you're put through isn't conducive to creating those thoughts.
Man. Yeah, bro. That is the simple. What Occam's razor? You ever heard of that?
Mm-mm.
So, I believe it might be the correct way to define this in science. If you're looking for an answer, I believe Occam's razor is if there are different answers that are options, whatever the simplest answer is, that's the answer.
Gotcha.
Whatever. So, and I think that's Occam's razor.
Okay.
So
Let's do that. Let's Google that.
yeah, look, it's Occam's something.
You know
I don't know. ACUMAX.
Yeah, there it is. AKUM.
Oh, what does it say?
It's OCCA.
OCC.
It's the principal theory of theory construction or evaluation, according to which, other things equal, explanations that posit fewer entities or fewer kinds of entities are to be preferred. Yeah. So the simpler the answer, the better it is.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is something that I would.
Oh my goodness! Sorry, we have people in the chat. That's
whoa.
Who's
that?
I don't know, but they're all kinds of.
slurs up.
Oh, he said wiggers.
No, hang N-words, fuck Black Lives Matter.
Oh,
and then Cece was in here. Thanks so much, Cece. I miss you guys. And then these guys follow me for my...
Oh, those are people. Okay.
They follow me for my video game streams.
Man, that's a lot. When did they come in?
I didn't see it. I didn't see when they came in. I wonder if I can tell. No, but let me ban this guy.
Oh, okay.
Hide user on this channel.
Hey, you know what's funny?
Hmm.
So now I have to process him through, or whoever it is, through my wisdom. So I would, the first thing that comes to my mind, like a process, bless those that curse you.
Yeah.
Pray for those that despitefully use you. Do good to those who do evil to you. Like, it's like, don't return evil for evil.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like...
You were the first person to say that when we were kids. And my mom has repeated it forever.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, don't trade evil for evil.
Man, I tell you what, that's a lifesaver, and it helped, and it. But I will say this: it's much easier for me to manifest that as a 51-year-old man than it would have been as a 25-year-old man, simply because you have a ton of testosterone, growth hormone, two factors that, like, want to get revenge.
Yeah.
I mean, and I remember watching one of those channels like Discovery or Science Planet of Night, and they were doing are boys and girls the same or are boys and girls different presentation.
Sure.
And one of the, I don't know if it was a doctor or one of the people on the show said, he said, nature is baffling. He said, I don't know how males live past, I don't know if he said 25 or something, like, because he was saying how just the nature of what testosterone does, it's like a stupid hormone slash, it doesn't have, you can't reason. Like, it was all the thing we're talking about.
Yeah.
Testosterone negates in the presentation.
I get what you mean. Yeah.
And they were, so anyway, so I say all that to say it's so much easier for me, like, man,
because you're chilling now.
Oh man, I don't worry about that dude. Like, the doggone blood is boiling.
my kumu, the one I told you about before, the teacher who like I had dinner with my family and stuff. He's like, parents should be able to abort men up to age 25. That's what he always says.
Man.
He's like, you should be able to abort up to 25.
Wow.
Like, because it was then you're like, we're good. Like,
man.
There's a book called Unwind by Neil Shusterman.
Okay.
And it is about that concept, but it's not men. It's kids up to 13. So before you're age 13, your parents can choose to unwind you, and they'll essentially like deconstruct.
Wait! Is that the book that was that required reading?
Some kids had that as required reading. Yeah.
Did because I think Imani or somebody it's a futuristic book or something, and then they cut off your, like, they slowly
they use your whole body for other stuff. Like,
they cut it surgically. You don't feel anything. You see what's happening.
I actually didn't read it.
But
I'm based because I've read other Neil Shusterman books. I'm sure that's probably what happens because he's like that.
It was wild. I was like, man, this would scare me if I was a child, like, thinking that this could be in somebody's imagination, like, ready to get me. And then I think it was like they were kept alive artificially or via artificial means. I think the heart either was the last place to go. And I think maybe either conscience was housed there or in the brain, like, somehow. But it was just like, I remember feeling so sad that they were describing one of the students going through the process of being unwound, and in the final, it was like, oh man, I'm it's like the realization, okay, this is my last thought in this realm. Like, anyway, okay.
Yeah.
That is wild.
So that's what he says. Like, he's like up to 25 for men.
Wow.
And then he was like, he goes in front of my mom. He goes, Because he calls me Q. Because that's in Hawaiian language. I went by Q.
Okay.
Oh, except I had a Hawaiian name, like Hawaiian names are like a super blessing. Like, and you can't just be like, yo, give me a Hawaiian name. And like what, and I wanted one. I did want one. But the way that Kumu Lelepa was like, he was like, we'll work together, because like I go to study with him. So he was like, we'll work together and find something that fits you, right? That fits your and it's not always just about like your personality or whatever, because usually you get them at birth, and it's, for a lot of people, it's their middle name will be their Hawaiian name. Like my friend Joran, her middle name is there's like two parts, and then Polmaika'i something, which is like Polmaika'i is like blessing. So like two parts of it are hereditary, and then she's like a blessed flower, Polmaika'i, something like that. I don't know. I have to ask her. I hope she's not mad at me for getting it wrong. But so from him, when one time I told him about my birth, right? And me, being purple and bruised and like dying, right? So he was like, oh, there's meaning there. There could be something there. But what my Hawaiian name ended up being was Ki'o, which is K-I, Okina, which is like a glottal stop, so it's just like a quick stop, and then O, so K-I-O, but it's like...
Is that like an accent?
It looks like it's a backwards apostrophe. Yeah, it's like...
Okay.
Yeah, Ki'o, right? And what Ki'o means in Hawaiian is shit.
S-H-I-T?
Shit, yeah, poop. Too shit, because I was a shitty student. Like that.
Oh, what? He said that to you?
Yeah, endearing. It was very endearing, but it's because I would bail on class. Because it's a morning class, so I'd bail on class and then I'd go study with him in the afternoon and stuff instead.
Gosh.
But you learn. It's like it's a common word to learn, Ki'o. Like it's like people like Ki'o. Kukai is shit, like it's actual shit, it's poop. Okay. But Ki'o is the verb. So he would spell it Q-I Okina O, and he called me Ki'o. So it was like a nickname.
Oh my gosh! Okay, nephew, I gotta meditate on that, because I don't know if I'm gonna accept that into my lexicon.
No,
my nephew.
It's funny. No, it was like an elbow jab, like funny. Name.
Okay. If
he wasn't being.
I was like, wait a minute. I don't know.
No, he was.
Lesson, man.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't being mean. But that's because that was like our relationship was really funny.
Okay. Well, so I'll accept that from you.
My Hawaiian language listeners, none of them, there are none. But like they would be like nice. What? Yeah. My friend Dylan, my friend Joran, her boyfriend. Dylan is actually one of my best friends from Hawaii.
From Hawaii, okay.
Yeah, one of my I love him to death. When I go visit, I stay with him. Both of them, I love him to death. One of the nicest and just most genuine human beings. He's crazy, like in the best way. Okay. But he was jealous. He was mad. He's like, because he's part Hawaiian, and he's like, I don't even have a Hawaiian name. And I'm like, bro, mine is literally shit. So like, come on,
man.
Okay,
I guess I can. Yes, we do, and we may have earlier in the conversation. Did we talk about the meaning of the word name earlier?
When we were talking about vibration and like the association.
Yes, we did. Okay.
Yeah, we talked.
All right,
about
let's make sure.
For sure. Yeah.
You said yes. This podcast is the greatest one.
Who's listening?
Judah.
Oh boy, that's funny. Yeah, this is pretty. No, I'm having a great time. It's honestly, we've been going for so long. Like probably.
Oh, does this fit on? Will it fit on YouTube?
Yeah, we're live streaming.
Also, it doesn't have to like be.
So after it ends, it will like upload as a video.
So don't you have to? Well, maybe you have a different YouTube status. I thought you could only do like 15 minutes.
No, you can do whatever you want.
Of time.
Yeah.
On YouTube, I'm saying.
Yeah, you can put like there are 10-hour repeat videos of funny songs. That's like a thing. Like I'll put on 10 hours of Sandstorm by Darude. The techno song. It's like it's 10 hours.
Wait a minute, is because Judah sometimes listens to. It's like a guy. It's like an anime of somebody like doing homework.
It's a girl. It's
or a girl, and it'll.
It's lo-fi hip hop beats.
Hip hop dance.
Lo-fi hip hop beats. It's a constant stream. It's a stream. It never stopped. It's only stopped, I think, in history like twice. Yeah. It's just a live stream that keeps running.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Man, so I'm still a little shook by your Hawaiian name, but I'm trying to embrace it more. I'm trying to get it to be.
It's a fun. Like it is like if it like again, I take my name like real seriously.
Oh man, bruh.
So it is knowing my kumu, it is such a term of endearment that like that is yeah. There's no harm in it.
Or amen.
It is
amen.
yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
That's what that is. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the real deal right there.
Yeah. Yeah. He'd only be like, oh, didn't come to class. I'd be like, you know. But he was funny because he would make people earn their names. If you even if you had a Hawaiian name and that's what you're supposed to go by in class, if you didn't show up to class or if you were just like kind of being annoying or like whatever, like or if you answered questions wrong, if you were like kind of really like good at it and you're like answering questions wrong like repeatedly, like you're gonna lose your name.
Oh,
like,
yo.
Yeah, and I don't even remember that kid's name. It's okay, I don't remember his name. Oh, there was this one guy that we had class with. My buddy and I used to go study with him. And this dude, we invited him because my kumu threw this party, and we invited him to come, and he didn't respond to any of us. And his name was Keanu Namaka, which is like bright eyed. That's what it means.
Wait, Keanu what?
Keanu Namaka. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Keanu Namaka, and it's like shining eyes. Maka being eyes, Keanu being like bright eyes. And so he didn't answer any of us or get back to us, and we're like, all right, Tyler, which is like his real name.
Oh,
we're just like, okay,
snap.
Tyler. Like,
that
all
went
right.
to the official government.
That
Let me see. So Raghib, what my father told me Raghib means is desires to serve. And I've met a man from Iraq in different Muslim regions. One it means to go get, and one it means to one was to go get what the other guy it's some form of service, and then Imani, when she was born, I remember my understanding of faith was starting to grow, of what I understood, how to define faith and how to identify faith, and it was just really icing on the cake once I listened to that Bruce Lipton, his biology of belief deal. So that's where we named Imani faith, and then
Imani means faith.
Okay. And I think it's Swahili, if I'm not mistaken. But the Kiana meant, so Ki prefix in Korean was like to arise, like the sun, and Ana is a derivative of Hannah, which means graceful or full of grace. And I remember when she was born, I understood how grace was operating in our lives and just as our family. So I was like, okay, and it was hilarious because I always tease her. At first, I wanted to name her Bathaya.
Wow.
And she was laughing so hard. Everybody they were like, they bring that up as a family joke. But I was really I was looking up the different names and it had a beautiful meaning. I don't remember it right now, but I remember just.
Well, how's it spelled? I'll look it up.
Bathaya. B-A-T-H.
Dash Aya?
But not the full Beth. Because it was a name that I've never. You know what's crazy? I never.
Daughter of Jehovah.
What does that say?
Where's it? Origins Hebrew. Daughter of Jehovah. Bethia is a girl.
Yeah, Bethia. That was it. Yep.
Yeah, it means daughter of Jehovah.
Right. So that's what I wanted to name her. I never ever heard of or met anyone in my life named Kiana until I named her Kiana. And then I was like, Kianas are all over the world.
Yes.
I was like, what the savage? Did I find out from some lady? There's like, see if there's a tribe in Africa named Kiana, or like it could be K-I-A-N-N-A or K-Q-I-A. I don't. But I just remember
Kiana Alaska.
Maybe not. I just remember.
No.
Wait.
Oh, Q-I-A-N-A, pinned by That's a person's name.
Oh, okay.
That's a person's name.
I said all that to say I'd never heard of that name Kiana before.
Right.
And then we had a miscarriage. Well, not a miscarriage. That it was I forget what they call it. It was like the baby was alive, and then I just remember one time Melanie had a real hard kick, and like she knew, like her intuition was like, oh, we got to go
to the hospital,
to the doctor.
Right now, yeah.
And the baby ended up dying. It started decaying. It was crazy.
Ooh.
But so, anyway, his name was Justice. And then Judah was the last. And I remember how powerful the word praise. So when Judah was born, I was like, okay, that's going to be, we just love that name. It was like, yo, that's going to be, that was Judah's name. And so when it comes to names and significance of them, I mean, we all understand. And even Ismail means God hears.
Yep.
And so I always understood that. And even when I talk to my children now, I'm like, hey man, don't be having nobody come up here. They just got a name because they like the way it sounds, or and it don't mean nothing, or it's named after a skateboard company or something. Man, we gotta handle our business up in this mug because we be calling that name for the rest of that individual's life, so forth and so on.
So I will share with you. This is like common information. If you ask any of my friends this question, they should be able to answer it. Or my family, my mom, any of them. If you ask me what I will name my firstborn,
Okay.
regardless of gender,
Okay.
it will be Doctor.
DOCTOR?
Correct.
What does doctor mean? Teacher.
Dr. Ismail.
Ooh.
That straight up out the gate, and I'll tell you why.
Yo.
It's pretty tight, right?
Yeah. And I like because it doesn't doctor mean, isn't a doctor a teacher essentially? Is that what
That's a great
the
question.
term doctor, is that how it's defined? You know what I'm saying?
Let's look at etymology. Etymology of doctor.
Doctor, oh,
That's tight.
yeah, bro. What does it say?
Yeah, teacher. Comes from teacher.
Okay, yeah. Oh, bruh.
So check this.
Oh, man.
Now, I am in 8th grade going into 9th grade. The year is 2009.
Okay.
Okay, it is, I want to say like sometime early in the year. It's before May, for sure.
Okay.
Because my mom told us she was pregnant. Well, my parents were like separated when my mom was pregnant.
Okay.
And this is like, you know what? It was because this is a great funny story. But when we were at the family reunion,
She was pregnant then?
that's when Gabriel was conceived.
Okay, got you.
I know.
Wait, Gabriel was conceived then?
In 2008.
Oh, I got you.
I know because I was awake.
Wait a minute. You heard or you saw?
I forced myself to fall asleep. Uncle Kadri, listen. Uncle Kadri said, because Mariana wanted to sleep over, and I wanted to sleep over too, but Uncle Kadri was like, no, let's just let Mariana sleep over, whatever. And I was like, okay, it's Uncle Kadri's house. Or no, or that they were going to his house, and then people were at Uncle Bert's house. And I had to go back to the hotel with my parents and Ibrahim.
Oh my gosh.
And they thought I was asleep, but I wasn't.
Man.
I've never told either of my parents this. Actually, maybe my mom. I don't know. I was awake. And I did the math, okay?
Oh my gosh.
I was awake.
Man, okay.
And because remember, my parents were separated like almost that whole time. Wow. From before that and after that, like that was for real. So my mom tells us she's pregnant a couple months in, and I remember because she bought us this pizza that we really like, and we were like, man, this is August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May. He was born in May, so like it takes a month ish.
Right.
So Gabriel was literally May, right? And my mom, and he lasted. I don't know, he was just in there for a hot minute. Like they're like, well, they induced because he just wasn't coming out. But,
man, I'm gonna tell you something. All of y'all were supposed to be born, and I don't know when I say supposed to be born because I just remember just different, and it was spoke about, and I don't know, I don't put the business out on the internet, but I just say this. There's nothing that man made to keep you from being born that was able to keep y'all from being born. Just trust me.
I believe you entirely. I believe you entirely. So the year is 2009. Year is 2009. And I mean, like again, my dad and my relationship is really just has always not always since literally since I've been
I remember your father telling me that you would jump on him as he was reprimanding one of the children, and you would be like, "What the hell?" And you beat up and put him in a headlock and try. And I was like, "Boy, these are definitely his children because they are not afraid of physical confrontation."
I'm not afraid to die.
Bruh, it was like in my mind, I was like, "Boy, this is definitely a way to die." Because man, let me tell you something. Your father, I remember coming home from, say, Toronto, and I want a Suburban. And I remember I would just leave it at the mountaintop. Umi wouldn't even drive it, but Suleiman would drive it every once in a while or do some, whatever. And I remember there being one day a blood-baked, like, t-shirt like this, but it was just like all caked with blood and like stuffed in the corner.
Yeah.
And then like maybe a bat with a little shit. When we used to have these little sluggers.
I know exactly. I know that.
And I was like, "What happened, man?" And he's like, one of his responses was to one of the times. It was like, "Man, I was what he said. I was at some club or a college party or something.
Yeah.
And some dude tried to disrespect me. So he said he started beating one of them down. Then his friends jumped on him. And he's like, it got too much for him. So he said, I just started biting people. And he said he bit a hole out of one of them. And I was like, no, I don't want to know anymore. Just a witness is needed or not needed. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah, you got that honestly.
Yeah. So it's 2009.
Right.
It's 2009. Because so we were very, very chaotic. And,
right.
My dad, and he wasn't living with us at the time. I remember asking my mom, I was like, what are you gonna name him? What are you gonna name, Gabriel, or like, what are you gonna name the baby, right? And so, and she was like, I don't know. She's like, you're like, my dad picked all of our names, so. She's like, I think your dad's got some ideas or whatever, and I was like, you shouldn't. I think I offered Jonas because I liked the book
Brothers?
The Giver. I liked the book The Giver, and the baby in The Giver's name was Jonas, or the main character.
That book, the children had to read that.
Yes. Yeah, that was a read that we had to read, and I really liked that. I really liked that book, so that was good. And my mom was like, "Hell no, Brown. That's a weird name for a brown boy." And I was like, "Okay."
We said Jonas?
Jonas, yes.
Yo, I like the Kathleen. Is it Kathleen?
My aunt?
Aunt Kathleen?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, Kathleen, was that her?
That's my aunt.
Still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's taking care of my grandma.
Shout out Kathleen. Okay.
Yeah, auntie. No, yeah, she's cool. I love my aunt.
Okay, right. So she knew what was up.
So I'm telling my mom, I was like, what if you named him Doctor? And she was like, she laughed. She was like, "That's hilarious." And I was like, because, and again, this goes back to then. I was like, because you always saying, "Clearly, you need to be a doctor, you need to be a lawyer." And I was like, and when people say, they always say that you should be that. Why do they say that? Because they want to have a doctor in the family, right? And I said, if you name him Doctor, you always have a doctor in the family. And she was, I swear, no one better take this is mine. All of you.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I don't know if you should have released
I say it all the time. I'll tell people all the time.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, if you're my friend, you probably know that about me.
Oh right.
And I was like, you always have a doctor. And everyone, and the question people always ask is like, well, what if they become a doctor? I'm like, doctor. Ooh. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case. Come on. That's if they become a doctor, and you don't go by, it's not like you're Doctor. I'm not Dr. Khalil. I'd be Dr. Ismail. So nothing changes. You're just Dr. Ismail still. Doctor. It's awesome.
I like that.
So my firstbborn boy, and I'd mentioned this.
You can do it. Yeah, that's everybody. Anybody.
And this is and
a teacher.
Straight up, I mentioned this on first dates. Because that's how serious I am about it. Because I don't want to date.
And then, if you don't want to waste your time,
I don't want to waste my time. If you won't name this kid doctor, I don't want to waste time.
So,
That's right.
And I always say, I'm more than willing, because you're carrying this kid, so I understand this is
We
you.
still got to be in agreement.
Right. So I'm just saying, you give me Doctor as a first name, you pick whatever middle name you want, and you can call them by that, and I'm sure that maybe if they want to be called by that, they can, but to me, that's Doc, my doctor, DR, what's good, forever. Like, that's a Doctor whatever Ismail, I don't care. Right? I mean, I did think, like, because, like, all of my siblings and I do have the Ibn pass downs, and I was like, if I do that, then it's gonna be way too long. Doctor Ibn sounds.
But check this out.
Yeah.
I remember when I looked at my birth certificate, all of the middle names. So, Ibn Ibrahim, just son of Ibrahim. Then it said, I think it was Ibn Sulaiman, and this is what I wish my father was around where I could
Ask him.
because Ibn Sulaiman bin Hamma. So I'm assuming that in the table of nations, if you go from the biblical table, and I think it's similar in the Quran when you are reading the history, or perhaps it's in the Hadith, that Ham was the progenitor of what we call the black races. However,
Like Hammurabi?
Ham as in Japheth, Shem, and Ham
Okay.
as the sons of Noah, and after the flood, like repopulated the earth. And then Shem also was a progenitor of what some people call the Negroes, because there's so many. We just in America, we're all kind of amalgamated into black people, but
Yeah.
there's different distinctions in the manifestation and origins, but I feel like the Hamma on my birth certificate, I think on all our birth certificates, is a nod to my father believing that we were descendants from Ham as opposed to Shem. So that's just a question that I wish I would have been able to ask or know, but I was 10 years old. I didn't even know I had a birth certificate back then. But it's good to have all of these for your children and just like know it in advance, and even like I said, just to have a record of it.
Yeah.
That's very important, and they might not think it's important when they're
little or whatever, but when you get older, it's it's very interesting to hear and like get this this depth. Funny enough, on my birth certificate, right? So I'm Khalil ibn Sulaiman ibn Ibrahim Ismail, right? My dad didn't put a space between Khalil and Ibn Sulaiman. So on my birth certificate, straight up. So my birth certificate's from Texas, right? And on my birth certificate, my legal first name is Khalil ibn Sulaiman, no spaces.
Wait a minute, I thought the people at the hospital, the record
People type it them.
department,
I think, but you tell them how to spell it and all that, right? I never had a kid,
yeah,
so I don't know.
I remember they had to come and double check. But so are you sure?
Yes, because
What?
yes, because oh my god, no, that's deep in that drawer. I'm not gonna dig it out. So when I had never had an ID I never needed one until I was moving to California when I was 17, about to turn 18. Right. Because I moved the day after my 18th birthday, and when you're 18, you need an ID to fly.
Right.
So I go. My mom gives me my birth certificate. I see it. And I'm like, there's no space here. And like it says first name in the first name section. There's a separated section that says middle name. So it's Khalil ibn Sulaiman, no space, none. Khalil ibn Sulaiman, all on, no space. Middle name IBN space Ibrahim's last name section Ismail. I still have it somewhere, and I think it's deep in that drawer. But in my old Pennsylvania ID, because Pennsylvania will not put an abbreviation, they won't change anything on your. They won't let you put anything different on your ID that doesn't match your birth certificate unless you go through the courts and all that shit, right? So on my Pennsylvania ID, my first name FN, Khalil ibn Sulaiman. It's so long it goes on in my picture.
Really?
100%, yes.
when I moved to California, I got a new ID shortly after, like literally within 2 months. I got a new ID, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to like cut that down?" And I was like, "Yeah." And so now in my California, and I didn't realize this until a while ago, they didn't bump it to my middle name. They just cut Ibn Sulayman off. So it's just Khalil Ibn Ibrahim Ismail. Like that's my name on my driver's license right now.
Really?
Yeah. Which is
Did you have Ramadan? No, we had Ramadan on ours also, because we were born. Because you know Ramadan is like a holy month.
Yeah, you
for
fast
Muslims.
and yeah.
So man, we used to do that junk when we were younger, and it was the worst when it was the summer, and you didn't remember, and you'd get up. So what happened? You get up before Fajr, eat, and then the sun would come up. So, but it's like you woke up at 5 or whatever time the sun woke up. You would get up before that while it's still dark. You eat, you pray, meditate, whatever you, and then get ready for the day. Day would come, and we're out in the street just running, playing, yeah. And then you're forgetting you're fasting, and then all of a sudden, man, go up to the water fountain, and you're like, oh, it's Ramadan. What the? Oh, man.
I thought you could have water.
Oh, no, we eat nothing.
Oh, because you guys were like strict, yeah.
Maybe they can now.
Yeah.
Because when we were fasting, and
lying.
I mean, I'm talking about I started at 5 years old. I don't remember anybody fasting before that. Man, I remember one time having low blood, or finding out I had not low blood sugar, but it was just like I was out going so hard. You know, it's the summertime.
Yeah, you're a kid.
And then I came in the house, and I was like, "Boy, I don't feel so good." And he's like, "Boom!" He's like, and he whipped up a fruit salad real quick. Here's some different grapes, watermelon, apple, whatever, and just gave it to me. And it was like I felt like I was Superman.
Yeah.
So, but for Ramadan, we were all born. I don't know if Suleiman was, but I know Kadri and I were. But that was our middle name on the birth certificate. So it made it. And also Suleiman found, he found some. Like my dad was in some, like I think into numerology and something else when it came to and we used to be really into, like we always knew what our sign was. I don't know that we were into horoscopes or anything,
like astrology,
but we
astrology.
knew when the birth month was. So might have to head back to the house.
I get you. Yeah, it's like almost 1.
Oh snap!
Yeah.
It is 12:33. All right. I just got it. Please pay for 12:21. Oh man.
12:30 right now. Yeah.
Hey, baby. Oh, are you sleeping?
Oh, here, let me.
Oh, okay. What's happening? Cool.
Yeah. But we can wrap it up. It's
Yeah,
pretty
man.
But
Well,
this was awesome. This
thank
is so
you
much fun.
for taking the time. I'm telling you, this is a valuable.
Just to have,
Yes.
just to have. And this was super fun. I just saw a couple messages I had from some people who were watching.
Oh.
And they said that they're, super awesome and super fun to listen to and all that. So this was just so it was wholesome and just a really good it was a lot of perspective, you know, a lot of perspective, and I think it was really fun. And yeah, I learned a lot. I'm gonna shave my beard to that to the more. Yeah, like I honestly I can't thank you enough for and you what's that word? You asked me.
Oh man, I love this.
I was like, you're like, when do you record the next one? I was like whenever, like whatever you want, like. Because this is like, you know, this is something I do for fun. You know, this is a
right,
fun, so
right.
So to have someone who's like, yeah, I want to do this, I'm like, yeah, absolutely, we got it, yeah.
Yes, and next time I'm in town, anytime I'm going to be in town, if you're in town,
I'm here.
we could put some topics together, and I'll just jump on with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're gonna sign off, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been a super fun 5.5 hours. Thank you again, Uncle Raghib.
Yes, sir.
And thank you guys for
you.
people who tuned in. Greatly appreciate it. And let's go with the.
You have some outro music?
Of course.
Let me listen.
It is. I think this.
Nothing yet.
No. All right. Well, we'll play this one.
Thank you for joining us on this episode of Schmokey and The Hair podcast live stream episode 2. Our special guest was Raghib Rocket Ismail, and we thank him very much for joining us. Everyone have a great night.